who are we kind of like looking at here, Cody?
Yeah, this Diamond Quest is kind of mid-century theme, so your rare rewards are going to be Bobby Grich on the Orioles and Eddie Matthews on the Braves. The epic rewards, Stan Musial, Bob Feller, just getting some legends in the game. You know, we have a ton of WBC content. Felt like Diamond Quest was a good place to kind of get some legend names out there too. And yeah, it's great that you mentioned with the percentages too, because I know people are going to see that screen and look at the percentages. But keep in mind, as you're completing the map and completing the whole board, and who doesn't like board games, these percentages are obviously going to go up with every moment, showdown, whatever you get, whatever you complete, those are going to keep raising.
Yeah, that's a really good call out. Remember, as you keep playing the non-stadium challenges, it's just going to boost your odds to get some of those epic rewards. It is fun seeing Stan and Bob off the jump to kind of counteract some of this WBC stuff.
Yeah, it's a nice change of pace, for sure.
Right, so that is going to be Diamond Quest at launch. 2 maps, a no-sell, more tutorial-like map to reintroduce everybody into Diamond Quest, and then a second map with 4 total players between the rare and epic rewards, where you're going to have chances to earn them, and then either add them to your lineup, or you'll have that sellable option as well.
Yeah, I'm excited. Good start to the stream.
Good start to the stream.
We have a lot more to talk about.
Do we want to go World Baseball Classic?
That's not World Baseball.
The people want to see World Baseball
I know,
Classic.
that's what I'm seeing. Right? We love these guys. We saw you hit Schwarber in the dev tourney. Where's he going to be? We'll get to it, folks. Don't worry. So as we keep working our way through, do we want to go to the main cam?
Yeah, let's go main cam here.
And Ashley can start moving around. The next topic we're going to talk about is something we've already touched on in a feature premiere. It is the World Baseball Classic mini season. Remember, if you haven't seen it yet, you'll be able to put your Diamond Dynasty team into the World Baseball Classic pool, fill in for one of the 20 teams, and literally make a run in the WBC.
Yeah, let's bring up the dev kit now, show people what they're looking at. The classic mode, that's going to return. It is what it is. It's filtered through by different people's rank squads, but World Baseball Classic, the tournament bracket, is now introduced in mini seasons that we showed off in the Diamond Dynasty feature premiere. You're seeing right here XP stubs, 4 player cards and more within this World Baseball Classic. But to kind of walk you through, once you click on it, you're going to be able to edit your squad, but once you click start, you're going to see here that you're going to be able to choose between 3 and 9 inning games. The season length is locked, and that's because this mini season is respective to the bracket. You're going to play your 4 games from pool play, and then more games depending on how far you get into the quarters, the semis, then the finals, with 7 potential games with bracket play. But most mini seasons will give you the option to choose between both the game length, whether it's 3 or 9 innings, and then the season length, whether it's 7 or 28 games.
Yeah, great call out. It says 28 games on there, but like you said, you're playing through the tournament, so it's 7 games if you win it all. And yeah, you can hop into the mini seasons, replace one of these squads, whoever you want, with your own, and then play through the actual World Baseball Classic tournament as it is formatted, which is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, we've been watching all the games. We're excited for everything to continue now as the pool play is starting to get figured out, but I think a lot of fans will be excited for this. It wasn't something we had in 23, and to be able to have it here in 26 is cool.
Exactly, just see the growth from those 2 games. And then if you want to R1 to the right, you're going to be able to see the bracket in its fullness right here. We know in real life, World Baseball Classic bracket play starts tomorrow night.
Yeah.
So we'll be watching alongside all of you, but this is just some of the new screens you're going to see in mini seasons. I'm hovering over the Netherlands right now. So what you do is your Diamond Dynasty team replaces one of the teams. You just hover over a team, you hold down X, and then you'll see that your Diamond Dynasty team has replaced that team, and then you enter into your 4 pool play games.
Yeah.
But we are fans love rewards, Cody.
Yes, there are good rewards in this mini seasons. We showed off, Ketel Marte having an 85 overall yesterday in the multiplayer program, and he's a guy that typically has a higher overall live series card, so you're going to see more of the same in this mini seasons. Starting with Cal Raleigh here, 85 overall, Team USA. Cal Raleigh, you were also showing off the uniforms too, so you can earn official World Baseball Classic uniforms to throw on your squad. On the dev tourney, we were using Japan, Italy. We've got them all, so you'll be able to use whichever ones you want for your team.
Absolutely. And you also get some of those uniform packs with the purchase of the Digital Deluxe Edition as well.
Yeah, so you'll have tons of options there. Like you said, we wore them in the dev tourney. They look great. Just want to make sure everyone get their hands on whatever team they want to, flex in DD.
Yeah, and I'm noticing Cal says advance to tournament quarterfinals. So if you get out of pool play and you are successful enough to advance to the tournament quarterfinals, you will earn this Cal Raleigh. And then after that, it really gets spicy because then you just need one win to get the next few players. The next one, 85, Bobby Witt Jr., again, Team USA. Very, very cool. Get through the quarterfinals, you'll unlock this Bobby Witt Jr.
I was going to say, this is starting to remind me a little bit about what we saw with the multiplayer program of just accessibility of these cards. We know Ketel Marte is a higher overall live series player, but you get his 85 very quickly in the multiplayer program. You advance to the semis in, 5 total wins from pool play to quarterfinals. You're going to get a World Baseball Classic version of Bobby Witt Jr. as you still try to make your way to maybe get that live series Bobby Witt Jr.
Yeah, I think that's a great call out, especially if you do the 3-inning option. Like, you can rip through this and get a Bobby Witt within an hour or two.
Yeah.
And then you can still keep the light on for the live series one, but at least you have some sort of Bobby Witt you can play with.
And you'll be doing it playing against World Baseball Classic teams, which is so sick.
I'm glad you mentioned that because all the teams are fully rostered, over 500 players across the 20 teams that we have in the mini seasons.
Yeah, 500 players filling out those 20 teams in the tournament, and it's going to be cool just to play against people you may not have seen before in the game.
Yeah,
exactly.
For sure.
But the rewards don't stop there.
No,
you
they
advance to the championship. Who are we looking at, Cody?
This is a fun one. Former MLB pitcher Ryu played for the Dodgers for a bit. He's back in Diamond Dynasty under the World Baseball Classic Series, pitching for Korea, who has advanced from pool play. Very, very cool. He did start a game for them. It's awesome to see him back in Diamond Dynasty.
Yeah, I faced him when I was playing a mini seasons run internally. And he was tough to hit, man. He always is giving me trouble.
He locates.
He does locate.
Yeah.
Sassy lefty.
There's a lot of fans of Ryu in the chat, especially the Blue Jays background as well. Blue Jays representing, and that's just more rewards that you can earn throughout mini seasons. You'll see here as I start panning to the right, there's even more players.
Yeah, don't forget that 10-pack bundle you skipped over too.
Yeah,
win the championship, you get an extra 10 packs and a ball and pack, and we mentioned this is just 7 wins to complete this one, so very, very good.
So you can go into different pools, you can keep getting some packs.
Yeah,
Sounds
repeatable.
fun.
Yeah, definitely. And then, of course, if you win it all, take the championship, you're going to be able to earn 88 overall Alex Bregman as the final reward for the World Baseball Classic mini seasons.
Proper third baseman.
Very proper. Cool that they were playing in Houston for him.
Yeah,
Right?
it was cool.
Go back home, new Chicago Cub Alex Bregman, and then as you see here, there's going to be missions throughout the mini season as well that you can earn even more rewards, whether it's show packs that are popping up. There's that deluxe World Baseball Classic pack that we showed yesterday in
Diamond
the multiplayer
pack.
program. Diamond pack, that's right. And then as I keep scrolling through these missions, I mean, y'all can do the math here. There's a lot of packs to be earned, even more deluxe Diamond World Baseball Classic packs in the mini season.
Yeah, I think it's great for offline players, right? Like, you're going to be getting all these packs alongside grinding to get all these players. And like you said, 7 games. You can get in and out of this if you go the 3-inning route pretty quickly. And then if you want to do the 9-inning route, that's also an option. You can play it just like we've been watching on TV.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned that. The customization is really cool. Like, if you're just in it for the rewards, just throw on 3 innings, knock it out. If you want to lock in and be a part of the World Baseball Classic with your own squad, you can turn on the 9 innings and play in the tournament.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned, too, that you can keep replacing, trying different runs, taking your DD team from Pool A to Pool B to Pool C, etc. You're going to see here, like, these couple ball-in packs. I think there's another one here. This 5-pack bundle. Some of these missions are repeatable to truly complement this repeatable run of mini-seasons World Baseball Classic.
And that's something I've been doing internally, right? Like, I go to a different place. I want to play in the Tokyo Dome, so I'll go to that pool. I want to go play in Puerto Rico. And it gives you that variety, right?
Yeah,
The
you could play.
replayability is
You
good.
could play through this 4 times and have different matchups in your pool play every
Exactly.
time.
Yeah.
Which is rather exciting, but that is mini seasons. If we want to go to full camera, we still have a handful of single player modes to show off for all of you as I navigate to the next one.
Next one we'll be talking about is Showdown, one of my favorite modes in the game. I love the mini boss battles, that build up going into this. And the WBC Showdown is going to be really fun for folks.
Right, let's bring it up on the screen for the people at home. What's new with Showdown for this particular one is we're going to have a World Baseball Classic Showdown, and every time you defeat a mini boss up to the final boss, you're going to start earning that pitcher that you just defeated in that moment, Cody.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Mason Miller's gold card in the dev tournament. This is where you get them from. You're going to load in. Showdown is a hitting-only mode. You're going to draft your hitters, put on some perks, and then you're going to have a certain amount of outs that you have where you need to score a certain amount of runs to win. So in this particular mini boss, you're going to be hitting against 82 Mason Miller, and once you beat just this mini boss, you will obtain the card.
Yeah, I'm seeing a ton of W's in the chat. I'm going to put my official stamp. I've floated Day 1 Demon a couple times this week. This is your Day 1 Demon, folks. Go in. He's a gold, but he throws hard, and you can get him really easily in the showdown. This is a card that I think a lot of people are going to go after at 9 o'clock tonight.
Absolutely, and it's not stopping there. As we move on, you're going to see even more players introduced in the mini boss showdowns. I'll kind of slowly go through them so y'all can see, but every time you defeat a boss, there's going to be a player to be earned all the way up to the final boss.
Yeah, and you can see that you're just going to get a lot of great pitchers from working your way through this while celebrating the WBC stuff, Cody.
Yeah, and a couple of diamond pitchers, too.
Yeah.
We saw Livan Moinello, who had a great start for Cuba in their last pool play game. And then, beat it all, and you'll get Abner Uribe from the Dominican Republic. Talk about a guy that throws hard.
Yeah.
Abner Uribe throws hard. But from the showdown, you're going to be earning tons of World Baseball Classic players just through one run.
It's pretty
awesome.
cool. Yeah, there's no excuse to not have arms. I decided. Go in and play this showdown. Go beat each of these pitchers in their boss battles, and you'll be, set, at launch.
I wanted to add another thing. Something we were able to do last year that we're bringing back for MLB The Show 26 is historically in Showdown, if you were to fail a mini boss, it would reset you back to 0. We were able to make that change last year where if you were to fail one of these mini bosses, you can still remain in your same run, and that's going to be the case this year as well. Let's say I failed the second mini boss. I might not earn the reward. In fact, I won't earn the reward because I wasn't able to defeat it. However, I can still move on to the third, the fourth, the fifth, and then the final boss, barring my success, so that if there's ever a card I did not obtain the first time around, I can just go play a second round and make sure I hopefully, beat the boss the second time around, but it's not going to stop me from progressing throughout that first time.
Go finish the business later.
Exactly.
Keep working your way. You don't have to restart the whole run. Yeah, that was a really nice change last year. Happy to see it's in this.
There we go. Anything else for Showdown, Cody?
This is just a lot of rewards for one showdown.
Right?
I love it.
It's awesome.
5 player items, 2 diamonds for a showdown is
Right.
sick.
Is that any good?
I hope y'all are grabbing screenshots. We have a plethora of players to show for all of you today, so why we can't show every single card attributes, and that just means there's even more we're saving to definitely show you a little bit later. But if we want to go full cam here, we have another single player mode, Carson.
We do. We have another single player mode, and it is one that I know a lot of people are passionate about.
Yes,
It's Conquest.
it is.
And there's a lot of nice changes in Conquest. We're going to have the WBC map off the rip, and I think it's got the logo, which is kind of cool. You can kind of see it, and then some other great rewards you can get by playing it.
Let's do it. Let's go back to the game here. You're going to see the World Baseball Classic Conquest. It's filled with teams, and if I want to pull up these goals, you're going to earn even more World Baseball Classic players, Cody.
Yeah. Capture 4 enemy strongholds. You're going to earn 86 to Rick Skubal, who pitched in pool play for USA. Just another opportunity. You want to use a Skubal card. We know he's incredible in real life. His live series is going to be a high overall. This is a place where you can add Skubal to your squad just by playing through this Conquest.
Yeah, and looking at this Skubal, obviously he's not the live series version, but that's where, a new feature, the player mods can really help. And you can get his PXP up, and you can kind of boost this guy up, and he'll play for you for the first couple weeks of the year for sure.
Oh, for sure. But we're not stopping at Mr. Skubal Diver. If you will, one of our fan favorites, capture 10 enemy strongholds, and you'll be able to add Team Mexico's catcher, Alejandro Kirk.
Very good card. Shout out Mexico. They have a fun team this year. I love watching what Jarren Duran's been able to do for them. But yeah, this is a fan favorite card. It's cool to see him in his WBC uniform, Cody.
Yeah, and a lot of green on his player card too. 99 blocking for Kirk. He is very good at blocking, and yeah, just mashes. He did that last year. Just hits the ball.
Great swing.
I'm seeing a lot of Captain Kirks, and that's my short king in the Twitch chat right now.
That's my short king too.
Yeah.
We're with you, chat. Yeah, 10 strongholds and you get Alejandro Kirk. That's going to be a nice grind, pretty easy, and then you get a nice catcher for sure.
For sure. And then this is something we showed off yesterday, but if you capture all enemy strongholds, you're going to toss in a gold player pack, so another opportunity or another World Baseball Classic to your Diamond Dynasty team.
Some sweet golds we showed off in yesterday's stream in that pack. Byron Buxton, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., just some of the ones that you can earn there.
However, if you conquer all the territories in this Conquest map, you're going to get Team Japan, Seiya Suzuki.
Yeah, I love this guy, man. I love the way he plays. It's cool to see him have his Japan fit on with the WBC art, and I think he's a card that a lot of people are going to be excited for in center.
Yeah, very fun. Seiya Suzuki, I love him too. And what's fun about this card, he's been playing center field for Japan.
I know.
You know, they've got Yoshida, they've got Kondo. So they went ahead and put Seiya Suzuki in center field, which is really cool. I don't know if he's ever been center field primary in our game before, which is pretty sweet.
Absolutely. And for those with keen eyes, he was in our Diamond Dynasty Fielding Feedback trailer/video, if you will. His home is in the World Baseball Classic Conquest map. And then to round out the goals, you notice here, Carson, there's a repeatable gold pack goal.
Oh, that's interesting. So that's going to help any of our Conquest fans just motor through and keep getting more gold players when we start talking about collections and other player variety stuff.
Yeah, we have a lot of Conquest fans. Like, a lot of people where Conquest is their main mode, and the number one thing we hear from them is we just want to play Conquest a lot. Mm-hmm. And so having a repeatable goal there for those players is really good and important for us. And so, yeah, complete the map as many times as you want and keep earning that player pack.
Yeah, shout out Ben on the community team. He loves Conquest, so I'm sure he's smiling ear to ear right now.
And then shout out Lane on the live team. Biggest Conquest fan out there.
Wow.
Wink, wink. But that is the World Baseball Classic Conquest. You see here, I call out this repeatable goal, because if I back out one more screen, you're going to see the World Baseball Classic Conquest at RIP. The 3 tutorial maps for those trying to get their feet wet with Conquest are also going to be here. But, you know, to address the elephant in the room, there are 3 maps that we're not showing right now. It's all about the World Baseball Classic. Like I said, bracket play is happening tomorrow night. However, the USA maps split up by their West, Central, and East regions are coming to MLB The Show 26. You just have to wait a smidge. It's all about the World Baseball Classic right now. You see this Conquest map is repeatable for that gold pack, but do not fret. The USA 3 maps will be coming just slightly later at a later date.
Yeah,
we
in
did
the
not
near
forget.
future.
It will be
very near
there.
future.
Don't worry.
You guys want to take a break for a second?
Let's do it.
Before we go on to the next stuff?
Yeah,
Love
sounds
it.
like Colin has a couple
Perfect
questions
timing.
for us.
We have lots of questions.
Oh,
okay.
ready.
Let's do it.
We have lots of questions, lots of clarification stuff. So, all right, Twitch drops. What do we got? You got to claim your Twitch drops. Let's get the Twitch drops. Twitch drops around 5 Twitch drops today.
Oh.
So make sure you do everything. All right, Diamond Quest. Let's see here. WBC player items count towards TA programs. Yes or no? How does that work?
Yeah, so each WBC card, as long as they belong to a Major League Baseball team, they will make progress in that team affinity program. So we saw that Seiya Suzuki, he'll make progress in the Cubs team affinity program.
Can double dip.
Yes.
Yeah.
Next up, will Diamond Quest rewards be sellable?
It depends what map you're playing. The tutorial map, just like last year, that's just to get your feet wet. Those are no sell. However, the other maps, including that second map we showed today, are sellable.
What are the 9-inning versus 3-inning game reward incentives? Is there any difference at all?
So as far as like in the WBC mini season, obviously a lot of the player items that you're going to be earning is from winning the game. So no difference really there. But there are some stat missions that you'll see for some of the other goals. So playing in 9 innings may help you a little bit, being able to accrue those stats more often. But in general, no, the 3 and 9 inning games and in other mini seasons when you're going to be able to choose between 28 and 7 games, generally speaking, they're all going to have the same rewards relatively.
Awesome. We're just going to keep going. We got lots of questions, a lot of interest. Are WBC cards sellable or non-sellable?
Depends on the card, right?
Depends on where they
you earn
come
them.
from.
Yeah.
There's a lot of non-sellable ones coming from programs that we'll talk about in a bit, and a lot of sellable ones we've already showed off today.
Yeah, so you'll just have to stay tuned as we keep working our way through all the other modes in Diamond Dynasty. Colin, do we have that esports trailer?
No.
Okay, no esports trailer.
No
We'll keep
esports.
going through then, and that means we get to start with programs. Something we talked about at the beginning of the show. 4 WBC programs, Cody.
Yeah, let's go Cam here,
Main
and
cam.
we can start pulling up the programs. Yeah, when we did this in 23, there was one program, I
There's
believe.
one program.
We got together and we started deciding how we were going to do programs for these, and yeah, it's so hard to fit 20 countries into one program, so we decided to split it up by pool. And so we have one program for each pool that you're going to be able to play through 10 player items in each program. So between all 4 programs, you're going to be earning 40 World Baseball Classic players
Just in those 4 programs alone, Cody.
and other stuff.
Oh my goodness.
It's sweet.
Let's bring up the Dev Kit, bring up MLB The Show 26. Let's show off Pool A program. And you mentioned earlier, Cody, this is where we're going to find one of the 2 new stadiums in the game this year.
Yeah, we've got 2 new stadiums. We've got Aramba Thorn, which you can see here in Puerto Rico. Obviously, Pool A was played in Puerto Rico. Sick that Puerto Rico was in that pool, too. They hit a walk-off there, just electric.
Yeah, it was.
So, first reward you're going to get in this program is that stadium, of course. You'll be able to earn Tokyo Dome in Pool C, too, which we'll show off. And first player reward here, 80 overall, Johan Camargo. This is a bit of a fan favorite in Diamond Dynasty. People liked him when he was in before, and he's returning playing for Panama in the World Baseball Classic.
And he's just one of 10 players to be earned in this program. We'll take our time, go through all 10 in Pool A, highlight the diamonds and future programs as well. But here's our second reward, Carson.
Yeah, you're going to see Alfredo Despaigne for Cuba. Another nice gold card you'll get pretty early in the program, which is nice.
Yeah, this guy hit cleanup for Cuba all 4 games, so they think highly of him. And of course,
Chat's loving Alfredo.
I saw Alfredo with all capital letters.
I think he's another short king too. So
Yeah.
love our
yeah,
short
big
kings.
fan of a big fan of Alfredo. You're noticing too the bat skins. Each one of these 20 countries, 20 teams gets their own bat skin, and you'll be able to earn them in the program as you work through there. So they're weaving in between the player items. By the time you get to 30 points, you get Seth Lugo, who absolutely dealt in their first game in pool play. And you're noticing as we keep going through these player rewards, each one of them is going up by 1 overall.
Oh, we're walking up the OVRs here, huh, Cody?
We are.
Okay. Yeah, Seth Lugo's one of my favorite cards year in and year out. The Slurve primary just can cross some people
it's so
up.
slow.
Yeah, it's so slow.
As you were saying, Cody, each bat is going to be representative of each country depending on which pool they played. Big shout out to our equipment team here at the studio. And then we keep moving on. We talked about a World Baseball Classic collection. A lot of these cards are going to feed into that. But we have Owen Casey as well represented in this program.
Yeah, part of the Edward Cabrera trade in the offseason, playing for Team Canada, and hit a home run in his first at-bat of the tournament, which was very sick. So you're going to be able to earn his gold card here. And as we're working through, each one of these pool programs, you're going to be able to earn 5 golds and 5 diamonds. And obviously we're working our way up. You get the Canada bat skin. Next one is Gio Urshela for Colombia, who
Always has a
represented.
great swing in our game.
Always
too.
does.
This is a nice card.
He's a BR demon.
He
Yeah.
was in 23 for Colombia, so very cool to have him back there. And a lot of green hitting-wise for a gold card.
Ton of green, even some green fielding too.
Yeah.
This is a card people will throw in pretty quickly in their lineups, I think.
Some might call him a day 1 demon.
Confirmed from the Dev Tourney champ. You heard it here first, folks. Yeah.
And then do we have a question, Colin?
People are asking where's like the birth date and stuff like that. So it's more of like just showing the navigation of the card now. So we have multiple layers on the card. So I mean, can we show the up and down behavior, like where it works and stuff from here? Or we have
Oh, yeah. So you can go up on the card. That's going to show you the card art nice and center, all pretty and big. As you scroll down, you can see where to find the card. In this case, the program. You're going to be able to mess around with parallels, track your levels, mess with the mods once you start making progress on this card. And then you'll be able to look a little more in-depth with quirks near the bottom of the player card.
Yeah, and quirks is something we've talked about a couple times this week. You're going to be seeing them more with Legends and Flashbacks this year. So you'll see it in these WBC cards. You'll see it in any other cards we show today. So yeah, it's a nice upgrade for sure.
Yeah, that's a great question. Keep them coming. And then, Cody, you mentioned 40 total program players, but there's a gold pack in each of these programs.
Yeah, so it's actually 44 players you can earn from these programs. Each one of them is going to have another one of these gold packs. Again, this pack is so fun, just having more WBC players in the game. Golds are so fun at launch. Just another opportunity to earn this pack. Get more World Baseball Classic players in your inventory. So many of them. So sick.
There we go. And then you mentioned 5 golds, 5 diamonds per program. Let's get into Mr. Adrian Almeida's first diamond card of this program.
Yeah, this guy had a huge start. 4 no-hit innings in pool play in one of the biggest games for them. Very, very cool to have him in the game. Circle change primary. It was working that day for sure. And yeah, the first diamond for the Pool A program. We've already shown 6 players, and we're barely halfway through one of the 4 programs.
Isn't that insane?
Insane.
It is awesome.
Yeah, you can see why we had to break up our live content streams into 2 days, and we pick everything back up with Ruben Tejada, Cody.
Ruben Tejada, former Mets infielder, former MLB player. He's back in the World Baseball Classic, and big contact, big vision, big clutch. And it's just, again, you'll see this with a lot of players. We've got even some more heat of players like this that have been in Diamond Dynasty before that are returning for World Baseball Classic. It's one of the coolest parts, I think, of us being able to make live content for this tournament is players like this that we can put in the game.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are excited to see Ruben in the game, and this is something we talked to Lane about in the dev tourney, Ashley. These are some of the internal devs. They love having these contact players, and you can mod up their power. So I'm really curious to see how the community does once they get their hands on the game.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it, because there's different ways you can kind of experiment with Parallel XP mods on Tejada. You can go power to make a more rounded, 5-tool player that is Tejada. Well, maybe speed's lacking a little bit. Or you can over-index and do the pure contact mod for Tejada. Get those contact splits as close to max out as possible. So you just have the epitome of either a pure leadoff hitter, or if you want to sneak him in the 9-hole, depending upon how the rest of your lineup plays out, you're going to have the limit does not exist in the terms of the amount of options you're going to have.
And everyone's going to want something different, and they're going to be able to tinker with what they think is going to help their team. So, again, I can't wait to watch everyone else play and see what they do with some of these mods.
Yeah, Ruben Tejada in real life, too, had a very clutch RBI single, pinch hit RBI single, which was very cool to watch. Speaking of another player that used to be in Diamond Dynasty that is back, I've never been able to hit this guy in the game. This guy's like my kryptonite. I think it's because he's so tall. But he absolutely dealt for Canada in their last game. 2 2/3, 6 strikeouts to help them claim that win.
He turned back the clock.
Yeah.
See it celebrated
It was electric.
Dynasty.
6 out of 8 outs for strikeouts. That was awesome.
Yeah, people are applauding Big Maple's return. I saw a lot of people who got a sneak peek at the end reward, but we have one more player to discuss before we get into the end, and I got to take away this one. 44-year-old Mr. Alexei Ramirez, longtime shortstop of the Chicago White Sox. He's back. He even got an at-bat toward the end of the last game a couple days ago for Team Cuba, and this is just something that I love about World Baseball Classic is Alexei's been retired for, at least 5 to 8 years now. I think almost close to a decade at this point. So to have him return to Diamond Dynasty under the World Baseball Classic, not to mention he can still hold it down at shortstop. Look at all 4 of those reaction metrics. It's just, I'm pumped for Alexei to be back in the game.
This is a great player. This is someone that everyone should be chasing once the servers go live tonight. I mean, yeah, it's fun seeing these guys that you haven't seen in a long time back in MLB The Show, and you can play with them in Diamond Dynasty.
Yeah, and also being able to represent kind of the archetype of player that he was. Yeah. Alexei was a vacuum at shortstop in his day. So, yeah, had to get him an awesome card. He's one of the ones I was thinking of when I was saying we've got a lot of returning names that are really fun. There's a lot of them in just Pool A. We got Ruben Tejada, James Paxton, Alexei Ramirez. It's awesome.
The Turning Back the Clock program.
Ooh, there you go. Part of some pretty historic perfect game and no-hitter was Ramirez. However, people are looking at the new Arizona Diamondback, but for all intents and purposes, Team Puerto Rico, Nolan Arenado caps off Pool A's program.
Your in reward for Pool A, Nolan Arenado, 109 contact left. Had a big 3-hit day for them. And, I love Arenado cards. This is a good one to have at launch. You're going to be able to earn Arenado and 9 other players and Iran Bithorn Stadium and a gold player pack.
Not to mention a couple show packs thrown in here as well.
Yeah, 20 KXP, I think, in each of these programs, too. So it's absolutely loaded.
It's awesome.
We keep saying we have the most content at launch ever.
And this is just
wild.
one of the 4 programs, folks. We have a lot to get to. So let's see how you can get all the way to Arenado.
Yeah, the tasks for these programs are going to be pretty agnostic between the 4 programs. There's a couple areas that you can actually double dip for all 4 programs, so we can start with those ones. We have missions to do stats with World Baseball Classic Series. These missions are all going to track simultaneously for all 4 programs. So if you get 30 innings pitched with World Baseball Classic Series, you're going to get 3 points in all 4 programs at the same time, up to 15 points from these. And so that's just kind of a great way. You're earning all these World Baseball Classic players from all these different areas of the game. Throw them in, play with them, and you can start working on progress for all of these programs.
Yeah, you say there's 15 points here from all these missions, but just to double down on it, these missions exist in all 4 of the programs, so you're really earning a total of 60 points across the 4 programs just by doing the double dip missions.
Yeah, that's a great call out. Yeah, you're going to be earning progress all across, and then the other task that you'll be able to earn points in all 4 of the programs at the same time is actually the Showdown. The Showdown, once you complete it, we already talked about you get 5 player items, 2 diamonds from completing the Showdown. But when you beat the final boss in the Showdown, you're going to get 10 points for each of the 4 programs at the same time, too. So if you're looking for
points.
Yeah, maybe one of the fastest way to get a bunch of players at once is just to do the Showdown, because you'll get 5 players from the Showdown, and then you'll get the first player of each program from the 10-point reward.
And then you can start building that squad. You can start knocking out all those PXP missions and just start mowing down all these great content, all these programs, kind of double dip a little, quadruple dip, if you will.
Right.
Yeah.
And then to put a bow on it, you're still going to have moments and missions with players that will exist from pool to pool, and the moments are going to be reflective of what these players were able to accomplish across pool play these last couple of days.
Yeah, there was we could talk about it when we get to their pool, but there was a big story about Joseph Contreras being able to get Aaron Judge to ground into a double play. That's one of the moments you'll be able to recreate. You'll be able to play through that, take the mound as Contreras, try to get Judge out without giving up a run.
Good luck.
And that's just indicative of, we wanted to react to what's going on in real life as best as possible. And with each one of these program players, you're going to be able to recreate something that they did in the tournament.
Yeah, I love it. Is there anything else we want to do for the Pool A program, or should we start looking at some of these other rewards?
Let's look at some sweet rewards.
Okay.
Let's
Pool
do it.
B.
Let's go back to main cam here as we navigate our way to the Pool B program. Luckily, it won't take too long. Wha-bam!
We're back.
Never left.
We can go to the dev kit and we can look at Pool B, and you'll see that a lot of the moments and missions will be celebrating the players in Pool B. But we can dive into some of these rewards and see what we have off the rip here, Cody.
Yeah, you got stadium rewards as the first reward for Pool A, Pool C. Obviously, Pool D, Pool B, we already have the MLB stadiums that they're played at. So instead, you're going to be getting these uniform packs. You're going to get 2 of them in the Pool B and D program, so 4 total. And you can just make your squad look awesome in any of these World Baseball Classic uniforms.
Does the Italy jersey come with an espresso machine?
It should.
That's a great question.
Colin's doing this.
Yeah. And then as we work our way through this program, to remind our fans, you're going to get 5 golds throughout the program. Start getting your screenshots in. You're going to see that gold pack returning in these programs as well. But if we want to talk about some of the diamond players, Cody, here is Joseph Contreras.
Yeah, this is what I mentioned. This was one of my favorite moments of the tournament. 17 years old to
It's
have
crazy.
to have the ability to come into that situation and produce was amazing. Representing Brazil on the bump, you're going to be able to earn his diamond card in this program as the first of 5 diamonds. And if you actually want to go down into the moments, we can maybe show the moments too for this one. If you go down to Joseph Contreras, it's going to say don't give up a run and get 2 outs. So that's just kind of indicative of, again, reacting to real life as best as possible. So we can go back up to the rewards. Joseph Contreras was the first diamond. Here's another guy that's been in the World Baseball Classic before, in the MLB before, Carson.
Yeah, it's good to see Vance Worley is here representing Great Britain. High clutch here for a card you can get pretty early in the reward path, and a quirky pitch mix, which I like to see.
Oh, yeah, it's always nice to see a full repertoire here from fastball, slider, sinker, throw in that circle change, get those swing and misses at the bottom of the zone. Good night, Vance Worley. But that's not all.
That's not all. I love this guy, Jack Caglione. Good power, good contact, honestly. This guy is a nice lefty bat you can put in right field. Yeah,
another guy that had a great tournament or a great pool play performance. Obviously hit the home run against the United States, which was pretty sick. Young guy still. Royals have a lot of young talent.
They do.
And yeah, cool to get him a diamond representing Italy and that espresso machine.
And then you have the second to last reward, Mean Muggin Randy Arozarena for Collins Seattle Mariners. In this case, World Baseball Classics Team Mexico. You'll be able to get Randy here. Contact left. Some decent reaction as well. Again, just opens the door for what kind of mods you want to put on him. And then you're seeing double green here for both his power splits.
Yeah, Randy's one of those guys that just always puts on a show, especially in the World Baseball Classic. So we had to put him towards the end of this program. Team Mexico. Very cool.
Great card art. Remember, all the card art, we're getting these images from the World Baseball Classic this year. So it's fun. Our art team's been, kicking butt, just getting the art into the game for all you guys for early access.
I would have given Randy a fist bump myself.
You would have given Randy a fist bump? Okay.
I love it. And then people are already seeing, to round out Pool B, we have Bryce Harper, Cody.
Fan favorite in Diamond Dynasty. Fan favorite in real life, too, honestly. Big reward here at the end of Pool B. Nobody used him in the Dev tournament, and I thought it was kind of cool because then we get to reveal him on stream now.
That was on accident, but it was nice. I love seeing people ask. Yes, he will be at the end of the Pool B program. I have such a complicated relationship with Bryce Harper, being a Nationals fan, but it's nice seeing him in the USA jersey, and he does have one of my favorite swings in the game.
Same. I love his cards every single time. He's one of those guys where it feels like even if you miss with your PCI just a little bit, he's still going to hit the ball hard.
I will give him a day one demon. I do see that in the chat. He's a nice player.
I mean, only give it if you feel it,
No, I do feel it. Yeah, I'll stand on it.
All right. I know there's, some history there with Nats fandom.
Yeah, but I'm going to give it to him. He's a day one demon, confirmed.
There we go. So again, 11 total players with that gold pack in the Pool B program. 5 diamonds, 5 golds. You're going to be able to earn these players by doing moments, doing missions, doing that showdown that's going to count for all 4 programs as well.
Yeah. It's loaded. I keep saying it, but this is so sick. Since we're in Pool B too, we could go into Pool B player missions since we didn't really show that one yet. As you're earning these players, you're going to get individual stat missions for each of them. Throw them in your lineup, do the stat missions, and that's going to help you inch your way along towards the end, towards that Bryce Harper, towards that Nolan Arenado, towards that 2 players redacted until we get there.
Yeah, tons. You guys have seen it. I mean, we just want you to get in, get these cards, start playing with them, and get that progress however you want. So these programs are supposed to be really fun. You're going to get a ton of WBC cards, and then the challenge will really begin, right? Like, who's going to fit in my squad? 250 players between the WBC stuff and the Team Affinity stuff.
That's crazy. And not to mention, if you pull a Shohei night 1.
Could you imagine?
Made the pack luck be in your favor, right? I'm trying. Yeah. We have a question, Colin?
Not a question. Before we go to Pool C, do you guys want to take a break? We'll do the esports trailer real quick.
Let's do
that
it.
Sounds great.
All right, we'll be back in like 30 seconds or 60 seconds. I wanted to give you guys a break.
teams will score. Here's the 1-2. Got him. Here comes the runner from third. Throw home. Not in time. That ball driven deep to left field, and it's gone. Back-to-back homers to begin the third. That is a huge, huge sequence of events.
We are back, folks, and we still have so much to cover. We've covered 2 of the WBC programs. That means we have 2 more. We still have the XP reward path. We still have a WBC collection, and then, of course, the live series collection. Stay with us, folks. We are a little over 6 hours from early access. I think it's time for Pool C, Cody.
Yeah, first we call in. Did you say we want to take some?
Oh, yeah.
Some questions.
So, let's see here. Have some house cleaning as well. So we're seeing a lot of like pre-launch early access stuff. Early access tonight, 9 p.m. Pacific, 12 midnight. It is on all platforms. So if you're on Twitch, if you're on Xbox, if you're on PlayStation, you can play tonight. Let's see here. What are the other ones we got? Twitch drop questions, which we talked about Twitch drops. Just make sure you claim your drops and stuff like that. How to do W? I like that one. No.
I think your mic's muted, Colin.
Is it? Oh man. Pressing too many buttons.
We're just staring here.
Right.
We're just
Sorry.
sitting here muted. I see
Sorry.
He's calling
There's a
him
lot
like,
going on
please.
this morning. People. There's a lot going on this morning. We can go to Pool B or Pool C.
All right.
Let's do it.
Let's go to Pool C. Let's pull up the dev kit. You can see the first reward is something you guys have already seen been played in the dev tourney, and that's the Tokyo Dome.
I love playing in the stadium.
It's awesome.
It was awesome to hit tons of bombs in the dev tourney in the stadium. It's very fun. Obviously, having it in the game in general, it looks so sick. So, very excited about it.
And then as we make our way through, I'll go slowly here. 5 gold players throughout the Pool C program that you can see. Get your screenshots out. That gold pack returns. And if we want to start with the first diamond player of the Pool C program, we have Martin Music.
Yeah, captain of Checha. Catcher secondary, which is pretty cool. And big pop, swinging it from the right side. So, yeah. And you'll notice something we haven't touched on yet. But these programs, 5 teams in each pool. Each team is getting 2 players, so equal amount of players in these programs from each team in the World Baseball Classic. Wanted to make sure that was definitely a point of focus. So Checha, 2 players, every other team 2 players as well.
And I wanted to use music's just a great opportunity here. We mentioned in both the gameplay and Diamond Dynasty feature premieres with some of our attributes overhaul that we did, and you're only going to see the attributes that are going to matter for that card depending on which mode you're playing, and also positionally, especially when it comes to catchers. So you see here the music has a catcher secondary, so you see that the blocking and pop time attributes are showing on this card, where obviously blocking and pop time is not going to show up on, say, the center field Seiya Suzuki card.
That's a really good call out. Yeah, we're going to show you everything that's going to affect the player within Diamond Dynasty and other modes for that fact. But yeah, if you do have that catcher primary or secondary, you'll still see their attributes.
Right, yeah, a little bit of intuition from most in case you didn't miss it. Do want to kind of, shout that out, if you will.
Yeah, for sure.
Good call. Especially like a first baseman with catcher secondary, you get to see the reaction and the catcher. Mm-hmm. So, very cool.
Right, but we're not stopping with music, even though it's music to my ears, but one of my favorites, our fans' favorites, plays for the Red Sox. Here we have Team Japan, Masataka Yoshida. A lot of green when it comes to the contact, especially against righties.
He had a lot of green contact in real life in pool play. I mean, this guy popped off.
Ripping the cover off the ball.
Yeah, it was so fun. Doing it in Japan, too. I mean, just electric. Of course, had to get him a diamond card in this program. Honestly, one of my favorite swings in MLB The Show. I think he always hits the ball extremely hard, and he hit the ball extremely, extremely hard in real life so far for Japan. So, very cool.
I loved his card in MLB 23, his WBC card. So I'm going to have to find a way to get him on my team tonight.
Herbert
Play
played
the
co-op
Pool C
tonight, you know?
program.
Yeah, I got a lot to do. I still got to get Candelario P2.
That's right.
Yeah.
Don't
have
think
to
I
stop
forgot,
reminding
chat.
people that.
I know. It's
They're
going to make
beat
it
you
epic,
to
though,
it.
honestly.
However, there's another one. Team Chinese Taipei, Anko Lin is joining the party.
Yeah, swinging it from the left side, playing right field for Chinese Taipei. This guy has had great seasons overseas, so definitely wanted to get him a card for World Baseball Classic. Very, very cool card. And one of the things I like most about Pool C in particular, a lot of players that we haven't seen in WBC or in Diamond Dynasty before.
Yeah, a really good balanced card. I'm seeing some people in chat talk about it. Just another great card you can earn just by playing the game. Oh,
Look at this action shot. Wow.
We showed him in our Diamond Dynasty feature premiere with Rory last week. Now you get to know where to find him, and he's in the Pool C program, Mr. Travis Bazana. Where's Kev?
I don't know. Shout out Kev if you're in the chat. This is your guy. Again, what an iconic moment when he hit that home run in pool play. That's literally what this image is from, Cody, and the card's going to back up how beautiful the art is, right?
Yeah, I think it was the first game of the whole tournament, and then he just destroyed one to right field. Such a cool moment. Former #1 overall pick. Yeah, very, very awesome to have him in the Australia.
First
card art.
Australian #1 overall pick ever,
Yeah.
I think.
Yes, it's very, very cool. And then to end the program, winning Rookie of the Year in his respective league, we have Yeonmin An to finish up for Team Korea.
Yeah, big bat and big arm out there and right, too. You see the green on the arm strength, big contact for Yeonmin An. Again, just love that. You know, our end rewards for the program so far, we've seen Harper, and then the Pool A program was Arenado. And so it's cool for the Pool C program to have somebody that nobody's ever used before in Diamond Dynasty be kind of the capstone reward for this pool.
Yeah, and remember, you'll be able to grind through all of this. All this is grind 99, play the game, knock out the missions, and you'll be getting 40 cards, 44 with the packs, just in WBC
Just in the programs.
Crazy.
Just in one area of content.
It's crazy. And then, again, very similar practices here to earn progress in these programs. You're going to have moments reflective of what these players did in their pool play, missions from players, missions based on the series that are going to be overlapping across the 4 programs, some repeatable missions by just playing with any players within these programs, and then, of course, that showdown where you'll earn progress in all 4 of the areas.
Yeah, and we can hit on the repeatable missions, too. That's the one thing we haven't talked about yet, but especially with the PXP changes this year, let's say you earn one of these gold players from these programs and you really just fall in love with that player. You don't want to take him out. I want to grind this guy to P5. This is an opportunity for you to be able to hop in and just, if you want to just use one player from the program, you can. And the repeatable mission's there for more progress.
Just let the PXP stack almost, right? Yeah. That's a nice repeatable mission there.
It's crazy to think we've only talked about 3 of these programs,
I
and
know.
we still have 1 more to go. So let's go back to the main camera here as we navigate our way to Pool D.
There's a reason, not just alphabetically, why we waited to show Pool D last. This is by far my favorite end reward of any of these programs.
Should we skip to him?
No.
Okay.
Let's build the hype a little bit. I want to build the hype.
Just trying to read your mind.
This is starting off with, if we want to go back to the kit here, we got the golds you can see here. Nicaragua, part of Pool D. Drew Jones. Andrew Jones is a returning legend in MLB The Show this year. We got Drew Jones in the WBC. Sandy Alcantara pitched last night. And then getting into the diamonds, another one of these high live series players, Carson. I'll toss Juan Soto over to you.
Yeah, another complicated relationship for your boy, guys. I mean, I do love Juan. He's a great player. He's been so good for the Dominican Republic. I mean, what a cool team in general. Tatis and Vlad and all these other great players. It's cool to see him in this reward path. I think a lot of fans will be excited.
Right. I think Team Dominican Republic might be my favorites to win it all.
They're super cool.
They are. They just have fun, and the electricity, it's palpable through my TV screen.
Yeah, they're one of my favorite teams to watch for sure. A lot of these teams have won my heart over, man.
Fair.
Yeah.
I love Italy.
All the baseball play has just been so fun to watch. Bracket play is going to be awesome.
Yeah, agree. So you'll see it celebrated here with Juan Soto. We'll keep working our way through with Harrison Bader.
Harrison Bader from Israel. Great speed, good defense. He's been around the MLB for quite a while. Had to get him a card here for Israel in the World Baseball Classic. I saw chat was very hyped about this one, or somebody was. Mark Vientos, Nicaragua. Mets infielder.
Shout out Kyle Doty.
Yeah, lots of power for an infielder. You can mod up that fielding if you like, or you can mod up the contact. You're going to have tons of options.
And people are already seeing that.
They're like, Carson, keep it moving, buddy.
All right, we'll keep it moving.
All right.
Until we get to him, we have Milwaukee Brewers, very quick fan favorite. He's had a heck of an early start to his career. Jackson Churio for Team Venezuela is your second to last reward here.
Yeah, his card last year, a lot of fans really liked. It's cool to see him back in here in the WBC program. Lots of green, lots of yellow. This is a good card.
Center fielder for Venezuela. Yeah, very cool. And still very young. Why are we
You
even
just gotta get to it. People want to see it.
We understand.
Didi Gregorius. He's back in Diamond
baby.
Dynasty.
Epic.
One of the first Lightning players Diamond Dynasty ever had for Player of the
That's a
Month.
fun fact.
I remember.
One of my favorite swings in the game. And obviously, we've talked about the quirks overhaul quite a bit, but Didi Gregorius on this card specifically has 7 quirks. Dead red breaking ball hitters. So
Jesus.
again, trying to be a lot better with the quirks and giving them to more players. Obviously Didi, the World Baseball Classic was our opportunity to get him in, and so we want to make sure he had the quirks too. But he's got the attributes also. I mean, this guy rakes.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say it. Chat knows where I'm going with this. Day one demon. Print it.
Didi Gregorius is going to be your 44th player when you combine all 4 of the pool programs together for World Baseball Classic. And these are going to be available in almost exactly 6 hours from now with early access with the Digital Deluxe Edition. Which one are you starting with, Cody? Or are you just going to hopefully try just to get a couple players early and try to double dip where you can?
Yeah, that's a great question. There's so many different angles you could go with it. I think I'm personally just going to hop into the moments. I might go Pool D first because I'm such a big Didi Gregorius fan. But yeah, there's so much you could do. And I mean, 40 program players for World Baseball Classic. That is insane.
Yeah, we only had 1 WBC program in 23. We know how much you guys loved it. Live Content Team absolutely cooked here. 4 just celebrating pool play. I think I'll probably start with the Showdown, get some arms, and then I'm such a chronological guy. I'll start in A, B, C.
Makes sense.
And then I'll treat myself to DD.
Nice.
In Pool D.
Did there?
Pool Didi.
Yeah.
And so we still have a lot more to cover, whether it's the XP path, whether it's the WBC Collection. So I'm seeing some names in chat that we haven't gotten to, but don't worry, stay a little patient for us. But to give, a little glimpse into the future, if we show the chat the magic ball that we have in the future, there might be more than 4 programs.
Yeah, I mean, this was just for pool play, right?
And the tournament's still going.
There's still a whole bracket finals to play through.
And you guys love reacting to real world baseball.
We've got to do reactive live content for the World Baseball Classic after pool play. There's just no other way to do it.
So we're going to have to keep an eye on real WBC play this weekend, and that could help tell a story on what could happen in MLB The Show.
Yeah, and not just in programs, but we're actually probably going to refresh this pack with new names as well, the Deluxe Choice Pack, too. So.
I don't know if he was supposed to say that.
But to summarize that, you have 4 pool play programs today. We know the World Baseball Classic is going to wrap up with the champion this upcoming Tuesday, and you might expect a number 5 between Tuesday night, Wednesday afternoon. But for now, chew on this, and let's go back to the main cam.
So we've already talked about so much. Going back to yesterday, you guys heard all the multiplayer program stuff, all the head-to-head modes, and then we also talked about Conquest, we talked about Diamond Quest, we talked about mini seasons, Showdown, and then we've gone through some of these programs. But all of that goes into one big program. One big program where you can play however you want in DD, and you can get some great rewards, Ashley.
Right, if we want to go back to the game here, the first inning XP paths, the inning XP paths are returning for MLB The Show 26. This is your central hub. Every month or so, it's about 4 weeks, a new program will refresh. Some of them might be a little shorter, some of them might be a little longer. This first one here, just at around the 1 month, 4 week mark. And this is the place wherever you play in MLB The Show, wherever you play throughout Diamond Dynasty, you're always earning XP, and that's going to funnel into this program that's filled with packs and stubs, exclusive players, and we'll get to some bosses at the end.
Ooh.
I just love the XP path in general. I think the people love it too. I love that it's a thing. Play anywhere in Diamond Dynasty, and you're making progress in this XP path.
And you're getting a ton of great stuff along the way. Like, I'm grinding the WBC programs. I'm still getting XP for this XP reward path. I mean, you can just get so many rewards just by playing the game.
Right, and there's a few players we haven't talked to that we might be seeing very, very soon. The first one being Gleyber Torres is going to be your first reward in the first inning XP path. You see it here with the clutch, you see it here with the contact, hits lefties pretty well, especially for power as well. And there's a change here with this player, Cody, or these player items in the XP path.
Yeah, this is the first player item you'll earn in the XP path. You know, last year, the initial XP path players were no-sell, and the bosses were sellable. This year, every XP path reward player item is going to be sellable all the way from start to finish.
Wait. Say that again for our fans. That's a big change.
Every XP path reward, start to finish, is sellable.
Holy cow. You heard it here, folks. Anything you get in the XP reward path will be sellable. That's a nice change. I'm excited for that.
Right, so the first player here, we have Gleyber Torres, I'm seeing in chat, seeing the dubs as well. So he's one of, I want to say, 5 exclusive players throughout this path. So we're going to work our way up to
Lots
the second
of packs,
player.
Lots of gold packs we've already talked about. Oh, wait.
Oh.
I think I'll take this one. 11 home runs in the Dev tournament for me. Kyle Schwarber. People were wondering where he comes from. He's just the second reward in the XP path. 89 overall. Huge pop. 109 pop both sides. You know I love him. But
how many home runs in the Dev tourney with
11 home runs in 8 games, I think, or 9 games.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I've been here for a long time. I'm going to go ahead and say that's the best Dev tourney performance I've ever seen.
Thank you.
And now our fans can get that very card in the first inning.
All because of him, and he's not. He's not even a boss. That's what's crazy. You want to talk about value in this XP path?
We're not even close to the end of this XP reward path, and you're seeing 109 power on both sides for Kyle Schwarber, USA edition. I love it.
Sure, Bombs is going hard, and he's only the second player at 140,000 XP. As we keep moving along, you're seeing a bunch more of those gold packs. So say maybe you don't want to play Conquest, that repeatable goal isn't your thing. You're seeing it in the programs, you're seeing it in the XP path. You can go even more in Conquest if that's your goal. Regardless of where you enjoy playing, you're going to find a lot of great cards, a lot of WBC content.
That's another name.
And this
That's a
is
big
a great
name.
Holy
you want to take
cow.
the big name, Carson?
Cody, it's all you, man.
Okay. World Series MVP, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, 90 overall at the end of this XP path. Obviously, he's going to have the devastating splitter. We have the hits per 9 separated this year. Because of the splitter and just the way that pitch is so effective against lefties, naturally Yamamoto's going to have higher hits per 9 left, which is very cool. And if we wanted to back out to the path too, just wanted to talk about something as well with regard to the boss packs. Or you can, Ashley, it's up to you.
Yeah, it's up to
yeah, go for it.
For sure. So we were talking 90 overall Yamamoto. We see the attributes. It's fair to say that this is a card that's typically in the boss pack in years past.
This is a boss pack level card, 90 overall, XP reward path. And one of the things we're trying this year, last year there were 3 boss choices and you would pick 2. This year we're going to do 1 choice.
High tier card before the pack.
1 high tier card before the pack, and our boss choice pack is going to be pick 1 of 2. That doesn't mean there's going to be less bosses. It just means we're going to automatically give you one of them, in this case Yamamoto. If we made this exact same XP path last year, Yamamoto would have been in the Boss Choice pack. Now we're just throwing him on the path, and it makes the choice a little bit more meaningful at the end when it's just pick one of two. So
yeah, so you won't be losing any player cards in the XP path. We're essentially just giving you one of the bosses early, and then you're going to have a decision to make at the end with a one of two choice.
Yeah, great
in the
call
choice
out
path.
that it's a lot earlier too.
Yeah.
You know, you see 275 for Yamamoto, so it's actually like a boss that you get way earlier.
Yeah, and it makes that decision more impactful, right? We want this to be fun for everyone. So, yeah, I think that's a good change.
Right, I scrolled all the way to the end for the second. It's 500,000 XP for the path, so half of 500,000 is 250. We see Yamamoto at 275, so I think it's fair to say at roughly the halfway mark, you're getting a boss caliber player virtually halfway through the XP path.
Right, and, you get Schwarber, you get, we saw Glebe earlier, and it's just going to keep crescendoing until you get to that boss pack.
Right, and we talked about it earlier. You're going to see that Deluxe World Baseball Classic pack. You're going to get a random diamond out of here. We've also thrown in a Premier pack where you're going to get 3 different players out of this pack. We showed you these players yesterday, but just for a refresher's sake, going to slowly go through them once more.
Are we missing a name here, Ashley?
That base pack looks a little different. That base part
We
of the
showed
pack.
this
Yeah,
yesterday.
interesting.
Who's that?
Whoa,
He's
Ooh,
new.
He's new.
This is a new guy.
interesting.
The people have been asking,
Yeah.
where is he?
To his credit, he's electric, right? Like he deserves to be in here. But I can't help but notice we're missing someone.
Well, let's celebrate Satoria as
Yeah.
well.
Well, oh yeah.
He's being added in. Yeah.
How could you
Let's not skip over him. If you get a standing ovation at the Tokyo Dome, you deserve to be celebrated. So we are the live content team. This is live content. Of course, we had to add Satoria in for the launch content.
Look at the circle change primary. I
yeah.
love it.
Best card
99,
I've ever seen.
99 break on circle change and sinker. He was dealing in the tournament.
So this is a literal live content change from yesterday to today.
Yeah, we made this change between streams over the last 2 days.
Wow.
But in live content, the electrician is in this pack, and there's also might I say, the best single game World Baseball Classic performance that occurred for a certain player in Team Italy that we might get to a little later, who was originally in this pack.
Yeah, he was where Satori is. I wonder what we did with him.
He had to have gone somewhere. I can't think of it.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll find him eventually.
Yeah.
Do we know?
Find out
He's
soon
somewhere.
enough. However, we know y'all play throughout Diamond Dynasty to get to that boss pack. Like we said, there's going to be 2 bosses this go around. We're giving you that third one halfway through the XP path. And it wouldn't be a live content stream if we didn't give you some incredible trailers done by our very own Dan and his creative team. So Colin, let's hit the first boss trailer.
Which one do you want?
Ronnie Acuna Jr. is one of your first choice pack bosses, Ashley.
He is Team Venezuela, home or also a part of the Atlanta Braves. You know Ronnie's going to hit for contact. You know he's going to hit for power. You know he has that max arm strength in right field at 99.
Yeah, Dimmu, where you at? We talked about him in Arizona. I know you're going to want to take him. He is an absolute dog. One of my favorite swings in the game, Cody.
Yeah. Are they able to see the attributes with where we're at right
yeah,
now?
we don't pull him
Dev
up.
kit up. What's
We're
wrong
showing
with
up
Our
the
bad,
attributes. Yeah, we're just
We've
building
been
the
busy
hype.
this week,
That was
yeah.
all intentional.
Thought
Yeah.
you guys were reacting.
Ronald Acuna Jr., first inning XP boss. What is there to say? This guy's electric. Venezuelan right fielder. Venezuela moving on to bracket play. They're taking on Japan, I believe, which is going to be
Sick game.
a sick game.
Yeah. Ronnie Acuna is one of the 2 choices for your first inning bosses. Should we show him the second?
Let's go for it.
Wait won't stop for nothing. Wait won't stop for nothing. Wait won't stop for nothing.
Turn it, just turn it around. Keeping your head off the ground. Do it. Till the sky goes black, till the sky goes black. I'm here to stay. A shot for nothing. You don't have what it takes. The strength to knock me off of my feet. Here we go. Wait won't stop for nothing. Wait won't stop for nothing. Wait won't stop for nothing. No.
Mooney makes his return in MLB The Show 26, a fan favorite card back in 23. He is your second boss in the first inning XP path. Munetaka Murakami, newest member of the Chicago White Sox, rakes for Team Japan, already has a couple homers from pool play alone, and you see that reflected in the power stats.
Yeah, Cody, I mean, you got to play with him in the Dev Tourney. Can you give our fans any insight on what
Yeah, I
what
got
they
to
can
play
expect?
with him in the Tokyo Dome, which was really fun. Yeah, I mean, this is one of my favorite cards last time around. Of course, we brought him back. The swing is still amazing. It's just like butter and big pop. You can't see the secondaries because of the cam right now, but he is first base primary, third base secondary. So you're going to be able to play him in the corner infield however you please, which I think adds a lot of utility to the card. And then maybe you can start looking at some fielding mods or whatever you want to do, as we've been talking about.
Yeah, butter swing. He was definitely one of my favorite cards in 23 as well.
yeah?
So this is a tough choice for me, man. I'll tell you what.
You got to pick. Got to choose right now.
If I had to choose right now, I'll take Murakami, just because I feel like the outfield in my head's already getting a little filled up. But I wouldn't scoff at anyone that takes Acuna.
I respect it. Murakami, Acuna Jr. are going to wrap up the end of this XP path as your one of 2 boss selections. Seeing a lot of chatter about a potential XP cap. It's going to work the same as it did in 25. For 99.9 repeating percent of you, you're never going to hit it. It's not going to impact your game. You're still able to earn as much of the XP that you're able to earn as possible. I saw very little people hitting the cap last year. Don't worry about it, I would say, for this year.
Yeah, it shouldn't affect, like you said, 99% of the people. It'll be the same as last year. Good questions, though. That's not all, Ashley. You can see the wheels back.
The wheel is back.
That's something that, we introduced a couple years ago, and you're going to be able to essentially continually run through XP. If you ever hit the cap, you'll still be getting some great rewards along the way.
Yeah, some WBC choice packs in there you can see as available options and a chase pack. So the amount of World Baseball Classic cards people are going to be earning across the game.
It's insane.
That's
I
crazy.
can't.
2 streams worth.
Yeah.
Right?
No wonder we had to split it up.
Right, you mentioned there's a bunch of World Baseball Classic cards all throughout the game. There's over 130 of them. We teased it earlier. There's going to be a World Baseball Classic Series collection. And should we show them the final reward?
I think it's time we show them the WBC reward for sure. Let's play the video, Colin. Fernando Tatis Jr. is your collect all for the WBC collection. He's not the only one, though. We got a lot of other great cards in the collection reward path.
Yeah, a lot of WBC cards, as we've been mentioning, they're all leading to this collection where you're going to be able to earn 92 overall Fernando Tatis Jr. But because there are so many cards and it's a big collection, of course we're going to give you rewards along the way, starting with the Diamond Deluxe pack, and then at 20, another player back in Diamond Dynasty, Ashley.
Yeah, Team Italy's Adam Ottavino is going to be your collect 20 World Baseball Classic cards. So, hey, you do half of your pool programs, you're going to be able to slot in Adam Ottavino to your bullpen, Carson.
Yeah, one of my favorite pitchers in the game from the bullpen. He has such a quirky delivery, sweeper primary. This is a nice card on the way to Tatis.
Exactly. And we're not stopping there, Cody. Collect 30 World Baseball Classic cards. There's Contreras.
William Contreras, both Contreras brothers playing for Team Venezuela in the WBC. Will be fun to see them playing in bracket finals, as we've talked about. William, catcher, you're going to be able to earn in this collection at Collect 30. There's a lot of rewards in this collection still to show.
Also, a lot of people are noticing a brand new look to the collection screen. Shout out our UI UX team. You're going to see a whole bunch of new screens all throughout your playing experience. Some of them we got to hide from you because they, would have tastefully crafted reveals that we want to hold off with just
That's
one
right.
moment. However, at 50 World Baseball Classic cards, Christopher Sanchez is going to be your reward.
Another sassy lefty. I think this is a really solid card for anyone that needs another lefty arm here. Good pitch mix. I like the cutter at the end. He can kind of throw against righties and lefties. Just another great card to add to this collection.
Yeah, great pitch mix. 99 break on his top 3 pitches.
Lots of
Very
movement.
Cool. Lots of movement.
However, we're still not done. At 7, we see him peeking out, but at 70 cards, I saw a lot in the dev tourney on Tuesday. Where is Ozzy Albies? And here he is, Cody.
He's in the collection. I was using him a ton. He's one of my favorite players in the game. And just a typical Albies card, high contact left, high clutch, high vision, switch hitter, second baseman. What else is there to say? Netherlands had some really good players in their lineup. They were fun to watch, too.
They really did, yeah. It's cool seeing Ozzy here. In the dev tourney, when I was watching you play, you seemed to hit a tank with Schwarber, but then you'd always get a hit with Albies right after.
Yeah.
I think it just drove people crazy.
I need to write this down for my own lineup suggestions.
Albies, too, in the real tournament, hit a walk-off home run, 2 outs in the 9th. Very
That's
cool.
right. Yeah, that was epic.
Electric moment.
Yes. So Ozzy Albies will be your Collect 70 collection reward. And at 90, we teased it earlier, a 3 home run game. I don't know if Vinny P went to bed yesterday, the amount of espresso he was drinking.
Yeah, definitely ruined his sleep schedule. But I will say, he said, "You're welcome, USA." I'm going to say thank you because hitting 3 home runs was absolutely electric last night. And you can see that he's been bumped into the collection with a 90 overall, previously an 85.
Yeah, he was an 85. Now he's in the collection at 90. You can't hit 3 home runs in a World Baseball Classic game and get an 85 at launch. So.
That'd be
It's not
disrespectful.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to be able to earn 90 overall. Vinny P in the collection. On your way to Tatis.
And a lot of people are seeing at Collect 100, he had a 2-homer game just a few nights ago. Mr. Pete Crow Armstrong, what can't he do?
One of my favorite players in the league. I saw a lot of people saying, "Show PCA, you cowards." I was
Here
like,
we are.
"Don't worry, we're getting there." Here he is. He's part of the collection. He can do it all. I mean, he's got speed, he's got fielding, tremendous contact and power versus right. I think a lot of people are excited to see this card.
Since PCA has come up into the fray in baseball in the MLB, he has become one of our favorite Diamond Dynasty players in the community. The people love PCA cards, and you can see why. I mean, the fielding and speed is going to be almost max for him.
Yeah.
His metrics are amazing. But even this card specifically, 85 power right, 75 power left, still can hit the home runs at the plate too. So.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Good call out.
Put a little power mod or maybe a little contact mod on him. It's going to be pretty hard to replace him down the line.
Agree.
We should change his name to Pete Crow America.
There you go. And all roads lead to Collect 110 World Baseball Classic cards. Y'all have been patiently waiting for Nando's attributes, and here they are.
Yeah, Cody. Talk to me through Fernando Tatis. I'm seeing tons of green on this attribute screen.
There's green everywhere. I mean, I'm looking at 99 arm strength. We split up the directional jumps on defense. So 99 backwards for Tatis. Nobody can turn his head and run down a ball like Tatis can. So that's reflected in the card too. The hitting is there. The fielding is there. The speed is there. 92 overall at launch.
The bat flip is there.
The bat flip is
If you
there.
guys saw it on the video, on the reveal video we played earlier, the old school one, just throws it to the moon.
There you go. And we were talking, World Baseball Classic isn't done. Pool play is wrapping up tonight. The bracket starts tomorrow with the quarterfinals. We teased that a 5th program is imminent. Once the finals wraps up, we have a champion. but there's something that comes with having a championship team. An MVP will be crowned. So Tatis will eventually be your second to last card in this collection. The MVP, once named, will be added at the very end, Tuesday night, the 17th.
So we'll be reacting just like everyone else, watching the grand finale. And yeah, the MVP will be the final boss in this collection. Right, Ashley?
Correct.
That's awesome. I'm excited.
It's sick, yeah.
I don't watch
absolutely sick.
We don't know who it
We
is.
don't know who it
We'll be
is. We're going
watching.
to find out with all of you. And that is the World Baseball Classic Collection. If we want to go full screen here, y'all, like I keep saying, are being very, very patient with us. All roads lead to the Live Series Collection.
Yeah, I mean, we've gotten through so much today. We talked about all the single-player modes. We talked about, WBC programs, the XP reward path, now the WBC collection. But we know that our fans are eager to see where the biggest collection you can grind for, something that everyone always is excited for. Who the hell is that player?
Well, we know before we get to the Major League Baseball collection, we have 6 division players as well. So let's start ABC order with the American League East division boss. Dustin Pedroia, you collect all 5 teams in the AL East, and you'll be unlocking returning legend Dustin Pedroia.
Yeah, this is a really nice card celebrating his Gold Glove season. You can see it with the fielding. The hitting for a Gold Glove card.
Right?
Sign me up. This is definitely going to be one of the top tier cards here at launch.
This card is absolutely sick. We keep talking about the parallel mods, but there's one piece of Pedroia's game that he's lacking a little bit, and you can fix that right up with the parallel mods. So, everything else is green. All the hitting except for power is over 100. This is an absolutely sick card, and former cover athlete back in the game.
That's true. Yeah, good call out. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of people already putting the parallel mods in their head, putting a power mod on him. I think that would be a card that plays for a really long time.
Oh, yeah. And let's keep going in the American League with our American League Central new legend, Anibal Sanchez, in the Standout Series. Collect all 5 AL Central teams, and you're going to have a guaranteed starter in your rotation.
Yeah, I love Anibal Sanchez. Obviously, he was a killer for the Tigers, but he also was a part of the 2019 Nats team that won the World Series. So really, really nice part of my heart in for Anibal. I love seeing him back in the game. I'm excited for this card.
He always seemed to have the clutch gene when it came to the playoffs, for sure. And awesome that he's back in the game. I think his delivery is really fun just to look at. Like, he always had that little hip turn that was really cool. So, Anibal Sanchez, AL Central. AL Central has some heat in the Live Series.
For sure.
So you're going to be able to earn a 94 overall from the AL Central.
Yeah, that's awesome.
AL Central climbing back up. And to round out the American League division bosses, let's show the AL West new legend Sean Figgins. You're going to get his 60 stolen base milestone card, so you know he's maxed out speed and stealing.
Yeah, new legend Sean Figgins in what is my favorite card series, the Milestone series. 60 stolen bases. He's got wheels, but he can also hit. And he's going to have some good fielding for you, too, at third, Cody.
He had major wheels. I got to shout out Lane, of course, Angels fan on the team, and he's been using this guy every single game in our play testing, and I can't get him out. He is.
Yeah, when J-Ro, another Angels fan, saw him, he, ran over to my desk and was like, are you kidding me?
Yes.
And I have to shout out, there was somebody in the Twitch chat during the dev tourney, and his username is Sean Figgins and a few numbers afterwards. And at the end of the dev tourney, they go, announce a legend. And I was thinking, give us 2 more days. So this one's for you, Sean Figgins, super fan. He will be your AL West collection
Switch
reward.
hitter, too.
Yeah.
Tons of positions, third, second, short, and the outfield. So, you could use that 99 speed in the outfield if you wanted to. He's going to cover some serious ground out there.
Yeah, that's a really good call out. A little bit of a Swiss Army knife. He's going to play everywhere. All right. So that's the AL.
Yep.
Do we go to the NL?
Why not?
Show some of these division bosses, Colin?
Do it.
We teased him in our video this morning if you saw it on socials, but another new legend, they just keep coming. Ken Singleton will be your NL East Collection Reward.
Yeah, switch hitter. Professional switch hitter, I might add, Cody. This is a card that's going to hit. I'd love to put maybe some speed on him, maybe some more power. But I think a lot of people are excited to see Ken Singleton in the game.
Yeah, Ken Singleton, awesome new legend in the game. This is one of my favorite cards that I've been using in playtesting. This guy's swing is incredible. I could not stop getting extra base hits with Ken Singleton. If he could have been used in the dev tourney, he would have been batting third. So
there you go.
Yeah, he's awesome, and it's great to have new legends like this, right? Breakout season from 1973, maybe a person that not as many people have seen play. So it's cool to get him in the game and let people experience what Ken Singleton on the baseball diamond was like.
Yeah, and you talk about the 1973 breakout year for Ken. You see that celebrated with the quirks, something we've already talked about, but I just want to reiterate, we're pulling quirks from that 1973 season with these legends and flashbacks. So definitely a big W there for any legends and flashbacks, which we didn't really have in 25 as much.
Yeah.
Right, so that is NL East, but let's kick it over to the National League Central Reward. Another new legend. You saw him in the Legends trailer. Jeremy Burnitz is joining the party. 100 power rights. 100
power right, and he's going to be, someone that people can collect on day one, and he's going to hit a lot of home runs for you.
This guy was ahead of his time a bit. He's kind of like the Adam Dunn archetype, where he hit for a lower average at the time and tons of power, and people are like, well, your average is low, so But if he would have played in today's game, he would have been like a stud.
Ahead of his time,
people,
like you said.
People would have been all over it. So it's cool to have him in the game. NL Central Reward, 90 overall, Jeremy Burnitz.
All right, and then there's one more for the divisions, Colin. Come on. What a banger, Ashley. Roy Campanella.
You see him introduced in storylines. You'll be able to play through his story at launch tonight. We are, 5.5 hours away from early access. He will also be Roy Campanella, your NL West Live Series Collection Reward. I mean, this is the Dodgers division. You gotta have something juicy. Roy meets that mark.
Yeah, I mean, this is the most green I've seen on an attribute card so far, Cody.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to, like you said, you've got to collect the Dodgers to get here, so had to make sure the reward was up to par. Highest rated catcher in the game, I believe, and since he's the NL West reward, that means he's not the NL reward, which I saw some speculation that it might be Campanella. So, yeah, great 94 overall for the NL West, and he's amazing, yeah.
Absolutely awesome. So those are your 6 division collectibles. If you guys watch the dev tourney, we did the 30 MLB team collections. And as we keep getting smaller and smaller, we're going to have an AL collection, we're going to have an NL collection, and then an MLB collection. Any of our fans that have played the game over the last few years know this. But I think our fans have waited long enough for our AL collection.
I think Colin has waited long enough for this.
Let's go to the dev kit and show our AL collection.
King Felix.
Oh.
I don't know what to say, guys.
Colin, walk us through this card.
I mean, I'll talk about Felix.
Yeah, do it.
Felix, at 16, he was already an ace, and absolutely incredible. No-hitter, perfect game. I mean, the guy's incredible. Just kept the Mariners with it the entire time. You're looking at some incredible pitch mix. You're looking at some incredible stuff. I mean, what more can you say about King Felix?
Yeah, you can see the new red diamond tier. That's going to go between 95 and 99, right, Ashley? Mm-hmm. So go ahead and collect every live series player in the AL, and you get yourself a Cy Young Felix Hernandez.
99 overall red diamond. It's glowing in the corner. It looks awesome.
Yeah.
Yep, there it is. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, it glows and spins in the corner, which is really cool. I mean, the card art, incredible.
Yes. Shout out Live Art Team.
Yeah. AL reward, King Felix. He's back. Sinker, circle change, slider, cutter. Who's going to hit this guy?
Not me.
You're going to need a lot of sassy lefties.
Need an army of sassy lefties.
That is your American League Collection Reward. So that leads us down to 2 more rewards. We have the National League Collection Reward, a card that we showed people last week, and they didn't know where to find him.
No, they didn't. And we didn't clarify.
No, we didn't.
So let's clarify right now, Colin. Let's go to the dev kit. Matching red diamond signature series Albert Pujols is your NL collection. Lots of green on this one too, Cody.
Everything's green. Yeah. It's all green. Yeah. The screenshot looks like it was taken without the bars filled up, but rest assured those bars are pretty close to full. 9 quirks for Pujols. He's returning. He's back in the game. 99 overall NL collection. My favorite part about this card, the signature series has to celebrate their whole career, right? That's mainly the purpose of the series. So with Pujols, you're going to get first base. That was his main position. When he was younger, we saw some third base. Yeah. We saw some left field. Mm-hmm. We saw some right field.
So a lineup variety, Albert Pujols, he's a hitter. I remember they used to talk about, they called him the machine. And I'm going to need him to be a machine for me because I need to get some hits. And this guy's the guy to go to, right?
Yeah.
So if we go main camera here.
Yeah, let's go main camera.
There's one guy left.
We are about 5.5 hours from early access, and we still haven't talked about the MLB Collect All collection.
Mm-hmm.
We did that on purpose.
I know a lot of people have been waiting. I know a lot of people are excited. How do we want to do this, Ashley?
We have a picture that we showed last week.
We do.
Maybe we can remind our fans of a new legend we revealed with that.
There you go.
Troy Tulowitzki, new legend for MLB The Show 26. We revealed him last week. However, where can you find him? And if we want to go to the dev kit, Troy Tulowitzki will be your all Major League Baseball Live Series Collection Reward.
And not just Troy Tulowitzki, cycle Troy Tulowitzki. Seabreath, come on.
Well, first of all, the card art is unreal.
Unreal.
That is so awesome. You want to talk about green on the screen. I had the pleasure of growing up watching in Colorado when Tulo was in his prime. And he was so fun to watch. It's amazing that he's back in the game. And this for an MLB Live Series Collect is so awesome. I mean, he's got the fielding. He's got the hitting. He's got 80 speed. Shortstop, he has 99 arm strength. He can make all the throws. Man.
Good night.
Every tool you could ask for. This is your MLB Collect All Red Diamond Troy Tulowitzki milestone card. I mean, he's one of my favorite players in MLB The Show, going back to how long he's been playing. And when I found out that we were going to get him as a legend, I was beaming. And then I found out we were going to get him as the Collect All, and I was like, this is sick.
Yeah, same. So, he was my in-game shortstop way back in the day.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
And now we finally have the opportunity to show you another new screen. Again, shout out our UI UX team. You can see why we were going screenshot by screenshot by screenshot. Your Live Series collection is looking a little differently here. You see it from the team level. You can press triangle on any team, and that's going to bring up their Live Series card. What a coincidence. I picked the White Sox. You're going to move on over to the right, and you're going to see your 3 American League division bosses. Again, triangle. You're going to see Sean Figgins' attributes. You keep using your left stick or the D-pad and work your way from left to right to with your Major League Baseball, and then again all the way from teams. And you're going to see these little icons hovering over some teams. These icons can mean anything from you have a player that you haven't collected yet, or you have all 40 Live Series cards all ready to be collected. If you have an indicator popping over one of your teams, that means you have something that you haven't collected, and we're just reminding you of, hey, make sure you collect this because you're about to unlock a card.
Yeah, for sure. That's a good call out. This has all been reworked. You can kind of see how everything leads to these bigger collections, eventually to Tulowitzki. So yeah, keep in mind with all that cool new UI stuff.
It's really fun on this screen watching everything light up as you're collecting stuff. Obviously, you see Pedroia on the screen. Once you complete the AL East, he's going to show up as earned, so he's going to be lit up. And just filling out this web is very cool. And, there's some people out there that try to be the first person to finish the Live Series collection. There might be a surprise when you finish the Live Series collection.
So you're telling me when you try to collect Troy Tulowitzki, there might be something we haven't shown anyone? Okay.
Correct.
And
Interesting.
then last thing I want to say, you're going to see it here in the live series collection screen. It's going to be anywhere that there is a collection. We didn't show it in the World Baseball Classic, but it's there. But you see in the bottom left square, show all uncollected. If you press that square, you're going to have the opportunity. Now, granted, we only have 2 cards showing for us. This is brand new off the rip. But you see in the bottom left, X collect 2. You can then mass collect from team to division to, if you just want to wait till you have all 30 Major League Baseball teams, I don't know why you would want to wait, but if you do, you can collect them in larger groups instead of going one. I mean, if you want to go one by one and collect them all,
That's
you
fine
can.
too.
However, make sure you look in that bottom left-hand corner. It's going to show you based upon where you are in the collection screen, and it's going to allow you to mass collect throughout your collection experience.
Yeah, streamline it, right?
Exactly.
You're going to be able to do all that throughout this new UI. Just trying to make things easier for everyone. Make sure you're not going back and forth menu diving. So, yeah, huge W there.
Yeah, love the quality of life changes. I should clarify too on my little teaser. It's a cosmetic thing.
Yes.
Tulo is the end of the live series collection, and he's worth it. He's so sick.
He's so sick.
And there's a few more things, just housekeeping to show before we bring on everyone else. Brand new UI screens all around. You're going to see it from the collection tab to the build tab that's going to show you your lineup. This is where exchanges are going to be housed. There's a World Baseball Classic player staying in there. We'll let you discover that tonight. From your progress tab, you're going to be able to click between all of your programs. The play tab is going to take you throughout all your different multiplayer and single player modes. And then this is something that's going to be brand new in MLB The Show 26. We have a brand new versatile dynamic tile system that these are going to update as often as we can, especially when new content is dropping. Various shapes and sizes, just showing you what is new to the game. We didn't touch on the starter program, but you're going to be able to play the starter program and get Tro Tulowitzki immediately into your lineup. And then we have a lot to cover at launch. I know you all love a little sneak peek. You're going to be able to get a coming soon calendar. So always make sure you're looking here. There's going to be new information at least a couple times a week, every week.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff has been reworked. It's to make all the content you guys push out more digestible, easy to see what's new, what they can go work on. So excited for people to get their hands on it.
Yeah, this is really like your hub when you load into Diamond Dynasty to get an update and see what's going on in the game, which is really cool. And yeah, the starter program is the first thing you see. We couldn't show it because the rewards are Felix Pujols and Tulowitzki. Right. So if you want to try out these cards and their swings or their deliveries or whatever, you can earn them in the starter program, which is a quick, easy program. Start your journey at Diamond Dynasty.
And all of this live content that you're seeing here, we are just the people who work on it. Also, we like to messages out to all of you, but there's a whole team that makes this content. If we want to bring them up on camera,
Should we bring them on?
Here, let's bring them on.
Come on out here, folks.
Come on, folks.
Welcome.
Waza.
A few are still working on making sure all of this goes out as smoothly as possible tonight, but just to see a little bit more of the live team behind all of this content. There is a lot. We like to do this every year, go around and say what we're doing to start off RIP in just about 4 hours or 5 hours, 5.5 hours. What's math?
So, Steven, what do you think the first 3 things you're going to do?
Well, Marlins have a new legend.
They sure do.
Mr. Marlin, Jeff Conine. Might have heard about this and the Legends trailer. So I'm going right for that live series Marlins collection as fast as I can. Start paralleling him and all the other Marlins. Start using some mods. And I'll probably do some of those WBC moments that Seabrev and team have been working on, and Kyle too.
Very nice.
Yeah. And real quick, can we get some happy birthdays in chat for Mr. Ben right here?
Oh.
Birthday.
Appreciate it.
What a day to have a birthday.
Right?
It is one heck of a day to have a birthday for sure.
Ben, first 3 things.
Yeah, someone put Ketel Marte in the multiplayer program. Don't know how we did that, but that's where I'm going first. Probably doing events to get that, work on the events program a little bit.
Okay.
And I'm an Astros fan, so I'm going to try to get some Astros on the squad,
Heck yeah.
work on my team affinity.
You're done.
And then we'll see where the time takes us. Probably one of the WBC pool programs.
There you go.
Yeah.
Great options.
Rory.
Hey, what's going
What's up,
on?
man?
How you doing? First thing I'm doing, I'm getting my pet icon. I think it's
So true.
Studio Pet Icon 16. Shout out DB Cooper. Then yearly tradition. It's going to be Lane, Kyle, me. We're running 3v3 because I got to play through the multiplayer program. Get my Kazuma Okamoto. It was amazing for me in the dev tourney.
He was.
Yeah. And last, not least, gonna get my Nick Castellanos live series player item. He's on the Padres. It's the year. We're going all the way.
We're crazy back. Brian, first three things.
What's up, everybody? I think I'm going to do the showdown first with the new format. It's really cool. Then probably going to hop in, play some multiplayer so I can get Will Smith. If you know, you know. And then lastly, probably going to hop into that Pool D program just to get Yankees legend Didi Gregorius.
He's back.
Yeah, DD and DD.
He's crazy back. I'll go ahead while Colin gets the mic. My first thing, I have to do the Nats collection. I have to get Candelario, and I have to P2 him first. I declared it in the dev tourney. I'm going for it. And then after that, I think I'll make my way to events, start playing through some of that, get some 3-inning games, get comfortable. And then I also need to find some time to work on my logo and uniforms, like every year.
Oh, smart. Do you have a team name yet?
We're always Tater Boys Anonymous. So if you guys ever see me, just be nice, okay? I'm trying to have fun out there.
Incredible. I think for my first three things tonight, I got to go White Sox Team Affinity, grab my 4 cards right away in just a couple of hours. From there, I'm trying to get my hands on as many World Baseball Classic players as possible. So I might go between the Showdown, the Conquests, and hopefully while I'm doing those, I'm starting to make program progress. Then whichever one I have the most progress in, I'll just kind of lean that way. And then once I have a decent enough squad, I want to take it online and go multiplayer program / event program, get that double dip progress.
There you go. C-Brev?
Yeah, first thing I'm doing, I unlocked the A's #1 fan icon last year, so I'm going to be jumping into Team Affinity. I'm going to do those 2 moments in Team Affinity, get my live series bronze and silvers, get Mark McGuire on the team, and then I'll start dabbling in some World Baseball Classic content probably. Showdown first, I think Brian has the right idea there. I'll be able to add Mason Miller to the team, one of my favorite players on the Padres now. And yeah, just there's so much to do. It's hard to pick where to start.
It really is. Andrew?
Yeah, I'd say for me, I work on mini seasons, so I'm a little biased. I'm going to hop right into the WBC mini seasons. I played through it a few times internally already, but I'm excited to play it, for real out there.
Yeah.
Collect some of those cards, and then, work towards that WBC collection for that Tatis. I mean, my favorite player, you guys saw that home run last night. I mean, my lord, he's insane. And honestly, from there, I might try to focus on the NL Central collection. Jeremy Burnett is insane. He's insane. One of the best lefty swings you're going to find out of these new legends.
Calling his shot.
Oh, yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Jay Burns. Colin.
I think I'm going to slowly attempt to try to go get King Felix. We'll see how well I do. But
I think that's...
We'll be working hard probably for a while compared to other people out there like playing and stuff of getting King Felix, which will be awesome. Probably a little bit of like franchise, a little bit of road the show as well for myself. So
I love it. Yeah, so much to do, like you mentioned, C-Brev. Excited to get everyone to get their hands on the game. We are 5 hours and 17 minutes away from early access. Go get your digital deluxe edition so you can play with us this weekend. Big shout out to everyone in the studio. Shout out to the live art team. Shout out to the live content team. All the devs, Road to the Show franchise, everything, Cut, JV, all our marketing team. Shout out to the support team. QA.
Huge shout out QA.
Massive shout out to QA. Everyone that makes this thing go. Excited to get the ball rolling here in a couple hours.
Yeah, reminder, early access starts tonight with your digital deluxe edition at 9 p.m. Pacific time, 12 a.m. Eastern, but global launch day will be next Tuesday, March 17th.
Yeah, make sure you sign up for the scouting report. We'll give you guys all the information you need in MLB 26. And also follow us on socials. Tons of great reveals and stuff they'll be dropping too throughout the year. So, yeah, excited. Any last words for anyone?
Keep watching the World Baseball Classic because there's more to come.
Yeah, we'll see you guys soon. Excited for you guys to get your hands on the game. Early access in just over 5 hours.
We're going to be running all the feature premieres up until 9 o'clock. So make sure you'll get Twitch drop still. So that will be going on. Also, the 10% discount.
10% discount. I'm being told it might expire when early access kicks off, so make sure you get it. Get
Next
your
week.
10% off next week.
Remember, we looked at yesterday.
Oh, yeah. I think Xbox and PlayStation
17,
might be different. So double check our work there on the store. But yeah, excited for everyone to get their hands on the game. MLB The Show 26. We're here. Early access. Let's get it going.
It's finally here.
Thanks
we'll
for
see
watching.
you back here next week.
Yeah, we'll have the feature premieres running. If you haven't watched them, stay tuned. MLB The Show fans, and welcome back to another year of feature premieres for MLB The Show 26. I'm Carson, joined by Ashley at San Diego studio.
Hello, it's exciting. New year, new us, new sets.
Yeah.
It's pretty fancy. We'll get into the feature premiere format in just one moment, but in the meantime, we will be going live every single week until the week of launch, so make sure you're staying tuned and make sure you're following us on all of your favorite social media websites so you never miss anything that we're about to talk about.
Yeah, and we'll be live on YouTube and Twitch for everything. For our Twitch users, make sure your account's linked. You'll get some free packs in MLB The Show 26 just for watching. And format, Ashley, what can fans expect?
Right. We're just going to be very similar to last year. You're going to have a little bit of a pre-record, kind of go through some of the heavy hitters, some of the most anticipated changes, but then we're going to go straight into that live portion on YouTube and Twitch. We're going to go over even more topics, get into depth. We're going to have the game pulled up. You're going to be able to ask us questions, and we're going to be with the devs live answering everything.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Super excited to get this thing started today with the gameplay team. Let's get it going. We are here for the first feature premiere with the gameplay team, Chris Gill, Connor Ryan. It's good to see you guys. How are we doing today?
Doing great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for having us.
It's great to have you. So excited to talk about all things gameplay in MLB The Show 26. Chris, you've been here for 28 years, our gameplay director. I'm sure most of you remember him from last year. And then Connor, design producer. These two are touching everything, hitting, pitching, fielding in MLB The Show, and there's some really exciting changes coming this year.
Absolutely. And you know what? Why not start with our fan favorite hitting? Because, Connor, we have something new this year with big zone hitting that's meant to bridge the gap for some of our middle-of-the-range players.
Yeah, you nailed it, Ashley. Honestly, any type of player can use this of any skill level, but there was a big gap between timing and directional hitting and then zone hitting. Essentially what it is as the pitch is coming in, as you're tracking it, you're going to push the left stick to one of 9 quadrants where you think the ball is going to end up. And from there, swing timing, of course, is a huge impact.
So to me, it sounds like it's very similar to zone hitting where, like your PCI, you're tracking where the ball is going with the quadrant, but it's going to be a little bit more forgiving in terms of timing.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, that's the coolest thing about it, too. It's like it's not as precise as zone hitting, so I would encourage anybody who's really good at zone hitting to continue using zone hitting. For some of us, like myself, you get to a certain point where the level that you're playing at, especially competitively, you feel like you're overmatched. And this might be a way to compensate for that, just in terms of getting more solid contact more regularly, right? And so having a high contact attribute is key for big zone hitting, because when you push that stick into the zone where that ball is coming in, you don't have to precisely line it right up, but how big your contact zone is going to be based on your contact rating.
Right, but big zone is not the only thing we're doing hitting-wise. Connor, talk to our fans about fixed zone.
Yeah, fixed zone is a new interface. It's very similar to zone hitting, and it's pretty interesting how it came about. We were trying to figure out a way to bring PCI sensitivity into the game, which fans have been asking for a long time. And as we were doing it, one of the first steps we took is, well, what if we detach your release from the left stick and it's no longer going to go back to center? So basically, essentially what fixed zone is the ability to move your left stick around, and when you release the left stick, it's going to stay in that previous location. So you can move it around the zone smoothly without having to worry about that snap back to center.
That's really nice. It reminds me of when we introduced PCI Anchor a few years ago, where you're able to preset where your PCI is, but instead of it resulting back into the middle, if you don't set a PCI Anchor, it's just going to follow through that slow, smooth motion.
Absolutely, and there's a sensitivity that comes with that as well, and that kind of leads us to the next thing, which is PCI sensitivity. Zone hitting and fixed zone hitting both have a PCI sensitivity now. You can basically scale how fast or slow you want your PCI to move. For me personally, I like having my sensitivity a little bit slower, and because of that, I'm able to fine-tune my approach at the plate, and I'm able to
basically say, okay, I'm going to control this inside of the plate and spit on pitches away, because I know that with my PCI sensitivity, I won't be able to reach it.
And Gil, we were talking before this recording. You have a little method to the madness. How many ticks are you going for your PCI sensitivity?
I knew you were going to bring this up. Yeah, I go 6. So I think
right.
it's like my older dexterity, right? Like for me, I go all the way to the left and I move it 6 to the right, and there it is.
Speaking of competition, especially from the hitting side of things, let's switch on over to pitching, Gil, and this new thing called bear down pitching.
Yeah, super excited about bear down. I think the community is going to love this new feature that we've added. Basically, the whole idea started just thinking about situationally in games where you see a pitcher might be tired on the mound. He might have thrown 5-6 innings. Nowadays, most starting pitchers only go about 5 or 6 innings before they start using their bullpen. Right. But maybe he knows he's got to get through 1 more hitter or 2 more hitters. That was the idea behind it, right? So they got to bear down to get through those hitters and get through that inning, maybe extend that outing just a little bit more to save that bullpen. And you see examples of this all the time. You know, Yamamoto in the World Series. I mean, the World Series just showed us bear down. So a bear down is essentially, it's a way for pitchers to be able to store these special pitches, bear down pitches. You can only store so many of them, so you're going to use them strategically. That's the whole idea behind it, like high leverage situations. That could be in the first inning. You could find yourself in trouble, and if you've earned them through throwing strikes and strikeouts, if you've earned them, you'll see a little OSD up on the screen right below all your pitches in your pitch repertoire, and that's going to show you when they're available. Use them wisely, I say. Like, it just depends. Everybody's going to have a different way of using these bear down pitches.
I was going to say, I had the opportunity to be a part of like some of the early play testing of bear down, and it's really nice. You talk about the visual. It's like this little orange circle that fills, and then it keeps tallying as you include more bear down pitches. You earn them. But I was going to ask, how do you earn bear down pitches?
Well, like I said, you earn them by throwing strikes and getting strikeouts. However, the higher your clutch, the clutch attribute for pitchers really is the base behind how often you can earn these, how fast you can earn them, how many you can earn within a given pitch. And even the top rated clutch pitchers aren't going to have like 17 pitches in an inning. I think we clamp those guys around 4 or something like that within an inning, right, Connor? And so, if you're really low attribute down in 40s or something like that, it's going to be tough just to store 1, right?
For sure.
Or 2.
And then as we talk about building up and the clutch that it takes, what kind of boost can our fans expect when they use a bear down pitch?
Essentially, you're going to gain a little bit more control and a little bit more velo on your harder pitches. So, which, obviously matters a lot, right? Like you want that smaller par, the perfect accuracy region. I mean, the smaller that is, the more accuracy you have. And so getting that a little bit smaller in these situations can be really helpful, especially digging yourself out of a hole.
It's awesome. And I'm excited for the cat and mouse game to continue in MLB The Show. For our fans that played last year, we introduced ambush hitting, and now we have bear down to kind of counteract that, right, Chris?
Well, yeah. I mean, the idea behind bear down wasn't so much to combat ambush. However, and, Connor and I, we talk about this stuff, the gameplay team, and Dre and James and the programmers, and we talk about this stuff all the time. It's like, if we're going to give the pitcher something, we better give the hitter something, and vice versa, right? It can't just be one-sided. And pitchers always have the advantage already anyway, in real life and even in the game, because you don't know where that pitch is coming. And if a guy's got 5 pitch repertoire or 4 pitches, I mean, he can mix that stuff up. And we give you the tools on the offensive side to combat those things. And that's kind of where I think when you start talking about how our game compares to real life, that we're giving you all those same tools that real life hitters have when they have a plan when they come to the plate.
So this is all really good information. I mean, we're essentially just giving the player everything they need to have a plan, to make a decision, whether it's with big zone hitting, whether it's with the PCI sensitivity, fixed zone hitting. All this stuff ties into ambush. It ties into the new feature bear down. And I think that's just going to make things even more fun and challenging for the player, especially this bear down mechanic.
Yeah, I mean, well said. And honestly, I just want people to understand that is how we go about doing all of this. And we look at all the different features, right? So it's important to us. And I hope everybody enjoys it when they get it.
Yeah. And Ashley, it doesn't stop there.
Let's talk attributes, Connor, because there is a whole lot changing, and I know our fans cannot wait to get their hands on everything from the looks of it to the new attributes we're adding. But let's start with the look of it and our new UI with the whole player cards.
Yeah, it's really been a full team effort, and we're very excited to have reached where we're at. When it comes to attributes, like you were saying, the player card's been completely revamped. There was a lot of discussion about, okay, why doesn't this attribute impact Diamond Dynasty, but it's displaying here? Why doesn't this attribute impact other areas and it's displaying here? Well, now we completely revamped it, and what you're going to notice is that the attributes showing in that mode are the attributes that matter.
That is huge. So depending on which mode you're playing, the card is going to show you which ones are mattering. Obviously, a little bit more maybe for Diamond Dynasty, a little bit less for offline play.
Absolutely, and we've also added in additional things like quirks into the player card, kind of consolidating all of the information and reworking the way it's being presented to the players to help them make the best decisions for their team.
Yeah, the presentation is really interesting. Our fans are very used to the vertical columns, attribute, 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 but we have a different way of displaying it where it's almost like categorical, where you have contact and then your splits, power and then your splits.
Yeah, essentially the 5 tools. And from there, what you're also going to notice is that it's no longer, we used to have orange for batting and I think green for fielding, and we broke away from that, and now it's scaled based on what range you're in. So the best of the best are going to be green.
The attribute itself, right?
Yeah, the attribute itself is scaling.
But I am ready to hear about the pitcher changes with these attributes, because it's really exciting.
Hits per 9 is where we're going to start. We've added in hits per 9 splits, and I like to approach this from the hitter side of things. And what does hits per 9 counteract? And hits per 9 counteract, it works against contact.
And remind our fans, what does contact do again?
Contact is your inner PCI. It increases the size of your inner PCI and also gives you a more forgiving swing timing window. So that's what contact does, and hits per 9 is doing the inverse. So what it's doing is trying to shrink that batter's PCI, trying to shrink down that timing window that they have to make solid contact. And what you're going to notice is that now we have splits that we're pulling from real life data. So hits per 9 is now hits per 9 left and then hits per 9 right. And we're able to differentiate how these players are playing in real life in our game now.
And it doesn't stop there. Pitching has a complete new look with these attributes, but we're still doing more attribute changes, Chris. We're adding direction to reaction for our fielders.
Yeah, we have a direction attribute going to your right, to your left, going back and going forward. It's pretty self-explanatory, but the cool thing is, again, we'll go back to how am I building my team, and if I want to strengthen my left side of my infield or my right side of my infield, how I'm playing, who I'm playing. If this guy's good going to his right and his left, then I might have to worry about it, but if he's terrible going to his right, I might have another guy who might hit not as good, but he's good going both directions. I'm going to want that guy in the lineup, right? Because essentially what that's going to do is affect his start transition, right? So the jump that I get is going to be directly related to that reaction
Which is
time.
something we talked about a lot last year with some of those infield changes. So this is just another level of squad building, of realism with the defenders, and it doesn't stop there. We actually switched a quirk with catchers that was pop time. That's now a scalable attribute.
Yeah, and rightfully so. I mean, these guys separate themselves behind the plate for how quick their feet are, right? And how quick their exchange is. And essentially, pop time is the time it takes from the ball, when they catch the ball, the catcher, until the ball hits the glove at second base. That's how you calculate pop time. The average in the big leagues right now is probably around 195, 196, something like that. And you're going to find a big chunk of guys that are right around that time, right? But the guys that really stick out, the best of the best, those guys are going to get like down to the 1.7 something. So we're going to scale this from 99 to 0, right? In terms of giving that attribute, we'll apply it appropriately. So based on their pop times, you will see a difference in how quickly they get rid of the ball.
You hear that, everyone? I'm going to have a catcher with the best pop time. Don't run on me.
It's going to be really cool. Yeah, don't run on Ashley. I mean, I'm hearing a lot of changes that fans should be excited for. Like, this is the most in-depth we've been able to go thanks to these attribute inclusions, right?
Right, exactly.
Which, easy W there. Well done.
Let's talk about even more realism. As always, we love preaching. We are a baseball simulation. We love to be as real as possible. So, Gil, can you just touch on how we're improving that this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think this year we're close to around 600, maybe I think a little bit more than that. New animations added to gameplay very specifically, and that does not include like the batter home run celebrations or pitcher specific animations, things like that. There's tons more. Yeah, shout out to the animation team, Chris Clements and all of his guys. These guys work tirelessly to get us, the smoothest and best looking, animations that look as real life as possible, and the programmers that actually get that stuff in there. This year we focused on a few different things. Just like every year, efficiency is really important to us, especially on the defensive side. So we do audits every year, and we try to look at what are the pain points. Is it guys not getting rid of the ball in the hole quick enough on certain angles? We do all of our throws from very specific angles, and then we get variety from those, and then we get distances from those. So casual situations. Does he have time? Does he not have time? So you understand there's so many for every single catch that we have in every direction. There were a few that we wanted to actually get to have a little more flair, right, on some of these plays that we could actually add on to some of the higher rated shortstop, second basemen, third basemen, stuff like that, right? We added more rob home runs. Balls can bounce off the ball in really odd angles. So transitional animations, there's hundreds of those where you're going in and cleaning those things up so the game just looks perfectly smooth from one thing to another. You can't even tell there were 6 animations played within a catch and a throw sequence, right? Covering the bases on the run, catching makes them more efficient. So if I'm running to a base, the throw is now allowed to go from all the angles instead of just the few that we had before. But the most important is the catcher stuff, which I think is really cool, right? So going back, we talked about pop time with the catcher, but we got a whole overhaul of catcher animations with knee down. But the majority of catchers now are knee down catchers. We got all new catcher animations from the knee down pose. So back picks, steal throws, throwbacks to the pitcher, block balls, right? All new. And so what that means is that it just looks like the visual fidelity of just watching the game. You're in that pitcher catcher view all the time. Hopefully nobody even notices because it just looks like real life.
Right, just one smooth motion.
Yeah, I like you talking about the audit that you guys do every year, right? Like you're always finding a way to make the game smoother, the visual fidelity, making every defense play efficient. And I think fans, they come to expect it, but there's a lot of good work that goes in there that they don't even notice. So
well, I mean, the efficiency thing is really important too to understand because of how we scale based on attributes, right? And you may not get the most efficient throw if you have a low-rated player in that position, and that's super important to understand, right? That's what I love about all this is like the balance of the game, balancing it for all these different things.
It's awesome.
And having all these new features, to me, I'm stoked because it can get more real than it is this year.
Right. Yeah. I know our Diamond Dynasty fans especially love that. This even more nuance and strategy and creativeness behind the animations, which cards they're choosing. We talked earlier about the reaction now splitting into 4 different ways, adding to more animations, just more flexibility and more decision making when it comes on who are you manning your outfield, your infield, behind the plate. We know we're always trying to make defense matter for our fans.
For sure. And it doesn't stop there. There's some other changes that the MLB has had that they're including that we're going to also have in our game. It starts with PitchCom, right?
Excited.
Yeah, PitchCom is the first one. That's pretty straightforward. We've already given you the animations essentially with the catcher, putting his glove over his hand and putting his hand on the PitchCom and giving the sign to the pitcher.
Sinker. Low inside.
But now we have the audio part of that. So you have options. You can have
the call. Yeah.
Yeah, you can have it come out of the mic on the controller, or you can have it come out of the TV, and you have that option. You could turn it off if it's not your cup of tea.
Yeah, and then of course another one I've been having a blast play testing with is the ABS system.
ABS is pretty cool. It's essentially exactly what I'm sure everybody already knows, that ABS is now coming to Major League Baseball, the automatic ball and strike system. You're going to be defaulted to personalized umpires, which means they can make mistakes, and so it'll be up to you whether you want to challenge that call or not. You get 2 challenges. If you get it right, you retain that challenge. If you get it wrong, you lose it. You can challenge while you're pitching. You can challenge while you're hitting. So you have that option. It's for offline modes. We are not going to have it in competitive style gameplay because it's already perfect umpires.
Right.
But it's a really fun way to grind and play when you're playing offline.
Yeah, I'm super excited for that. Like I said, I've been play testing it, and it's when you think the ump makes the wrong call, you have like a split second to decide, and it's so fun.
Carson loves this new feature.
Yeah, game within the game. I love it. It does not stop there. We do have a whole live portion, Ashley, where we're going to dive into so many changes. I know people are excited to hear about some online stuff that's coming up. And then, of course, we're going to run through some pitch history options, player lock hit variety, the new fielding difficulty, displays, and then some of the D-pad rework stuff we're always trying to make more efficient.
And one of my favorite co-op changes.
And co-op changes for Ashley. I think it's time we get our hands on a dev kit and keep this thing going.
Let's do it.
Go.
2, 1, you're live.
Hello, MLB The Show fans. Welcome back. This is live. I'm sick of you guys always saying we're pre-recorded. We were pre-recorded. We are live now. We are 36 days away from early access. I'm Carson.
I am Ashley, and you just got a first look of some of the new features in gameplay.
Yeah, we talked about bear down, we talked about big zone hitting, and we even got a glimpse at some attribute stuff. We're going to talk more about that during this live portion.
Right. From here on out, you're going to see extended gameplay. We're going to tie a bow on bear down and big zone hitting while answering any questions you might have in chat. And even more importantly, might I say, this is the one part I'm most looking forward to. We're going to dive even deeper into attributes, what's new, what was removed that a lot of you notice, and I can't wait.
It's going to be great. Don't forget, if you're watching on Twitch, link your accounts. Make sure you get those Twitch drops for MLB 26. You're not going to want to miss out. I think we're going to get up to 3 today.
3.
So if you watch and you're linked, you're going to have 3 packs off the jump when MLB the 26 comes out.
But let's get right into it. We are rejoined by design producer Connor Ryan, our director of gameplay Chris Gill, and not to mention we have Dre and James to the side. They'll be playing while we're talking.
Yeah, I think it's time to, get things started and show them what bear down looks like live.
Thanks for having us back.
Yeah, of course.
And I appreciate whoever turned the heat on.
It was a little chilly in here.
Connor still got his big parka on. I took mine off, but last year I remember doing this and people were commenting it must be really cold in San Diego. It's not. It's really nice. But in this room, it was about 10 degrees.
Yeah, for sure. We got the temperature dialed, so I think we're ready to get into the game, right?
Right, let's pull up, play the game. We're going to start with bear down pitching. As you can see, we have some bear down pitches tallied, but to remind our fans, they've just saw this for the first time like 20 minutes or so ago. What are the main takeaways of bear down, Gil?
Yeah, so bear down is a really interesting new feature that I think the community is going to love. It just kind of stems really from, we look at pitchers in real life, their clutch rating, and like guys that can perform in really high leverage, high situations that are impactful, right? And guys that basically bear down. That's where the name comes from. So we're looking at your clutch rating, and that's going to kind of dictate, how fast they can earn these bear down pitches within any given inning. Like I kind of said in the pre-record, you're not going to be earning, 5, 6, 7, 8 pitches an inning. This is pretty well balanced, we think, in terms of having a high clutch rating as a pitcher. You're going to be able to earn clutch pitches or bear down pitches by how many strikes you throw and how many strikeouts you get. And so you can do that throughout each inning. And the idea behind it really is to kind of strategically use them in situations where, you might need them early in a game. Like there are situations you guys have all seen. Everybody that watches baseball, they know that you can run into a buzzsaw in the first inning. You could load the bases with 2 outs. You might need to get that crucial out, right? And if I've earned a couple through that inning of like maybe loading the bases somehow, I've thrown some strikes, got a couple strikeouts. Now I have the ability to use those to get that last out.
And we just saw that right there on the game.
Attaboy, Dre, good job.
Yeah.
And Dre, if you
Dre was in a jam and he bared down and got out of the inning.
Dre, if you want to just turn on unlimited bear downs. Community.
Yeah, let's go to the live the cam.
Yeah. So I mean, I think it's really cool. It's like just being a fan of baseball and just watching baseball. I love those high leverage situations, and they're
most
very
exciting and critical. We saw right? Yamamoto in the World Series.
Right, and then you go down the list, and you can always kind of like name those guys that are going to be okay. Well, I need to get through this inning because our bullpen is kind of worn out. I only got 2 guys up there, and we really need to get through this inning so we can save some arms, right? And I think that's the part that's really interesting to me, because it's about how you're managing your bullpen. And most of our players that play this game have a system, especially when they play competitively, of like, how long am I going to let my starter last? And when am I going to bring this guy? And it's very similar to real life now, where starters are going 5-6 innings, and then they're using 3 or 4 guys to finish the game. Right. It's very specialized. And so that being said, that clutch rating is going to be really important for people to pay attention to when they're figuring out how they want to build their staffs.
Right, because if their clutch is higher, it's going to be easier to get some of these bear down pitches. You can have more bear down pitches. So it's going to really affect what you try to decide with your roster in general, right?
Right. And then a couple questions I've been seeing, not only today, but across socials as we saw it, especially it was featured in the gameplay trailer. But do your bear down pitches, as long as you're with the same pitcher, do they carry over from inning to inning, or do you start fresh per inning?
They do. They carry over. So whatever you earned in the previous inning will carry over to the next inning. And that's the whole strategy behind it. It's like, if I'm cruising through an inning, and let's say I'm a 99 and I could cap at 4 in an inning, right? I might want to sit, I'm cruising, I'm doing great. Like, maybe I'm playing somebody not as good as me. Maybe I'm grinding at a higher level, and I'm a little nervous about that matchup because I'm facing the other team. The other team has a really good pitcher as well, so it's going to be a low-scoring game.
Right.
So I know that I'm going to have my guy last 6-7 innings, and I might want to save those. However, if you run into trouble in any of those innings prior, like I'm saying, knowing it's going to be a close game, that's when you're probably going to want to use it. You got a guy in scoring position. You're going to want to, I get 2 outs. I want to use one of those at that moment, right? And I look at who's on deck, and so it's their strategy behind all of this. So, yeah, it's kind of a fun way to play the game, and it's going to be in the competitive world. It'll be a little bit different offline too, right, Connor?
Yeah, it will be a little bit different. It's been balanced slightly different for online versus offline gameplay.
Right, just to make it feel competitive.
Exactly.
Versus your offline enjoyment.
Yeah.
And there was a great question in the chat. So they see it from the pitcher's point of view right now. You get a little bit of that zoom in. You can see it all. But the question was, what does the hitter see? Do they even notice
they don't
anything?
even know. I mean, it would be silly, right? Like when
like
you're hitting in real life, you don't know that guy's gonna. I mean, the situation would pretty much dictate that this guy's bearing down. But the idea behind whether or not you're using it or not, you'll never know.
Right. In a head-to-head game. If you and me were playing, I wouldn't know when you're bearing
Exactly.
down. You could try to guess in those high-leverage situations.
Yeah, people are going to probably be guessing all the time, or he used it there, he didn't use it there. They're going to see what that guy's clutch rating is to see how many he could actually have within that inning. So it's a really good, I mean, the system in and of itself, I love the feature because you can't really overuse it. Right. It's not going to be like overwhelming in terms of now the pitchers have this huge advantage. It's not like that at all. Like we said in the pre-record, you get a little extra velo on your harder pitches, and you get a slightly a little bit more control.
Yeah.
Which is huge. Like if my energy is starting to go down, and I see that my par size is getting big, right? I can use those 4 that I have saved up, and then I see that par shrink.
Try to get out of that inning.
And get out of that inning. So,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, super valuable.
Another question we're seeing in the chat is player to player. Is this going to carry over? Or is it once you have your bear down pitches, with a starter and you pull them, you're going to have to re-get the bear downs for the reliever?
Yeah, and I mean, again, there's strategy involved there. You're going to have to regain them because it is based on that clutch rating. But for me personally, if I see my guy has 3 more bear down pitches, and I know I'm going to be going to the bullpen, I'm going to use all 3 right there.
Right.
Yeah.
Just empty the tank,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Additionally, another question kind of based off of that, once you gain bear down pitches, let's say we're up to 2 bear down pitches, will you ever lose one? Is there ever a situation, but once you earn them, you keep them, or could you lose it based upon whatever might happen next?
You only lose it by using it.
Okay.
So
lose it by using it.
So if I give up a home run, I can still hold on to my bear downs.
You can.
Do you think that's going to happen to you often, Carson?
We'll see. I'm ready to play for keeps this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
World Series?
No. like 600.
Okay.
But yeah, bear down, another great feature. I think people are going to be excited for it. The strategy behind it, the roster making with it, making sure you have the right pitchers with the high clutch.
Right.
Should be cool.
Any other things you would love to drive home when it comes to bear down before we move on to Big Zone?
No, I mean, like I said earlier, I just think it's the strategy is going to change from player to player. You use it any way you want, and you're going to kind of figure it out once you get going, once you get the game and you start working, like offline, and you're playing and figuring out how it works, having some fun with it. Then you develop a strategy just like everything else, like you do in our game with hitting and pitching.
For sure. That makes sense. So as we move over, we'll go to the full cam.
Ooh, we have a question from Controller
Controller
Colin.
Colin is back.
Is there a negative to bear down pitching, a stamina hit or accuracy hit if you don't nail the mechanic?
It's a good question.
Yeah, it's a really good question. So essentially what you're getting is you're getting more control, right, with bear down, and you're getting, meaning that your par size is smaller. So you still have to nail your mechanic.
Right.
So if I'm using gesture pitching, I still have to nail that mechanic. If I'm using meter pitching, I got to nail it, right? So yes, you still,
you have to
there's the
execute the
responsibility ultimately ends up on the player himself. But you're getting an advantage. It's almost like you can imagine being in the 5th or 6th inning, your energy's low, you're not pitching the same way, your par's bigger, you're not pitching the same way you were in the 1st inning. Right. Colin, are you paying attention? No. You asked the question.
He's the spokesperson.
I feel like I need to be looking at you. You asked the question. So
I'm listening.
Yeah. So really, it comes down to. I don't even know.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to say with that, if I can cut in real quick, because I've been seeing this question as well. They're like, is this pinpoint only? It's whatever you use to pitch, whether it's meter, pure analog, pinpoint, whatever pitching mechanic, bear down will be available for you.
Yeah, it's still on you. It's just not going to magically perform the perfect mechanic for you. You still have to control.
You have to execute the mechanic, but you do get a nice control boost when you use it.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Very good.
Well, shall we go back to the game, talk a little bit about Big Zone? Saw a few different chatters amongst the chats while we were seeing this in the pre-record. I think a lot of people are drawing like ambush parallels just because of the highlight. Could you talk a little bit about what is ambush, remind our fans what does it mean, and then what is the difference with Big Zone?
That's a good question. I could see right away why you would think that just because of the display that's on the screen. And as these guys are playing the game, you'll see them moving the stick around. It's like it's not necessarily the PCI, but the difference is, Ashley, is ambush is literally I'm guessing whether that pitch is middle in or middle away. Right. So it doesn't really matter what hitting mechanic I'm using. It's literally stands alone. It's completely separate. Here's the difference. Like when you're using regular zone hitting, you have to be finite control in order to get a perfect. Okay, so if I need to be right on the ball. So to center it up, my timing's got to be perfect, and I got to line that PCI right on the ball. Big zone hitting is a little more forgiving.
Yes.
And it's like Connor was saying in the pre-record, it's like a step up from timing to zone. We didn't really have anything in between.
Right. There's a big drop off there. We had like 80% of users using PCI, 20% are using the directional. We need something in the middle for some users, right?
Yeah, and so there's a couple really cool things that we'll touch on with the big zone hitting. So here's what it does. It kind of handicaps the game too. So let's talk in the first and foremost in the competitive environment. So as I rank up and I start playing at higher levels, I'm going to start running into guys that are better than me, potentially.
I run into it all the time now. I'm a little
The
washed.
majority of people want to be in control of their swing and their hitting, right?
Yeah.
So they're going to use zone hitting. You get to that certain level where you feel like you might need that handicap. What Big Zone is going to do, it allows you to just choose the zone that ball is going to come in. Now here's, if you want to call it the downside, there's two parts to this, right? So you are not going to have the finite control. So you will not get a perfect using Big Zone. It is impossible.
And that's big. I want the fans to know we talked about this. We didn't get to it in the pre-record, but we're live. I know a lot of people are wondering. There will be no perfects within the Big Zone mechanic. That's strictly for zone.
Exactly. And there's a really good reason for that.
Right.
Because contact in Big Zone hitting is the number one attribute that you want to look at on your hitting card, right? On your player's card. Right. So, and the reason for that is because you're not moving your PCI right over the ball. You're moving it to a zone where you think it. So let's just say the ball happens to be, and you're watching these guys play right now, so you're kind of seeing it. But if the ball's in the zone and you time the ball up, which is really important, you always have to time the ball up. So your swing timing is going to manipulate the type of hit that you get, right?
Mhm. Yes.
If the pitch is outside, even if I put the zone, the PCI in the zone for big zone, right on where the ball is, and I'm early, I'm going to roll over on that ball, hit a ground ball to the pull side.
Right.
If I'm on time, I'm going to hit a line drive to the side that it's on, whether a left-handed hitter to left field or a right-handed hitter to right field.
Right.
Right.
Okay, so here's the thing. There's no you are not able to necessarily be super fine if I want to drop my PCI, if I was that good to drop my PCI just under the ball to hit a fly ball, right? Or just put it above a little bit to hit a ground ball if you were trying to move a runner over or something. With big zone, though, what you will see is if you're one zone off, so like if the pitch is, on the outside middle zone and you go up to the right, you're still going to make contact, but it won't be super solid.
Right.
So your contact rating is really important, and that's going to kind of dictate your solid contact area when your timing is good and when the ball is in the zone. Right, Connor?
Yeah, exactly. Contact is definitely important here, but swing timing with all of the interfaces is critical.
And to put a bow on it, I've been seeing some chatter. We have a lot of great competitive players in our chat. If you're using zone, you really like zone hitting, that's PCI hitting, you find that works wonderfully for you, keep with it. That is going to be your most advantageous hitting mode. This is something for, you're not quite ready to be zone hitting. You're still having a little bit of difficulty transitioning from, say, directional hitting to zone hitting, because it's quite a barrier to entry from one to the other. This kind of brings people up to speed, give them a little bit more competitiveness, but not sacrificing the cream of the crop that is zone hitting.
Absolutely. The balance here is critical, and with zone hitting, you're still going to experience the best results that you can. So what I mean by that is, if we were to look at all four interfaces, zone hitting is the best players that are best with zone hitting will succeed the most.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too. Like I wouldn't say it's only for a certain set of people. If I'm a competitive player and I'm really good, and I'm grinding and I want to have fun, I don't want to play at a high level or a high difficulty level and have to focus so much. This might be for you too, just to grind through the offline modes and different things that you got to do to earn your way up.
Right. Yeah. I think that ties the bow really nicely, Ashley. And I think, we've talked about bear down. We've talked about big zone. This all goes into something we talk about a lot, Gil, in just giving the pitcher and the hitter all these options so they can go and play our game with an approach, similar to how players in the big leagues do, right?
Yeah, for sure. And for those of you that heard me even last year, I talk about approach a lot, and I love all the options that we are able to give the community when the game goes out every year, and we've added even more for this year. But hitting is very strategic, and one of the things I think we're super proud of is how close. And it's interesting, we get big leaguers that come in here and play our game, and we have these discussions and we talk hitting, and I love that they understand that there's a lot of similarities in our game to the approaches that they have in real life.
Right.
And I think part of that is there are so many different ways and different mechanics that you can use that you could tailor your own game and still have that plan at the plate, right? So if I just want to have fun or play in the lower levels, I can just swing away and hit a bunch of bombs. That's great. But once I get into that competitive environment, right, strategy is really important, but that's going to change from game to game because your strategy is going to be based on your opponent, the person you're playing against.
Exactly.
There's no scouting report on that guy. It's very rare that you're going to remember the guy that you played already and then understand how that guy pitched you. So it's kind of on the fly. And so with our hitting that we have right now, very similar to real life, I think the best way to approach is having a plan at the plate.
Yes.
You're not going to be able to hit a 93-mile-an-hour sinker that in, and at the same time, when I walk up to the plate, hit a 98 on the block away.
Right.
You can't walk up to, no big leaguer does that. Anybody that tells you that they're doing that is lying. There's just no possible way that you can do that. And if you listen to any videos of big leaguers talking about hitting and they talk about their approach, they're hunting something, right?
Yes.
They're hunting a pitch, and that's all based on scouting reports. So very similarly in our game, after a little while, you're going to see these patterns of how people are pitching you. So, you talk about ambush, early in the count, or when I'm ahead in the count and I'm looking for something that I want to drive. Why not use that tool to say I'm looking for this pitch and then just spit on the other pitch? Don't, just let it go. I'm looking inside. So if I'm looking 93 sinker in, I ambush to that side of the plate. I have a huge advantage now if I guess right. If I guess wrong, it's 0-1, big deal. Now I go 1-1, 2-1, whatever. I get back ahead and I might try it again. 2-strike adjustment, you might not want to use that. You might want to focus thinking, hit a line drive over the opposite field's head and then react inside and do the best I can. The cool thing about having these, like whether it's big zone hitting or zone hitting, and I think this is what's really interesting because, we get a lot of feedback, and I think I kind of exposed that last year in the stream where I had some feedback on the table. And
they
people
love
can
it
see
though.
what I
They
was
love
reading.
that we're constantly listening, whether it's our in-game surveys, whether it's Twitch streams. We're always watching and gathering that
Always.
feedback in whatever form.
Always. I mean, we're making this game for you guys. This game is for you. It's not for us. We're making it for you. So we listen to everything you say. And then there's a lot of really good constructive criticism out there that we really enjoy reading. And you're not going to hurt our feelings. We appreciate it. Some people say stuff that doesn't really matter, and everybody knows there's trollers out there, and that's fine. That's not helpful. What's helpful is really understanding the game, giving good, solid feedback, and then that's what we look at and we make adjustments, right? And so, people talk about, there's one of the things I think they talk a lot about, which is the sliders away and shrinking your PCI.
We should bring up that PCI
Colin,
scaling.
can you bring up the PCI scaling image right now?
Did you make an image?
Yeah.
Oh, sick.
There we
It's on
go.
this one.
Oh, look, he's got that. Cool. Well, I'm going to let you talk about it then.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty cool. Essentially what you're seeing here is the difference between all of these are right-handed pitcher versus right-handed hitter. What you're seeing here is the pitch type was a slider, and this is on Hall of Fame difficulty. There's so many factors that go into PCI size and your swing timing window, where the pitch is thrown, the pitch type. There's tons of factors. So this is because we have the ability to basically say, okay, let's set pitcher attributes to 62 across the board and hitter attributes to 62 across the board, which is our average. Our average for attributes is 62. What you're going to notice is how ambush, like Gil was talking about, how ambush is impacting your PCI size and also your swing timing window. So middle slider here, you're seeing it in blue. It's a pitch hung over the middle. Your PCI is going to be massive.
We bang it.
Yeah.
Well, it's super important to understand this part too, right? Like, especially a breaking pitch. If you throw a breaking pitch down the middle, right, that literally is going to light the hitter's eyes up
every time.
I drop my PCI.
If I'm looking for 95 away and you hang a slider over the middle of the plate, it's going to get crushed.
Yeah.
So having a plan at the plate and looking for a fastball away, it's not going to prevent you from hitting that 500 feet.
Right.
Right. And that's the reason why that's big.
Yeah, and then I mean,
Bigger.
just looking at this scaling image, you do see that ambush is kind of your weapon with these sliders away, right? And we talk a lot about this. We see it in the community a lot, but there's a reason why it does shrink on the sliders away. It came from years ago, the foul tip feedback that we got, right?
Yeah, well, that's a really good point.
It comes from a couple things, like real life. That is a really difficult pitch to hit, a slider down and away. But the other thing you're going to notice is, like you said, foul balls years ago, extended at bats were frustrating.
Couldn't get any swing and misses.
Exactly, and the inverse to that is swing and misses, decreasing that PCI size and creating swing and misses. So what you're going to notice is when your gameplay style is set to competitive, this shrinkage, as people call it,
Right.
is definitely more noticeable than if you were on casual or simulation. Casual or simulation used to be the two-player default. We didn't have these gameplay styles in the past. But in order to reduce your swing and misses, or I don't know what I was going to say.
No, you're good. What I'm seeing here, and I'm seeing a lot of chatter to kind of summarize what you're kind of getting at, you have the most opportune hitting situation in the middle right here. You're going to have max contact, max vision. This is a hanging breaking ball over the middle of the plate. Then you go to the left, the green, you're going to have slightly smaller vision in the PCI because, as you can see, it's a slider at the corner of the plate, but you're ambushing it, so it's not as small as you see the red, the no ambush, where you have a much tighter window of hitting that ball if you don't choose an ambush.
Yeah, it's a really good illustration that just shows you how the system inherently works.
Yeah.
Right? And it also shows you how you can combat those things. Right. So if I'm going to complain that somebody's spamming me sliders away and I continually swing and miss, well, make an adjustment. That's what a real life coach would tell a real life player. Or, you know, in real life, if I want to move, if someone's throwing me away all the time, I can physically move closer to the plate. Well, how can you do that in MLB The Show 26? You use ambush.
Right.
Ambush is basically saying I want to move closer to the plate because I physically can't move my batter closer to the plate, right? Or if he's going to throw me in, I want to move off the plate, use ambush. And another thing that's really important, you know, instead of not just hammering on this the whole time, but it opens up that timing window too, right? So a slider away is going to be really difficult to drive unless you time that up perfectly. If you're early, you're going to roll over. If you're way early, you're going to swing and miss. So you need to be really on time on those pitches away, especially something down and away like that. But you use ambush, that opens up that timing window a little bit more. And now you have more room to keep that ball fair and still drive it.
For sure. Yeah, I think that's a good conversation. And again, we're always looking at feedback, you know. We'll be keeping an eye on everything there. But there is some stuff that we didn't get to in the pre-record that I know you're very excited for.
I cannot wait. I know a lot of our fans have noticed the new attribute screen. They saw a couple screenshots here and there. So we took away some attributes. We added some attributes. So Connor, would you like to start with a pitcher or a hitter and walk us through it?
Whatever you prefer. Hey, James or Drake, can I see the controller? We'll just go into the attribute screen and I'll navigate.
Ooh, there you go. Want to go pitcher first? Show
Let's
the splits?
do it. Let's
All right,
do
we'll
it.
show what we added with the splits. So walk us through what we're seeing here with Mr. Max Fried.
Yeah, so we talked about hits per 9 earlier. That's the inverse of contact. It works to shrink the batter's PCI, his inner PCI, and it also adjusts his swing timing windows. So the higher your hits per 9, the harder it is for your opponent to make contact. Those are pretty straightforward. Essentially, we're using real MLB stats, and we're able to tell how they're working against batters in real life versus lefties and versus righties. Ks per 9, we also have splits now. So once again, referencing MLB stats. Colin, we have a similar image. It is
the K per 9.
The K per 9.
Crochet.
K per 9. And what this is showing is the outer PCI. Again, 62 attributes across the board. And what you're seeing here is a 99 K per 9 left versus 62 vision. And then you're going to notice the outer PCI is smaller because your Ks per 9 is higher. And then the middle image is 62 K per 9 left versus 62 vision. And you're going to notice that the batter's PCI is slightly larger. And then there's the overlaid image. So essentially Ks per 9 is your ability to induce strikeouts, create swing and misses. So what you're seeing is how that works on screen.
And I want to say,
Go ahead.
If we want to go back to the game, since we have the pitcher Max Fried up, there was a lot of commentary about switch hitters, especially when many of them enter the game through Diamond Dynasty. So what this does when you split out the splits is it kind of combats the switch hitter meta, if you will, that we see. Instead of just having 1 K per 9, there could be some right-handed pitchers now facing a lefty switch hitter who's choosing to bat from the lefty side, but that righty pitcher actually has better K per 9 splits against left-handers.
Absolutely. Exactly.
And it's all going to be, you know, pulled for, like, most of these cards offline at least will be pulled from real MLB data.
Yes.
Which is going to make the pitchers feel even more real than we've had before because we can separate how they do versus righties versus how they do with lefties.
Yeah.
It's a nice change.
And before we move on to hitters, I just want to address how are we organizing Fried's pitches on the right here? What does this right half of the screen mean to our fans?
Yeah, the right side of the screen, good question, Ashley, is the pitches are organized based on usage rate. We're also getting those numbers from real MLB data. Mm-hmm. That usage rate, the more frequently they throw the pitch, the higher it's going to be ranked in their repertoire.
Colin?
What does HR per 9 mean?
That is home runs per 9. This is kind of a good segue. Home runs per 9 is a simulation stat. What I mean by that is not every mode simulates. Road to the Show, you can quick manage, you can press triangle and basically sim through the game. You can do those sorts of things in Road to the Show. Home runs per 9 kind of works against power when it comes to the simulation. Now, in Diamond Dynasty specifically, home runs per 9 does not matter.
So it's not going to be there.
Exactly. So if you pull up the crochet picture image, Colin, you'll notice how we're only showing the attributes that matter now. You're no longer seeing control per pitch. That's been removed universally. BB per 9 has been renamed to control. That's your overall control of that pitch. There's also an influence based on where it is in your repertoire. What I mean is a four-seam fastball in the first slot versus a four-seam fastball in the fifth slot. You're going to notice in the first slot, your par is going to be slightly smaller than it is in your fifth slot.
Yeah, I'm seeing this is good in the chat, and I agree. I think seeing the splits with hits per 9, per lefties and righties, and then, of course, you're only seeing the attributes that matter for whatever mode we're in within the game.
And we have a control room Colin question.
Jacob E for 3 asked, "Is this a recording?" And I think we can all say no.
No, Jacob, we're live. Hi, Jacob.
We're live. I forgot what I was going to say. I think it's pretty
good.
obvious.
But that was it. Just to kind of summarize, you're going to have your pitches organized by pitch usage. So right here, we see the cutter, or where I'm looking at the wrong screen, we see the four-seamer of Crochet. That's the pitch he uses the most. So you're going to have a little bit more control on that pitch versus if I want to spam his circle change.
Yep. Correct.
Shall we move on to hitters?
Let's do it. Yeah, so this is the Diamond Dynasty version of Judge.
This is a reveal, too.
This is.
we got 2 DD reveals in gameplay. Let's go.
Little Easter egg, you know?
So what you're going to notice here is you'll notice discipline, durability, all of the attributes that are simulation attributes or ones that don't impact the head-to-head single-player experience are not shown here. So we did a big audit, cleaned up attributes, and this is where we're at.
Yes, ratings are not final. Don't you all worry. We're also switching between, different screens throughout different modes in our game, so nothing is final. However, what is that depending upon which mode you are playing, only the attributes that have an impact in that mode are the ones showing. So if we actually want to go back to the game, James or Dre, if we can pull up a hitter, please, and talk about what's the difference with reaction we see offline, but reaction is going to play a little bit differently in, say, a Road to the Show, Connor.
Yeah, reaction in Road to the Show is only one value. What I mean by that is your reaction is how you're going to move in every direction there. We just felt like we didn't want players having to spend a bunch of tokens pouring into reaction each direction. One big change for Road to the Show is that those start transitions you see, those delays going each direction, are now taking place in the player locked experience. Before, you always had a perfect jump, and how you reacted was based on how you move that stick. But now it's just incentivizing putting more tokens into that reaction attribute in Road to the Show. When it comes to reaction each direction, again, these are pulled from real MLB stats, so you'll notice players move different in each direction.
Yeah, so that's big. Reaction will matter a lot in Road to the Show, getting the good jumps like you're talking about. But it will be one attribute within Road to the Show. But
and we have another question.
What are intangibles?
Extra things?
Everything you see on the screen, right?
Okay.
Extra things, and once we launch, that might be changed. So,
work in progress.
That is game development. We're constantly working.
The idea behind intangibles and why it's up there is because you have the 5 tools, right? So you have contact, power, fielding, speed, and arm. Those are the 5 tools, and generally when you're scouting and you're looking at players, those are the attributes that you're looking at, right, in terms of grading a player. And so everything else are intangibles, but generally it's like defining those intangibles, and what you see on the screen, it can be categorized as other, which is probably what we'll end up putting on there. So they're just extra attributes, not necessarily attributes, but extra things that they have within their arsenal.
Right. So, yeah, we've talked about attributes. We've talked about the new splits for pitchers. We've talked about usage rates. We've talked about reaction, getting separated into 4 different directions for our defenders. And then, of course, there's one more we got to talk about, and it's catcher pop time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, pop time. That's Ashley's favorite.
It is.
Why are you so excited with pop time?
I love throwing runners out at second base. I think between that and robbing home runs, I get a thrill defensively, especially in Diamond Dynasty when you can steal a base runner. So my thing is, don't run on me because odds are I'm going to throw you out.
So we did this. We popped time in for Ashley this year.
There you go.
So we wanted to make
Feels
her
so
happy.
special.
So pop time was a quirk last year. Only a few players actually had it. This year we, and like I said earlier, rightfully so, we changed it to a real attribute. It really does kind of define that area of the game for catchers in terms of what's the most important thing generally for catchers, being able to throw runners out. In our game, we get, in the stats that we receive for pop time, everything is baked in. So what pop time is essentially is how quick a catcher moves his feet, how fast he gets rid of the ball, his accuracy, and his arm strength. Those are all baked into the pop time number. The average pop time in the big leagues is around 1.95, 1.96, something like that. And generally, you're going to see the majority of big leaguers right around that number. But here's the really cool thing, because it really puts an importance on how I build my teams, right? And if I feel like defense always matters so much, especially as I'm competing over time, that I'm going to want a catcher that can throw really fast guys out, right? So I think that's really valuable when you're playing this game, and we all know that those 99 runners are going to be stealing all the time against you, that I can, basically set up my team so that I have a guy behind the plate that has a chance to throw that guy out at a higher rate, So, the pop time is really important. And the way that we did that in our game was we took the animation. So it's really interesting, right? Like when you want to break this thing down into like what is under the hood and how this gets calculated. We obviously are taking all of those attributes, like I said, accuracy, arm strength, feet, hands, from something that's been put together by real data in real life. And then we have to somehow take it and get that same number on our catchers, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So let me give you an example. If I have a catcher that has a 99 arm, right, and a 40 pop time.
I'm glad you're saying this. Somebody was asking about that. Yes.
Yeah. Right? And I have a guy that's got a 50 arm and a 40 pop time.
By arm, you're referencing arm strength, right?
Yeah, exactly. The arm strength. So thank you for clarifying that, Connor. Both of those guys have to have the same pop time. So how do we do that? Well, we don't have the luxury of recording every single big leaguer in the game and having them come down here to San Diego studios and capturing their catch and release, right? And getting their pop time. So what we do is we speed or slow up that animation to the detach. And that means from the time the catcher catches the ball to the time he releases the ball, that movement will get sped up or slowed down, and then also mathematically combine that with the arm strength, right?
Of the player.
And then mathematically figure out how to get those pop times the same. And I'd be lying if I could sit here and tell you how that happens, because I'm terrible at math, but my programmers are really good.
That's a lot of math.
Shout out to you, Jeff Ullman, who we just sat down the other day and we figured this whole thing out, or you figured it out. Thank you. And Gary Weiss, who's actually helped with pop time as well. But so I think that's super interesting anyway. And the cool thing is, like, we're spitting out numbers that directly relate to the scaled numbers from 0 to 99, those attributes. And we're able to give out the real life pop times of catchers, and they translate perfectly into our game. And when I say average, the average time. So we'll get into the catcher animations in a little bit, and I'll explain a little bit more why that matters to pop time.
So we've gone through a lot. We've done bear down, we've done big zone, we've gone into all the attribute changes and rework, pop time now an attribute, no longer a quirk. What we haven't touched upon yet, Connor, there's some online co-op changes going into play. You know I play a lot of co-op, so what can I expect when I boot up launch night with my co-op teammates?
Yeah, Colin, if you want to pull up the co-op roles and rotations. What you're going to see here is previously just in non-DD co-op, you were able to select from a smaller set of rotations than what's listed here. Now you're able to fine-tune your team strategy and load into the game based on how you guys feel you're going to best perform. You'll see all the new rotation patterns for fielding right here. We're not going to read through all of them, but per plate appearance, per 2 plate appearances, there's a full list of rotations you can go through. So it's really just enhancing strategy and managerial decisions.
And there's another element to this. Walk me through an imaginary situation with who controls the ball in what situation. So usually, say in a rundown, you have maybe player 1 as pitcher, player 2 as the infielders. And if the catcher was involved, player 1 was with the catcher, player 2 was still with the infielders. What's kind of changing this year to make it a little easier?
Yeah, essentially all the pitcher is doing now is pitching. Once the ball's put in play, the infield user is in control of everybody. For the infield. If you're in
including the catcher.
Yes, correct. So if you're in a 3v3, the infield user will also be in control of the catcher and the pitcher once the ball's in play. One thing to note is like stealing. It really makes you pay attention now, because as the pitcher's delivering the pitch, as another user, I'm now having to pay attention to, is the guy taking off or not? So it makes you lock in a little bit more.
This is a public service announcement. If you're playing co-op, be a good teammate and lock in. Don't check your phone noties in the middle of an inning.
Yeah, or else you're gonna look really silly.
I'm brutal at that.
And it doesn't stop there. We're talking about some co-op changes that I know a lot of our fans are gonna enjoy, but there's some other good quality of life changes in head-to-head. I know one of them starts with pitching out of the stretch, locked in.
Yeah. So what was that?
It's there.
Oh yeah, it's there. So essentially, we had a we have a setting for offline play if you want to use this option as well. If you guys go to general, and it's somewhere in the settings, but essentially pitching out of the stretch. Essentially what it is it helps to speed up games.
You can just
you're only going to pitch out of the stretch. We had to make some slight tweaks to faster deliveries.
Sure.
Like
as
Kershaw.
Yeah.
He kills me out of the stretch. He's so fast compared to his normal windup.
Yeah, so guys with super quick deliveries in our game, we slightly delay the start of the animation now to give you a little bit more time to perform that pinpoint gesture or mechanic.
So we see the option here, as James was showing. You can choose it in offline play, but is pitching out of the stretch what you can expect in DD? Like, that will be the norm?
Yes, it's the online default.
Thank you. And that's not the only thing we're changing. There is something that's coming back to Diamond Dynasty, and that's mid-batter timeouts.
Yeah, you can now call time again in online play, which
I know a lot of people who love that.
We took out years ago because of some technical challenges there, but we brought it back, and when we took it out, we were surprised how many people actually were like, oh, where did it go?
I think I remember walking over to your desk and being like,
where'd
I
it
love
go?
calling time. Now it's gone.
Where'd it go?
I'm happy it's back.
And I would say maybe one of the most hyped changes that a lot of people are going to love once they hear is, we know R2ing has been a little bit of a commotion for years on end. That's changing this year.
Yeah, R2 spamming years ago was a big problem. We made some tweaks to make it so it wasn't necessarily messing with your inputs as a pitcher.
Yes.
But we just figured let's get rid of it. So no R2 in online play. You can hold R2 to view pitch history and stuff, but it's not going to slow down the pitcher. We've added a slight delay for the pitcher to actually be able to select his pitch to kind of allow you to buy more time. But with calling time back, we feel that people have plenty of time now.
The community loves you, Connor. I think you're going to have like a whole bunch of thank you gifts on your desk tomorrow morning, so get ready.
Getting so many W's and thank gods. No more R2. You can call time. Some really good, just quality of life stuff for head-to-head players.
Right, so we talked, once again, bear down, big zone, attributes, online changes. I know, Gil, we want to touch a little bit about new animations before we let our fans go for the afternoon.
Yeah, I think so. Year after year, like when you see like what we put streams out, or we post things online, and you'll see just a number where it says 500 new animations this year or 600 new animations this year. And going back to what I was talking about earlier, where we read a lot of feedback.
Yeah,
right.
We're seeing it
from
everywhere.
the community. We see feedback, and one of the things that you constantly see, especially when we put out some of these things, where it's like, oh, same old animations, and I just want to say that baseball, very specifically baseball, a sport video game, baseball hasn't changed for over 100 years.
Right.
We have almost 16,000 animations in our game.
Yes.
That is just gameplay animations. I'm not talking about personalized pitching. I'm not talking about personalized hitting. I'm not talking about any of the presentations. Very specifically, close to 16,000 gameplay animations.
Playing the game, within.
So when you're playing the game, I've touched on some of these things, many times, where you can only catch the ball so many ways in a baseball game.
Right.
If I were to go get a new backhand catch, I would do it the same way I do it right now. So I got a setup backhand, a running backhand, a running forehand, a setup forehand. We have catches that come from the they're pre-pitch stance. So if the ball's hit really hard, I go 1 foot to my right, 2 feet to my right, 3 feet to my right, to my left, and then all around me, right? So I have to go low, mid, high, above my head, right, left. We have catches for every single position around a player. We have every running catch. We have every sliding catch, right? Now, you could argue that, yeah, maybe that the right foot is out and you see something in real life where you're going to see some, a different style maybe within every, but this goes back to what I was saying about the catchers. We don't get every big leaguer in here to go, okay, I want you to go make a diving play in the left field. How do you do it, right? Or how do you slide when you slide into home? Or how do you slide when you slide into second? So we get a wide variety of all those things, and they share those animations. But it's important to understand that our game also works in a way when you talk about the enormity of animations that we have in our game, that there are plays that you watch that they might be made up of 7, 8, 9 animations in a row, and you're not even noticing them, because not everything is just a swing or a throw or a catch. We have transitional animations that also make up part of that 16,000 animations that are in the game. On top of that, if we did animations 10 years ago that are a little outdated, we go in and redo those animations. So the count in the core doesn't actually go up. It stays relatively the same, but we're renewing, refreshing older animations.
We talked
so they're
about that
not
in
the same ones all the time.
Always auditing,
right,
always trying to make things look fresh.
You're still going to see animations that you saw 5 years ago in our game because it's baseball. It's what they do. And honestly, unless somebody can come here and show me how you can field a setup backhand any different than the way we do a setup backhand, I'd love to see that, right? So I guess from us to everybody else, I would argue that there's not another sports game around that has even close to the amount of animations that we have in our game, and the variety that we have, and the situational awareness that they have. Mm-hmm. So not only are these guys changing the way that they throw based on how good they are, based on their fielding and throwing attributes, they are changing based on the situation itself, whether it's a casual situation, an high urgency situation, right? And so we get those throws from every direction, from every distance. So we have throws that are, over 200 feet, those that are between 100 and 200 feet. We have throws that are 50 feet. Then we have tosses that are under 25 feet from every catch, because you never know what orientation he's going to be catching, and we do that in all directions. Yes. So anyway, that is my long-winded way of saying, look, every year we are refreshing and adding animations into our game. Work really hard to do that. We're super pleased with the stuff that we get in every single year. And unfortunately, they don't give us 5 years to make a game. They give us about 9-10 months. So,
yeah, I think it's well said, honestly. We've covered a lot today. We covered big zone hitting. We covered bear down, the all-new attribute system. Attributes are only going to be in the mode you're playing within the game. I think that's awesome. We talked about some online changes with co-op, but is there anything else you guys want to cover here?
I think we're solid. I don't have anything else. Was that a keyword that I was supposed to remember?
No. It was
anything else you want to say?
I feel like I forgot something, like when Colin says, okay, when I say this at the end, say this.
No.
And because Colin...
We got some questions.
Ooh, I like it.
I love questions.
So, elevation. Any change to elevation gameplay related this year?
In terms of what? Like all the elevations are set in terms of where those stadiums, is that what they're saying?
They're asking if elevation makes a difference in gameplay.
Oh yes.
Yeah,
elevation
absolutely. Our physics are super advanced. I mean, I heard our engineer talking about this just the other day, and he's talking about molecules in the air and all of these different things, and it's mind-blowing the amount of work that Jeff MacArthur and these other programmers even think about when elevation, wind, humidity, all of these things definitely have a big impact.
I mean, like you're playing a night game in New York, the ball's not going to travel as far as it is. Well, they have a short porch. It's not going to travel as far as the ball's going into in Arizona, right? Like
yes.
In a day game, or somewhere in a higher elevation like Colorado, for sure, the ball's going to fly. And it's interesting though, you bringing up the physics. I mean, you're talking about like the ball physics. What's interesting is the last time Aaron Judge was on our cover was the year that we actually changed from going from our first physical engine that we had before for hitting and going to true real life physics, where you could put in the launch angle, the exit velo, and matched the exact same thing that a hit was in real life. And I remember Aaron was in the studio. That was at 2018, the year. He was in the studio, and when we first, when Jeff first came up with this, he had him in the office, and we showed him hitting a bomb in a stadium. And I can't remember the landmark that his ball hit, but we dialed in those numbers in the game, and the ball hit the exact same landmark in our stadium. And it's a good flashback having Aaron back on the cover and going, now he's back on the cover and having this conversation. But to Connor's point, it's way over our heads in terms of how it gets done, but it's true to life.
And we got the right guys to do it.
100%.
And one more thing I've seen in chat is they've noticed the blur.
Yes.
To lock
did you guys put the blur
when you're hitting.
Oh, go on, Connor. Talk about that.
This
is Connor's favorite feature.
This is depth of field.
Good job.
I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. From the hitting perspective, you can turn this on if you want. It's under your camera options. Essentially, it just cuts out a lot of the noise in the background. If you don't like playing in certain stadiums because of the batter's eye or pitcher's delivery, you can turn this on and it helps to track the ball out of the pitcher's hand.
Yeah, and that's the coolest thing too. It's like, and we've tested this in stadiums where people might have problems, and it just, a lot of times it depends on the pitcher that's pitching. You get a guy that comes like, it throws sidearm and the ball's coming out of some object in the back that might have like a little white window or something on a door that's in center field in some weird crass
the white
stadium.
t-shirt
or something. And now you have this option. You can play with it or not, but it blurs kind of everything out in the back and the ball pops. So you get a better
depth of field. Blur it out, lock it in.
And this is available where in MLB The Show 26?
Universally.
Yeah,
so
everywhere.
you just go into your camera settings and it's in there. There's also a bunch of other options in there. Like if you go to your displays, settings, pitch history, there's hitting and pitching displays here. And if you change that to custom, you're going to see you're able to basically pick and choose how you want your pitch history to display. So you can start picking up on opponent tendencies within a game. Because you don't have those scouting reports of your opponent before going into the game, this is kind of a way to create your own scouting report as the game's going on. So there's tons of different options in here. You can customize the color, why it's going that color, what the center is filling with, lots of other things. So everyone's going to have different settings when it comes to this. So there's a bunch of options there.
Yeah, these are some really good quality of life improvements. I'm seeing people enjoy it in the chat.
I'm seeing 2 more questions maybe, Colin.
Can you answer if there will be going to be a hardcover physical edition like older years of the show? We can confirm no, we will not be having a steelbook or anything related. And then people are seeing red diamond and things.
Stay tuned.
We'll be talking about that stuff later, so stay tuned.
Yes. Good question, just not for right now.
We did want to touch on some of the gameplay changes in Road to the Show. I don't think we got to that. I think we
tune in next week.
Yes. We talked a little bit about reaction, but we'll get into more next week.
Okay, sweet.
Cool.
Sick.
Yeah, well, thank you, Gil and Connor, for joining us, talking about all things gameplay in MLB The Show 26.
And thank you, fans, for watching. This was our first feature premiere, and it was gameplay.
Yeah, pre-orders are open right now. There's a loyalty discount if you've gotten the game Digital Deluxe since 21.
Since 21,
you get
10%
off. So go check that out if you're interested in the game or liked what you saw today. It's all up there right now in the store.
And remember, early access is starting March 13th, so come watch and celebrate the World Baseball Classic during early access weekend. And remember, in your Digital Deluxe Edition, you will get 2 World Baseball Classic choice packs, so you are immediately starting your Diamond Dynasty journey with WBC players.
Yeah, early access March 13th. Full release will be March 17th. We're on the road right now.
Yep. Make sure you sign up for the Scouting Report. Follow us everywhere on socials.
And then, of course, we will be having feature premieres every Thursday, 2 o'clock Pacific, covering all the different new features you can expect in the game.
You can expect Road to the Show next week. We're going to talk all about new colleges, College World Series, I can say, the Hall of Fame, and so much more.
Yeah, it was really good sitting down, talking gameplay. And we'll see you next Thursday, 2 o'clock. In the words of Ramon, peace.
Every legend starts somewhere. Not in the spotlight, but in the work. One swing, one pitch, one moment at a time. It starts here. Bus rides, long days, late nights. Dialing in your swing, leveling up your look. Chasing your first, hey, that kid's special. Then, it clicks. You're locked in. Every swing smoother, every pitch nastier, every moment straight heat.
Big moment for the closer. He delivers. Got him swinging.
Okay, now you're repping your country. Different pressure, different pride. This is the world stage. Or maybe your journey takes you upstairs, flipping prospects, stacking lineups, building a ball club your way. Getting to the majors? That's just the beginning. Cooperstown is the goal. But you gotta earn it. It's your journey, your moment, your show. Make your mark. Become a legend.
Here are the top 5 gameplay updates you need to know in MLB The Show 26. Challenge missed calls with the new ABS system. Pitch smarter with real MLB pitch usage rates. And rise to the moment with bear down pitching. At the plate, new zone hitting options and expanded pitch history give hitters the edge in the clutch. And with deeper defensive attributes and hundreds of new fielding animations, every play looks and feels more real than ever. See you in the show.
MLB The Show fans, and welcome to the Road to the Show feature premiere for MLB The Show 26.
Earlier this week, you saw the fielding feedback with the Road to the Show team. We're going to be diving even deeper in some of our favorite topics.
Yeah, it's going to start with the Amateur Experience 2.0.
And then we're going to kick it off to Road to Cooperstown. The Hall of Fame is here.
And then we have to talk about the all-new messaging system where you can actually request your own trades.
Now, before we sit down with the Road to the Show dev team, remember we did sit down with the gameplay developers last week, and that episode is available on YouTube right now.
But for our Twitch users today, make sure you link your accounts so you get Twitch drops in MLB The Show 26.
And remember to stick around after this pre-record. We're going to be live with the developers, with the game MLB The Show 26, showing off all that we discussed.
Well, let's get started. We're here with senior producer Kyle Saul and designer of Road to the Show, J-Ro. It is good to have you guys here. How are we feeling today?
Oh, it's great being here.
Happy to be back. Happy to be doing this again with y'all.
It's going to be a very fun episode, but have to address the elephant in the room. How are we digging the new set?
I'm liking it. I like it. We got some space out here. I don't know if we've ever really been in here without the desk.
Right?
Or at least I haven't.
It's a little interesting.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah,
you know,
digging
good
it.
setup. Enjoying it.
More room for activities.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Are you comfy on the couch over there?
It, yeah.
Take a nap.
There you go.
It's cold enough.
Hopefully we take a nap after the recording because we have
There you
so
go.
much to talk about. I know everyone's favorite feature from Road to the Show last year was the amateur experience, right? We introduced college, we introduced high school, but we're leveling that up this year, J-Ro, with Amateur Experience 2.0.
Yeah, year one I think was a big success for us, but like I said last year, it just keeps getting better year to year. A lot of feedback from the consumers out there, and a lot of internal feedback. Amateur Experience 2.0 this year adds a lot of new things that we wanted to do, including some new colleges like we saw in our trailer with our cover athlete in Fresno State, along with many more that we'll be diving into.
And for our fans, how many new colleges are we adding this year?
Yeah, we added 11 new ones, which totals to 19, which we only had 8 last year, so more than doubling. And I want to give a shout out to like all of our uniform and art and all those people who worked on those, because those uniforms don't make themselves and they make them very pretty. So yeah, well done.
So 11 new schools, 19 in total. Kyle, this whole amateur experience is just going to be longer, bigger.
Yeah, completely. We've added on more high school games. We have the full double elimination College World Series bracket, as well as the best 2 out of 3 for the final championship round.
Wait. College World Series?
Yes.
That's a little different than last year.
NCAA College World Series.
So we're going to be playing in Omaha, Charles Schwab Field.
Yeah, fully
Confirmed.
branded.
Okay.
Right?
This is a huge upgrade.
Yeah.
So
It's a
not
big
only
deal
are we going to
maker.
have the high school, not only are we going to
Mhm.
have more colleges, but we're also going to have the College World Series licensing in MLB The Show 26.
That is correct. Yeah, so more games, more authenticity. And I think that more games just leads to more recruitment possibilities, more choices, whether I'm going professional, whether I'm going to a college or not. And I think Justin has quite a bit to add on about that whole recruiting section.
Yeah, I mean, the recruitment has been completely revamped in year 2. And with those addition of the new games, you have more time to get recruited or not be recruited. And there's more teams, so there's plenty of different avenues to go.
We were talking earlier, there's like a silver track and a gold track. What are the key differences of those tracks?
Yeah, so you have a silver package and a gold package and types of scholarships that you get as a player. The gold package is kind of like the gold tier, right? So it's harder to get and you'll have less of them, but you get better rewards, better options.
More tokens?
More tokens, better perks, whatever. It's specific to each school, so not everything's kind of blanketed. It's specific to that school. And the silver package is obviously easier to get, less tokens, but that could be the school that you want to go to. Like, do you want to take less to go to your favorite school, or do you want the better progress stuff?
I'm hearing there's going to be decisions upon decisions upon decisions as we expand out the amateur experience in year 2 of Road to the Show.
Yeah, and to keep going on that, like, there's more than just your on-field play now. It's regionally based, so if you're choosing that you're from the West Coast, the East Coast schools are going to be harder to get recruited by because, it's a cross-country trip. They got to come see you. So there's so many little nuances that we added and kind of, like I said, revamped for this system. And with the addition and help of Dan Spence on the feature, he's been a great help in doing that.
We're going to get to play this. You guys are going to see all the new schools. And, we're going to work our way through all the opportunities, all the new recruiting. I'm excited for it.
And I want to jump in here. We were talking or touching around it with the recruitment, but Saul, I'll kick it off to you. Talk us through the new potential and all that means this year.
Yeah, so potential is going to have a huge impact from the start of your amateur career all the way up until age 25. And so when you're a professional athlete or an athlete in general, potential is kind of what you could become, that belief from yourself, the organization. And so, the higher potential, the more opportunity that means for you, the more resources and development that that team is going to put into you. And so starting from your amateur first, your first game and you get going, you're going to be hitting the ground running on setting that potential and working your way up to an A level, because that potential not only influences where you can get drafted, it influences your token earn rate all the way in your career, and will influence how many user selected goals you can choose once you hit your sophomore season in the MLB.
And Kyle, you said the magic word of goals, which leads us to, I would say, the most highly anticipated upgrade for Road to the Show, and that is the road to Cooperstown. I know I saw all of the comments from the fielding feedback on Tuesday. The Hall of Fame is here, so walk us through what that means for our fans.
Right. So yeah, a big change and a big change in focus. I mean, when you're playing, what's your goal at the end? Hall of Fame. It's always that Hall of Fame. And what we were seeing, and based off your feedback and some of the data, is not enough of you are getting to that point. Not enough of you get to experience that portion of your career and feel like you're driving yourself all the way and making those decisions that matter. And so the goals are central to your career as an athlete. You're setting short-term goals, long-term goals, daily goals on what you need to do. And those goals help push you and move you through your career and keep you focused, keep you engaged, and keep you ready to hit the ground running in your career.
I was going to say, to kind of back it up a little bit, goals don't just start once you hit the majors.
No.
They start right away at high school.
Correct. Yeah. So they can start as soon as you potentially choose your dream school, and then, getting recruited by a certain number of schools, maybe winning the World Series, for example. And then, we'll work into more statistical type of goals that can be communicated between your manager or a coach. Goals don't always just come from yourself. They can be from teammates, from coaches as well.
This sounds like just a completely new way to play Road to the Show, Kyle. I mean, being able to break up your long career and ending it in Cooperstown, I think this is something fans have wanted for a while, Ashley, and I'm excited to see it in the game.
Yeah, I think it'll be a big game changer. I mean, they don't call it the dog days of summer for a reason. It's really hard. 162 games. If you want to be a Hall of Famer, you have to play at least 10 seasons. You're talking about, 1,300, 1,400 games. And that's a crazy amount to ask of you to play, and so incentivization with the goals and rewards for these goals that you're hitting will keep you pushing through the mode.
I'm glad you said that. I think that's been the crux of maybe some of our fans' pain points throughout the year with Road to the Show. Like, the season is long, and if you don't want to just sim it, you do want to play it. What's further incentivizing you to go from year 2 to year 5 to year 10, so on and so forth? So we're introducing goals. You're going to have a way to Cooperstown. You have your potential, but that kind of gets us into simulation, Justin, how that's been changed this year.
Yeah, it's a big change this year. Simulation will be changed, and it's a much more kind of like streamlined way of doing it. Right? It's not just click triangle and it just does it for you. Again, another new feature for us this year, like we said, Road to the Show has really been changing, and we think that if you're not into playing every single game like some of us are, you have that super sim option and just kind of get it done for you.
Right, yeah. I think this is important for a lot of our fans because while we do have some that do play every game and grind out every AB, simming is kind of a natural order of getting through all these games you mentioned earlier, Kyle. So having a new simulation system is going to be really beneficial for 90% of our players that play the mode, right?
Yeah, we're offering, I think we're offering, the players flexibility without losing the immersion or the connectivity to your character. You're going to be able to simulate yourself at an adjusted OVR. So for example, you're on a heater at the plate, you've hit a ton of home runs, good batting average, and you're in the dog days of summer. Let's jump, let's hit the next break point in your career, something we can touch on in a second, and move through a couple of weeks while I know that I have good stats to back it up. So for example, maybe my attributes reflect 60, but I've been playing so well that I'm like a 75. So I'm going into the simulator at a 75 and it's reflecting that. So I don't feel cheated out of how I've been playing recently.
So Kyle, everything I'm hearing is that the fans are going to have more control over their simulated experience. They're not going to lose out, especially if their adjusted overall is as positive as it's going to be. But Justin, I want to kick this off to you now. So as we're going through a simulation, if our fans so choose, what are these new breakthrough points that they're going to stop on?
Yeah, so any kind of like rivalry or maybe a goal that you have selected earlier in the year and you're coming up on it and you're not sure if the sim's going to hit it, you can dive right in and complete those rivalries or goals. So say you chose the goal to hit 50 home runs in a season and you got a week left and you're at 45. I'm going to hop in and get 5 home runs this week just to make sure that, that you get it done. And I think it's a really cool kind of like pause, like, hey, we acknowledge that you tried to do this. We want to give you the opportunity to complete it without kind of running the risk of not doing it.
On that pause simulated screen, there's a new call-up outlook that's been added that compares you to who's blocking you positionally. But Kyle, there's also like a little progress bar to kind of track how close you are to being called up.
Right. Yeah. So part of the whole goal system is you're going to be working towards the promotion or the call-up. So you'll be earning promotion as part of the goals that you complete, and you'll see that bar progress in that bottom left-hand portion of the call-up outlook screen. And as you get into your green region, you're going to notice that there's a potential for a call up. So what we're trying to do is, display that, hey, you have this opportunity, but you're not really sure. And maybe the farm is going to come to me and give me the opportunity for a promotion, let me know they're in town for the week, and maybe not. So there's a little bit of gray area and lets you know, hey, I still got to stay in here because if I'm back out, then there's no opportunity at all.
Good stuff. Well, we've already talked about Amateur Experience 2.0 and the Road to Cooperstown. 2 really, really awesome features I think Road to the Show fans are going to enjoy this year. But we also have one other tidbit before we go live, and that's the addition of messages.
Yeah, messages are another new addition, like you said, and you'll get them pretty much right off the rip when you get into those Amex years, starting from your coach saying to choose a favorite school or get maybe a recruiting message from a coach that started recruiting you. One thing that we kind of noticed last year, and we're really proud of the work that we did and that team did this year with all the dialogue scenes last year, kind of really simplified it and made the decision making on your end, right? What you want to see, what you want to hear is all going to be based on you. And we're not just kind of putting you through these scenes over and over again. And the messages go right into that. So you're going to get a text message on your phone and it's Justin Rowe from South Carolina hitting you up, talking about recruiting you.
This might be my most favorite addition to Road to the Show this year, and I know our fans have been wanting this for who knows how long, but talk me through how you can now initiate trades on your own behalf.
Yeah, so just another example of like the expanded player communication system that we have with the messages. So not only will you be communicating or get communication from college recruiters, but you also will be getting communication from agents, coaches, potential managers, as well as, team analysts letting you know how your monthly stats were. But I think something that our fans are going to be most excited about is the communication for you as a user to decide, hey, I'm not happy with where I am playing on the field. I think I want a new position, or I'm really not happy with the organization I'm in. They're not giving me enough play, or I don't like where I'm in the batting lineup. So we give you the option now to have some communication with them, to let them know I'm not happy. I would like a change. This isn't my preference anymore. So really just opening up the communication system as a two-way street.
Yeah, huge W. I mean, we've talked about this before, but having the ability to request a trade or change your position is something that I think a lot of fans are going to enjoy. You loop that in with the Road to Cooperstown feature, more schools, more experience in the amateur experience. This is going to be a really fun year for Road to the Show fans, and I'm excited to play live, Ashley.
I know, I can't wait to get into it. We are moments from being live with the game on the desk, answering all of your questions in the chat as well. And you were summarizing it perfectly, Carson. If I can add, it just sounds like in year 2 of amateur experience, now we're adding Road to Cooperstown, we're creating even more autonomy for our fans, from the decision-making behind goals that they're choosing, from which schools they're attending, how they perform, and then, of course, on the messaging side, how they want to choose their own adventure.
Yeah, I'd also like to add on that. I think it's important to note too that this is also the first foundational layer for, Road to Cooperstown, and we're really getting the goal structure set out, and we'll only begin to add more content and, more, storylines as you work your way through, to the Road to Cooperstown.
Yeah, I think we've talked about it enough. Let's fire up the dev kit and give this thing a playtest.
Yeah, let's go.
Hello, MLB The Show fans. Welcome back to San Diego studio. We are 29 days from early access. I'm Carson.
And I'm Ashley. And before we touch on all the new things Road to the Show in MLB The Show 26, last week we sat down with Chris and Gil and Connor from the gameplay team.
Yeah, we did. And don't worry, we're hearing feedback. We are always keeping an eye on all the comments online. But for today, we're going to focus on Road to the Show.
Yes, the development process is always in motion, so make sure you're tuning in every single Thursday to hear from us at SDS when things are new and changing. But for now, it's Road to the Show time.
Yeah, we're here with Kyle and J-Ro. We got Kevin on the sticks. Twitch drops are active. Don't forget, if you don't see it, Colin's saying just refresh it. You will be getting drops up to 3 for MLB The Show 26.
3, so up to 6 if you got all 3 from the last week as well. But for today, you're going to be seeing expanded gameplay from Road to the Show. We're going to jump from college to the minors to the majors, touch on all the aspects that you just heard about in the pre-record, from goals to potential to who you're choosing out of the gate for college.
So let's get into it.
Who's it going to be?
Kev, you want to go? Let's go to the dev kit. Let's take a look. So, as everyone knows, we had a screen similar to this last year, J-Ro, but this year it's going to look a lot different with these gold and silver sponsorship, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So you have 2 different types of pretty much offers, right? And then you also see that the interest bar isn't just completely full or completely empty now, right? We have, you have to build that up as you go throughout the high school experience. And then we can see here the procedures of each school. We got the logos there, and then which schools have that gold type or silver type. And if you go over to the offer section, like Kevin is at, you see the exposure, the skill development, the type of package that you get, and the type of perk that you get that is specific to each school, which is another cool feature.
So there's levels to this.
There is levels to it.
And remind our fans, if they choose, say, Virginia that's on the gold tier or Clemson on the silver tier, what are some of the differences they'll get, whether it's packages, tokens, a mixture of both?
A little bit of mixture of both. The big thing is the tokens, which you get to spend on your ball player to level them up, right? You have earned that right, getting that gold scholarship to kind of increase your OVR more. The packages do vary, so it's not just a token thing, but it's a good blend. It's a good mix of both.
And similar to last year, you have to earn your way to get schools unlocked. We're seeing as Kevin scrolls down, some schools. Kevin, what happened? Are we?
Yeah,
what happened?
didn't watch it, bud.
What's going on? Were we not good enough?
I wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
I was on beginner.
Yeah, so and that's a mixture of on-field, gameplay, and then, like I said earlier, that depending on where you choose that you're from, the West, the East, Central, it gets harder to get recruited by those schools. So I'm not sure where you're from on this playthrough, but if you're from the West, the East schools are really hard to get to, and then obviously vice versa.
Yeah, so that's something important for everyone that's going to be playing Road to the Show and MLB The Show 26. If you kind of want to cherry pick, say, I want to go to North Carolina, I probably want to be, from a region around North Carolina. It's only going to help with that recruiting process.
Correct. It's not guaranteed. Not guaranteed at all.
I'm not guaranteeing anything.
Yes.
You have to earn it.
Yeah, and you got to be
gotta earn it.
consistent
Yeah.
too in that high school space. Can't go good game, bad game. They want to see consistent performance for the gold type of packages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Good call.
knowing we have so many colleges available to us, should we ask the chat who we should pick as we go into our gameplay?
Yeah, we have a save file here. Kevin's ripped through some high
Let's
school
see.
already, and I think it's at the point where we have to make a decision on what school to go to.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it. What do you guys want to see? You guys saw who we had in interest.
Oh, I just saw Stanford in all capital letters, no hesitation. Now Clemson.
I see Clemson. I see someone wants to be a Michigan man.
Yeah.
I hear you there.
Michigan
Great
man.
school. TCU, Wake Forest.
TCU didn't even want him, I don't think.
I mean, we got to get a new school this year,
Yeah. Seen Florida State.
Yeah, something that you're seeing on the screen right now is that you have the ability to skip the first draft, right? So you can obviously go in there, get drafted, and then make that decision. But if you're just dead set on that college route, you can just forego that draft and hop straight into choosing your college.
Kind of streamline that
Correct.
that opportunity
Yep.
right into college. So that's what we're going to do here for today's play test. And you can see that we have some hats here to choose from. Keep scrolling, Kev. Yeah, let's
Yeah,
see.
what are our options again?
Florida looks
Ooh,
good.
Kevin likes Florida. I just saw Florida. Ryan's got his Florida.
And again, I want to shout
Okay.
out the character team, the art team, everything like that goes into these uniforms, these hats is amazing work.
Oregon State.
And we can't give them enough credit for how hardworking they are and how great they turned out this year.
Yeah, it looks great. And
No
just
doubt.
the colleges we've added too, right? So much variety, upping from 11 schools last year up to, or we're up to 19 now, right?
Adding
Yeah,
11.
adding 11.
11, we're
Yeah.
up to 19. So lots of choices here. All right, we're
All right,
looking
I think
at
we
the
need
chat.
to make a decision now.
What are you guys seeing over there?
I just saw Florida. When I said we need to make a decision, I just saw Florida.
Florida.
I saw,
Okay.
yeah,
Florida.
let's go with Florida.
Florida.
Be the Gators.
UF.
Down to Gainesville we go. Florida. Welcome to the university.
Nice little call.
Today we're all Gators, chat.
That's right.
We're all Gators.
These are the unlocks that you get for that. It looks like that it was a silver pack from the token amount. But yeah, you'll get to see all your rewards before you get into any games, and then you'll be able to select your perk that you get based off that school.
And
Yeah.
we'll have more later in this episode about perks, right, Saul?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so keep in mind those tokens, if you haven't played 25, those were introduced last year. That's how you're going to be building up your attributes, making your player better. So 20 tokens just for joining Florida.
Yeah.
It's a nice start.
Yeah.
And I'll note during this portion of the amateur experience, we're going to get into goals a little bit more later, but you will be receiving goals on how you're being recruited, whether you can obtain 10 schools or 15 schools, and you'll be rewarded accordingly for, the amount that you're able to come to you and to provide that college offer.
Yeah, for sure. So right now we are in the College World Series, junior year.
A lot of pressure.
It looks like we got to play UVA to start.
Yeah.
Kev.
Yeah, I'd say.
Ooh.
I think the fans want to see some gameplay. Let's get in here.
Let's do it. I like how you said junior year.
I did.
Oh, so
You
did
did.
you hear that?
Yeah.
So Virginia was his favorite. They didn't recruit him, and now you get them in game one.
Wow.
A little revenge game.
Oh,
Yeah.
revenge,
I like that.
rivalry.
Now, J-Ro, is there something under the hood there that...
There might be, depending on which schools recruit you or not, or maybe you did unlock them, and you're like, you know what, you only gave me that silver offer. I'm gonna go to the school with the gold offer and then beat you in game one.
Ooh, okay.
Some game within the game.
Little
You can
nuance.
see
That's right.
the dramatic walk up. Kevin's,
Yeah.
this is a big opportunity.
Yeah,
Playing
no.
in College World Series.
But speaking of the College World Series, Carson kind of touched on it a little bit. He said this is your junior year. So barring how you perform in the tournament your junior year, In terms of many more games that might be added, what happens with senior year, J-Ro?
Yeah, well, we'll even go back a little bit more. You get more games in that high school section, right, to get recruited as
We've
part of that.
extended all of this.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, everything is extended. Get a little bit more nuance across the board here. And then here is, like we talked about in the premiere, is that true to college format, right? So everyone's guaranteed 2 games. You can go to a barbecue and you're out, right?
Barbecuing.
See ya.
Yeah, and then but once you get to that championship series, it's not just a 1-game victory. You have a best of 3 series, and it creates a lot more playable kind of ways to play the game.
Right.
And it varies based off hitter, pitcher, 2-way player, whatever your type of player that you are.
So a true mimic of the College World Series.
And then
right?
lastly, I think we'll get to it at the end of this run, but we do have the ability to go back for your senior year now. So maybe you didn't quite cut it, didn't get a championship.
So this is a big change.
Develop
this
more,
is a big
perhaps.
change. Correct.
Because
Yeah.
we didn't touch on
Obvious
this in the pre-record
Kevin situation.
At all, yeah. So yeah, maybe you need another year of development to get more tokens in games, and you going back, you could get some more tokens. You have to get in there and see, but yeah, having that extra year to go either back-to-back champions or try to get back there and win it for the second time.
Yeah. I'm hearing redemption too, right?
Yeah.
So don't get too hard on yourself if you don't get the College World Series the first go around. You do have a chance to go back for your senior year, right some wrongs, or like you mentioned, J-Ro, you could go back to back.
Yeah, you can go back to back.
Yeah, seeing a few people in the Twitch chat specifically, they're enjoying that you have that option to go back if you so want to.
Yeah.
Also, a lot of notice of, as you called out earlier, the new jerseys, the new hats for all the schools. They're getting their own presentation, and that's a little sneak peek toward next week's feature premiere on presentation.
Yeah, well, we're excited for that one next Thursday, sorry.
Thursday.
At 2 o'clock. Yeah, we're here early today. We have the PlayStation State of Play at 2, so stay around, go check out PlayStation's channels after us. That's why we're here at 1 o'clock today, watching Kevin grind it out here in the World Series.
All right, how's it going over there, Kev?
Getting robbed right now.
Oh, okay.
Answer some questions.
Let's do it.
Okay, we got some questions here. Let's do regarding equipment on the road to the show. Has it been revamped at all?
It is not.
Okay.
It is still used to amplify perks.
Yeah.
All right.
Built off the perk system.
Next question: can you earn packs in the road to the show for Diamond Dynasty?
You can.
You can earn anything through the XP Reward Pass.
Yep, so you can earn packs anywhere.
Confirmed.
Okay. Next, can I select a secondary position from
There you
the
go, Kev.
start?
Yes.
There you go.
We're just knocking all these out.
Right?
Oh, I do want to note too about the goals in this section because I think it's important. All of the goals are largely focused on raising your potential as an amateur athlete to from C is what you're going to start at. Can go lower if you play kind of like Kevin, but if you perform really well, the opportunity stands that you can get an A, and that potential becoming an A unlocks, higher draft stock. As we get into it later, more user-selected goal options to increase your Hall of Fame score, and then a higher token earn rate too. So instead of just earning the standard 1-for-1, if you do get up to an A, it could be up to 1.5 times the amount of show points that you're earning per game. So that's pretty awesome.
Yeah,
little addition there for that.
I'm happy you called that out. I was playtesting this a little bit before we recorded our feature premiere, and I was able to get up to an A, and you got to see your projected round goes up and everything you mentioned, so you really feel the difference based on your play in the game.
Yeah, and all that kind of plays into each other, right? It's like your potential goes up, which means your draft value goes up, which the higher your draft, the more tokens you get, combined with the time and a half or whatever you're going to get as a A prospect. So it just stacks on top of each other for quality gameplay.
So for our fans, they want to make sure they're chasing this A potential if they want to get the most out of their player.
Yep.
100%.
Absolutely.
One last one. Will the college uniforms be in Diamond Dynasty?
They will not be.
They will not be.
Use the vault.
Use the vault.
So, keep the questions coming. And Kev, you have A potential.
You have A.
You have A potential.
We got a big opportunity,
right?
Bottom of the 10th.
Bottom of the 10th. Walk off.
Wow. Walk off. Kev.
That better be using share.
Can we get
Your
flip a cam to
potential
this
is riding
guy?
on
Put
this.
a little
Chat,
pressure.
let's cheer him on here. You can see he has the depth of fielding setting on. We talked
he's
about that in
so
the gameplay feature premiere
Roll him over.
last week.
We needed a third base coach to just
Slow
calm
him
down.
down.
a little bit.
Calm down. Deep breaths.
I think this is set on James is difficult.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got to make a play here. You might have to
Right.
throw someone out.
We might have a
You might need to
chance.
cheat. You might need to cheat a little bit. Go in.
If you did happen to toggle on the women in Road to the Show, then you will see some female athletes throughout your experience while playing through that. Both in college and in the minor leagues. You will not see any in the major leagues unless you are the first one to make it there yourself. Mia Lewis is also part of the Road to the Show space now. She is a advisor and agent, and so that's a really cool canon to bring into the Road to the Show piece now and wrap that in. And largely looking to bring the female Road to the Show on par and same one-to-one with some additional content that we can discuss that will come up in some messages too. So that'll be really cool, just unique to the female storyline.
That's really exciting. I was doing my playthrough through female Road to the Show earlier, and it's fun to see Mia transition in previous games from that player on the field, your best friend at childhood, to now being a more canon agent type role that's going to have influence on your career. But there's also, not to spoil the option for our fans, but for anyone who has a little bit of legacy in Road to the Show, they get to choose a little bit of narrative in their journey of whether they've been the first player or one of their previous players from previous games had entered the major leagues.
Very cool note, actually.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite things. It's cool to kind of have that consistency of, like, for myself, I've had my female Road to the Show player the last couple of years. So when I boot up on early access night playing Road to the Show, I can say, oh, one of my previous characters, she was the one that broke the barrier. Or I can say, no, this character for 26 is going to be the one to break that barrier.
That's very cool. So Kevin's in his second game facing UNC.
You got it, dude.
Yeah. Also, wanted to call out there, we talked about it in the premiere, but the what's it called, the bracket loading in was one of my favorite features of this entire thing this year. It does update the scores, so like you'll be able to look at it and go, oh, I lost 3-2 to them in the first time. Somehow you get back to them again and go 3-2, and I'm gonna beat them good this time, like try to beat them 10-0 or something like that. But another feature like that we had was great was the bracket getting in there.
Yeah, for sure. Yes. It feels good, when you're going into the game. You can see how everyone else is doing and who you're on a collision course with. College World Series.
Right?
I don't think we're going back for our senior season, but I think it's pretty obvious Kevin does need it. But we're gonna save you guys that portion of this stream.
Poor Kev, taking
Did you see the fly ball he missed, or were you guys?
You know what?
I was trying to distract him.
I have to say something, because if anyone remembers last year, I was playing while we were doing this. It's harder than it looks.
There's pressure.
Yeah, there's pressure.
Oh, but we got some defense. Kev, have we hit the ball recently, or?
I think he had a hit last game.
Oh no.
Kevin.
But you know what? What I'm seeing here, Kev, is you're now showing our fans how crucial it is to perform well, both defensively, offensively, because that's what's going to increase your potential, increase that opportunity for getting a higher token multiplier, especially if you become in a potential. However, if you go on the other side of the scale, you're going to see how you kind of have to start, I don't want to say like a setback per se, but it's going to be a taller mountain to climb as you work your way to the minors to get to the majors.
For sure. Yeah, I was a shortstop when I was playing internally here, and I didn't put any reaction in, even though Gil and Connor told me I should. And it was tough to field some of those balls. So definitely don't forget about the defensive side, our Road to the Show fans.
We got one question that's popping up. People in chat, Eagle Eye, saw that we might have a new commentary crew. We can confirm.
We can confirm.
Sure.
Jessica Mendoza will be joining the booth.
Yeah.
You'll find out even more about that in next week's episode with presentation. But good little Eagle Eyes, little Easter egg. Jessica Mendoza has joined the booth.
An absolute legend joining the booth.
Yes.
Super excited to have her in the game.
2-time Olympian.
All right,
Kev, we gotta lock in
we need
here.
a lock here.
I love the depth of field.
Okay.
All right.
You can always turn it down.
You can change it. We're judgment free.
Yeah, you can go pause.
I'm gonna get an AB.
Let's get a hit for the people here.
What is it at? This is going to be embarrassing.
Just take it off competitive then.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Nullify that chat. Nullify that chat.
We may get to a point where we have to go fastball down the middle for him.
We need all the good vibes for Kev right now.
That's how it's
there
done.
we go.
Hey, boy. Yeah, just Yeah.
Love that.
Oh, I
Selly.
love that Selly.
Yeah.
All right.
There you go.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool emotional celebrations on base, out of the dugout when you win and stuff.
Yeah. Some new
It's a big
recordings there.
differentiation.
Some things that you guys will talk about next week is school specific, which is cool.
Yeah,
Yes.
for
Yep.
sure. We'll dive into that in the Prez feature premiere next Thursday. But yeah, some of the celebrations are really fun in college. Is he gonna get it?
Ooh, at the plate.
Home.
Well done. Listen, I think I
Bad
got
talk.
second on you.
All right.
All right, so we're playing the College World Series in the amateur experience of Road to the Show. All new. We were able to get Charles Schwab Field in.
Mm-hmm.
We were able to expand to 19 schools you can choose from. I think, how many new games do we get there, J-Ro?
Depending on each run, at least 3 guaranteed, 4 guaranteed, but it can get up to 10, 11, 12.
Yeah.
Yep.
So amateur experience is completely, boosted from last year, and that's only half, a third of what we haven't even dove into yet, which is the goals, which we'll definitely talk about.
Yes. We'll wrap up our college play in just a moment, touch on the last kind of items we want to hit on, and then we'll move on to the minors and the majors to talk more about those goals as you make your road to Cooperstown.
Yeah, for sure.
But Kev, we ended on a high note, back-to-back hits.
Yeah.
We'll take a positive out of this
Started seeing the
situation.
ball.
I say got a goal completed up there.
Yeah.
Eliminated from the.
Yeah, 2 on barbecue.
Sir.
you know,
2 on barbecue?
Yep, that's
It's okay.
I see you foreshadowing.
Yeah.
But maybe we did this on purpose.
Yeah.
Because
Always.
Stephanie
Good job,
Saunders
Kev.
needs to chat with us, right?
Yeah. So here's that screen that you get to choose to either go back for your senior season or start your professional career. So nice little option to have this year that we did not have last year.
Yeah, so big dubs.
Kev was just making sure we were going to be able to get to this screen.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
respect
that's what it
that,
was.
Masterclass.
Yeah.
So
we're gonna go
that's a big
GoPro.
change. Colin, let's hop
Let's
over
go
to main
GoPro.
cam. We're going to load up a new save file where we're in
Yes.
the minor leagues.
Yeah, we're going to head on over to the minor leagues because, Saul, we want to talk about Road to Cooperstown. We
Yeah.
saw those goals popping up in college. You're going to
Yes.
see them in high school as well.
Mhm.
But now we're going to talk about it in terms of once you're actually starting your professional journey.
Yeah, so right after you get drafted, you're going to have the initial initiation, meeting some teammates, getting a hold of your manager who's going to kind of set forth your path of what your minor league career looks like, what they're looking to get out of you, kind of set the table and level set it, I guess is the best way to put it, and start providing you with some monthly goals that you need to hit to progress. As a player, as an amateur player, you're going to be working on a couple of different things: your potential up until age 25, and call-up score. That we can take a look at in a little bit, and a lot of these goals tied to it will have some tokens, the potential and promotion score that will have varying levels of performance boosts. You can fail a goal and lose some potential that we had talked about, where you'd have to that ebb and flow of how is the org viewing me, how are key decisions potentially going to be made. So the grind of the majors is definitely felt with the way that the goals kind of come to you. Yeah, you have why don't you get into it? Yeah, so here's the first pass that you'll see. Little initiation, talking to your coach, get a feel, and then he's going to start to provide some goals. And like I said, you're going to want to hit these goals to not only progress your attributes, but to also progress that call-up score. The eyes of the org, how are they going to view you? And there's some really cool nuance that goes on with there now and in that screen that we can take a look at in a little bit.
And what I really enjoy, you mentioned the call-up score. It's so nice this year. It might be one of my favorite additions of just you get to see the visualization of how close or maybe not as close you are to being called up. So you have a more visual tracker of this is where I am, this is what I need to do, here's the person that might be blocking me positionally, whether that's in AAA, whether that's in the majors, and it just allows a little bit more of a concrete path of, all right, this is where I am, and now I know where I have to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there's still gray area and some baked in, because that's just kind of the nature of being called up,
Right.
You could be doing everything right, but maybe that player's also performing well. So what's cool about it is once you work yourself into that area that says you can expect maybe a call up or expect the farm director in series to come to you, where you have the opportunity to perform some goals for them, show out on the field and see if you're worthy of that call up. So there's also some potential goals that you can get as like some farm and promotion score series events, and those make those particular weekends or series that have been set aside like even more impactful for you.
Yeah, that's super important. So, just to kind of put a blanket on all of it. These goals are going to be tied directly to how the org sees you.
Yeah.
And that's going to help you with the call-up stuff that Ashley's talking about. It all kind of ties together that makes it feel, like a proper experience.
Yeah, let's check out some of these goals and where it goes. So you can see here,
Go to
before we
call-up.
click into this, there's a new tab in the top right corner of your screen titled Legacy. You click that, I'm assuming with the X button, Kev, and then you click on goals. So what are we looking at here, Kyle?
Yeah, see, these are just some of the goals that have been provided to you, some basic level goals, to make sure that you're spending on all those tokens that you have to raise yourself to certain key thresholds of the way that an organization would view you. And then just some check marks for you as a player to hit, some thresholds, they can be a little dynamic depending on how you are performing as a player. Obviously, 300 goal makes sense if you're performing at that level, but if you're down at a 250, maybe the goals need to reflect kind of where you're at and pay that off accordingly as well, so you can hit your check marks and continue to grow.
Very cool. Got to walk the walk.
And there are a variety of 10-game goals, monthly goals, seasonal goals, OVR goals.
I'm seeing there's a penalty. If you want to go back to that, Kev, what does that mean? I'm assuming if that happens when I don't complete a goal.
Yeah, exactly. And that's it's a big boo-boo, honestly. The potential is one of the worst things as a player that you could use. Moving you down into a different potential bracket is pretty disadvantageous, with what it offers you for the selected goals and especially the token earn rate.
For sure. So you really want to focus on these goals, especially with the failure penalties, and make sure that you're hitting your marks, that potential's still growing. Certainly you don't want it to go down.
Yeah.
And it'll,
especially early on in the minor league career with those penalties.
It'll drive your minors a lot.
Yeah.
So there's a question that popped up in Twitch chat, which I know we'll definitely get to as we go to the major league side of things, but anything you can touch on or hint at of these goals being something that's automatically popping up, something you might have some autonomy over later down the road?
Yeah. So in the minor leagues, there's no autonomy. The team is providing you and setting forth what they feel is necessary to take you to the next level. When you do make it to the major leagues, you're gonna level set that first one. There's still some hand holding that the organization wants to do and go on. So you'll still be provided monthly goals that first year. But then after that, from your sophomore season on, you are driving yourself to the Hall of Fame. And so those goals that you are selecting as a user will drive you and have different Hall of Fame levels attached to them and will boost your levels all the way.
So things kind of shift after that sophomore
Things kind of shift after that sophomore year.
Very cool. So we talked about goals. If we want to back out a little bit, Kev, and go into the call-up potential next, just to allow people an option to look at this screen. So what are they kind of looking at here, Saul?
So this gets you a direct comparison to the person right above you, as well as in that bottom left-hand portion, how you're performing with the call-up outlook. If you can move a little to the left, Kev, just to highlight that one. Yeah, that call-up outlook where it says not ready. So obviously, as we know, Kev has a little bit of work to do to put himself into the ready category. Not too far away, though. And so those goals that he completes, in addition to the tokens that he's spending on his attributes, will help push him into the region where the team views that, okay, maybe it's time that we send the farm and see if he's ready to get the call to AAA or the majors.
So this is a great tool for people to keep an eye on what the organization thinks of them.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be the spot to go.
When it's go time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Kev, do you want a chance at redeeming yourself here in a game?
Yeah, let's hop into one minor league game, and then we can work our way up to the majors and show them what things look like after that sophomore year that Kyle mentioned. Yeah, I'm loving all these changes so far.
Right. So we're seeing that Kev has been playing and choosing to go into this, but just to kind of re-highlight what we touched on a little bit earlier in this stream, there is the option to simulate your progress, especially at that adjusted overall.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to just kind of redefine what that means to have that adjusted overall and what that does if you so choose to simulate your progress?
Yeah, so we'll take Kevin, for example. Kevin's hopping into this, and he's not performing super well for maybe the last 10 games. And that's what you would look at. You'd look at your previous 10 games, kind of get a feel for how you're doing. I won't pick on Kevin anymore. So you're a heater at the plate. You've hit a couple home runs. You're 400, 4 home runs. That's a pretty solid 10 days at the plate. Let's hop in and skip some of the portions of your career that maybe are kind of like the dog days, the Augusts, maybe not impactful after the All-Star break.
It's a long season.
It's a long season. And so we take that adjusted OVR from those previous 10 games, and so maybe you're at a 65 OVR, but what you're playing at is commensurate of an 80 OVR. So we start you at an 80 in that simulator, and every time you play a game of what you actually performed, that game is removed, and then it's supplemented with the game that was just simulated. And so once you get through 10 games, the games that exist are only the simulated games. So then at that point, it's kind of up to you. But the sim tracker does a really good job highlighting how you're doing with the ebbs and the flows from game to game. So you can pull yourself out if you're feeling like it's not doing what you would like it to do. You think you could do better than what the sim is.
And J-Ro, you had mentioned earlier in this stream, especially when it comes to your goals, if you realize, or your goal is maybe you need 5 more home runs, the game kind of knows you needs that and gives you the opportunity of, hey, do you want to play these out, or do you trust us to take the chance if you continue to simulate?
Exactly, yeah. So like Kyle said, you're simulating the dog days of summer, and you realize with 10 games left that you're 5 home runs away from reaching your goal. Get a little pop-up, boom, would you like to dive in, essentially? And you have that choice to either go in and complete your goal for your season or risk it, essentially. It's just like see if the computer will do it for you.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really cool feature because you can kind of have a lot of things all happening at once. So RBIs, home runs, batting average, total bases. Yeah. And that can turn into tokens, potential, whatever it may be for those rewards. And then you have, boom, a great end of your season, and you get all those rewards to kind of
help the
springboard into the next year.
Yeah, it all ties together.
You'll see a lot of those too, though, at the higher level of your goal setting when you're up at the like 40, 50 levels, not down at the lower level range. Yeah,
that's good to know.
Kev, Chad is trying to root you on here. They're trying to be positive for you.
K-boy, K-boy, K-boy.
K-boy.
Oh, good bare hand. Oh, pump fake.
Accidentally pump fake.
Pump fake.
So
Keep pumping.
Throw canceling.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
We can get to the user portion.
All right, so what we saw here is that through the minor league experience, the organization kind of has a track for you, whether it's the goals they're giving you to kind of work on, they're kind of setting that for you to allow you to reach, hopefully, call-up season on your behalf.
Yeah.
We're going to move to the major leagues. We're going to have a little bit more flexibility. As you said earlier, Kyle, they're going to handhold you a little bit for that first year. You're a fresh rookie. They're going to try to set you up for success. But as you get into year 2 to year 5 to year 10, you're going to have that autonomy of how you set your goals.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're going to take a good look at that right now, Kev. Cool.
So we're hopping in a new save file?
Yeah,
we are.
We're hopping in a new save file. We're fast forwarding. Kevin has made it to the major leagues.
What a miracle.
He's no longer
against all odds.
He took our advice. He hit the training.
We love a good underdog story
He's
here.
Kev Man.
He's Kev Man.
We can go to the dev.
I think he did that. I think he grew himself up.
That's the name of his
He's Kev Man.
in the save file.
Wait, I
Oh
love
my
that.
goodness. All right.
Hey, look, you're in
Yeah.
potential too.
There you
Okay.
go.
What a turnaround.
Right?
Breakthrough
Go
point?
to sure. That works.
Yeah. So you guys saw this in the pre-recording.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, this is what you'll see when you begin your sophomore season in the MLB, your user selected goals. The potential drives the amount of selection slots you'll get from 5 to 8. And then here you'll see Kevin is selecting his seasonal goals for the upcoming year based off of his previous year's performance. Again, don't judge him too harshly. We're doing this for the stream. So obviously these are a little bit of the lower thresholds, but if you've hit 300, you could see a goal, 325 potentially. So these are the types of goals that you will be provided for your user selected portion and journey. You don't have to select all of your slots if you don't want, but each slot is tied to a specific Hall of Fame score. The higher the threshold, so 10 home runs is not the same as 40 home runs when it adds to your Hall of Fame total. Same thing with 250, average 300, etc. And so I don't personally, I would select 8 goals if you if you want to get to the Hall of Fame, but user's choice.
And that all ties into what we're talking about here with the road to Cooperstown.
Yep.
You're getting a higher Hall of Fame score. It's eventually going to hopefully get you to Cooperstown if you play well.
Yeah.
And you can already see the difference where the manager that Kyle mentioned this was giving you goals. Now Kevin's choosing his own.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
and
what,
so
3 or 4 years into the league at this
second
point?
year in. So
Okay,
it's
so past the
sophomore
second.
season. You're driving your path. You're deciding the way that takes you to get to the Hall of Fame. So the user goals aren't the only thing that will provide Hall of Fame score. When you win particular awards, MVP, Cy Young, those are also going to add. And then when we will wrap up that season that you play, and then before you go into the next season, kind of give you an idea for, hey, I had this much Hall of Fame score for my goals, X, Y, and Z, because I did these awards. And then you'll have a good feel going into next season, both on these are the goals I have, and this is where I stand in my current Hall of Fame ranking.
So this is how you chase your road to Cooperstown.
Yeah.
Essentially.
It is.
And now we're seeing, back to a little bit of the simulation, another brand new screen for Road to the Show. So what are we seeing here?
This is the simulation screen. This is actually the sim report. Shows up after. Do you think you could sim it while it's going? But I can still talk about it as it's happening. So as Kevin sims these games, you will see the averages, on-base percentage, or home runs, RBIs move up in the hopefully up in the home run RBIs category and not down in the on-base average category. So one of the options that you will have with this simulation tracker is to turn on the auto sim, so you can just have that on. It won't break for those trainings. It will provide you your tokens for that training, and you'll see that in the recap report afterwards.
Right.
So that's pretty cool. And here's an example of one of the breakpoints that you could come into, and this is versus a rival team. So Yankee Dodger matchups Yankee Giant matchups.
Dodger Giant.
Whoa.
Red Sox.
Red Sox.
Red Sox, Yankees, Dodgers, Giants.
Left out the Padres, man.
Well, that's one of the new ones. We did add that in there with the last 5 seasons. So you'll see some for rivals, late season division standings. You can skip that one, Kev. Facing off on particular season leaders. So all these things are things that have been dev driven and defined. So these events will stop because we have decided that these are some of the most important events that you could come into for your year.
I think it's really fun that they're dynamic, right? So like you're gonna get stuff year to year that's not the same. So like you said, the division race, right? Last year it was the Tigers. This year it could be the Twins and so on and so forth. So not every run is the same thing over and over and over again, but it's dynamic. It's a dynamic system.
It's feeding off of whatever's happening in that state.
Correct.
Well.
Yep.
Right.
And there'll be some more context into. We've made some adjustments where you're going to start to see, the exact player that you're matching up against if they were an MVP or Cy Young. So just to really help with that context and the immersion of I'm seeing them again and again. This guy is here in the minors. Oh, and he's here again in the majors. So you can kind of move along with them. And here you have the ability to view your goals that you have completed where you're at. This screen is going to see a little bit of improvements by the time you guys get your hands on it.
In 29 days.
In 29 days.
Early access.
A month from today, in any time zone besides the East Coast.
That's right.
Make it on the 13th.
If we back out... Oh. Nope. Also on that sim screen, it takes into account, all the tokens that you're earning too.
Right.
That's something I keep
In the
track
upper
on too.
left.
Is I watch my show points and see how many tokens I'm doing. Yeah.
Upper right.
Oh, yeah,
There you
upper
go.
right.
So, token. Yeah, Kevin, you got a lot of tokens now, man.
Yeah, you should probably go spend them.
We gotta start spending them. Increase that OVR.
Maybe
We're
in the
still on a
perks.
70.
I know we're working through everything here in the majors with Kev, but do we want to take a look at the perks?
Yeah, we can take a quick look
Kinda
at the perks.
tie a bow on some of
perks
this
got
stuff.
a quality of life improvement insofar as how to activate them. I think we a little bit too obtuse in the way that they came online last year, and so the feedback was very clear that we should be a lot more direct in the way that we approached perks. So we've made a lot of improvements there. They're very specific, clear on how to get them. There's also a really cool ability to add a secondary perk on. I think Kevin's gonna show it there. So you have the ability to adjust all these conditions. There have been improvements made to a lot of the nodes. Not every node is 4. Some of them you don't even need to upgrade or can't upgrade. So there's a lot of difference there. And then Kevin, go down to the bottom where you can add the second effect on. So you can add a pretty awesome compounding effect. The ones that I think are my favorites are the ones that you can directly visually see in your gameplay. So, displays where the ball crosses the plate. You gain some show time. It displays whether the ball is fastball or off speed. So those are really cool options that the gameplay team has provided
to be able to leverage for a perk system.
Wait, that's actually kind of exciting. I almost want you to repeat that, depending
don't
on
make
what
me do
perks you get.
Don't make me do
But
yeah.
depending on what track you kind of go down, that's going to benefit you, where you're going to almost like have a tip, if you will, of fastball versus off speed, being able to see the path of the ball for part of the at bat. Like, that's very insurmountable in terms of your success at the plate.
Yeah. I've had the most fun using perks and adding those on, because I think it's because of the direct connection that you get with, like, oh, there it is. Like I earned that, and then I'm
super
getting
tangible.
that right
you
on the
can see it
screen.
in the game. Yeah. Great job, Kev, mastering your perks.
There we go.
One thing is, to get those, you have to master them. So you have to level them up 3 times, and then the 4th one will be that visual.
So you have to level these up 3 times, and then you eventually can get them mastered, and that's where you get these visual cues. That's what Kevin's telling us.
They grew up so fast over here, becoming masters.
He was just in high school.
Right?
Look at him now.
Feels like 5 minutes ago.
Fast-tracked K-Boy today.
That's K-Man. That's K-Man.
K-Man.
There you go.
All right. Well, we're slowly wrapping things up here. We do have that State of Play at 2 o'clock. Everyone should check out on PlayStation's channels. But is there any other last things we want to cover here?
I would just like to give a shout out, a big shout out to the entire Road to the Show and narrative team for their efforts this year. It's a lot of hard work, a lot of sweat, a lot of conversations, but really proud of the product we put out. And then in addition, just thank you to all of the support teams, because Road to the Show utilizes everyone here at the studio. So just thank you. Couldn't do it without everybody here.
J-Ro?
Well said.
Well said.
I love it. Any other questions, Colin?
No.
All right.
All right.
Well,
few
thanks
words.
everyone for joining. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Justin, for joining us and playing the game. It's been fun.
Right, and thank you all for watching our second feature premiere. In case you missed it, gameplay is available right now for y'all to see, and this one will be available as well in case you want to catch the replay.
And if you enjoyed what you saw today, pre-orders are open for MLB The Show 26. If you have bought the Digital Deluxe going back to 21, there's a loyalty discount, so go check that out if you haven't pre-ordered already.
Yeah, you'll get a nice little 10% off. Remember, early access opens up on March 12th at 9 p.m. Pacific time, March 13th at midnight Eastern time. That will be during the World Baseball Classic, so come watch the World Baseball Classic. Pull up a screen for that. Pull up a screen of the show, because if you do order the Digital Deluxe Edition, you will have not 1, but 2 World Baseball Classic choice packs to open up on rip, and you'll be able to start your Diamond Dynasty team with a couple WBC players.
Yeah, I saw the schedule came out earlier today.
It did.
So yeah, we're on the road to early access. We're on the road to WBC. Full launch is March 17th for anyone that doesn't get the full Digital Deluxe Edition.
And make sure you've signed up for the Scouting Report. You're following us on socials to find out even more of what's new coming to MLB The Show 26.
And then tune in next Thursday at 2 p.m. Pacific, where
back
we can
at 2.
dive in to all things presentation. It's going to be one you don't want to miss.
Right, you've been seeing glimpses of it from last stream to this stream. We're going to cover even more of the College World Series, the World Baseball Classic, as well as Storyline Season 4.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. Thanks again for joining. We're excited. 29 days to early access. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, everybody.
Every legend starts somewhere. Not in the spotlight, but in the work. One swing, one pitch, one moment at a time. It starts here. Bus rides, long days, late nights. Dialing in your swing, leveling up your look. Chasing your first, hey, that kid's special. Then, it clicks. You're locked in. Every swing smoother, every pitch nastier, every moment straight heat.
Big moment for the closer. He delivers. Got him swinging.
Okay, now you're repping your country. Different pressure, different pride. This is the world stage. Or maybe your journey takes you upstairs, flipping prospects, stacking lineups, building a ball club your way. Getting to the majors? That's just the beginning. Cooperstown is the goal. But you gotta earn it. It's your journey, your moment, your show. Make your mark. Become a legend.
We are sitting here today with senior game designer and product owner of franchise,
Got
Clayton
it right.
Reed. How you doing?
Doing great. I'm just realizing now that I'm sitting here, I was here last year as well, but 2 years ago when my Rangers won, somehow I wasn't brought on to do the stream, so there's a bit of conspiracy there. But again, I'm still in the World Series glow. Glad to be back for another year.
It's great to have you. We know that you and the whole team live and breathe franchise. Is there anything you just want to kick off this stream talking about?
Yeah, I'll give a little PSA. Just say that, you know, like everyone, all other games, we want our franchise mode to be the best. But we're not just saying that. We love franchise. Like for me, franchise mode is what I play. Tim's going to join us later. Franchise mode is what he loves to play. Our team's very passionate about it. And it's important to us not just as developers, but as fans. So we want the best experience possible for our fans.
I love that you touch on, like, you are equally a fan of the game, as is the
100%.
community. You know, Tim is somebody who's come from the community. You've been here how many years now?
Again, we don't want to get into this. It'll age me, but I've been here a minute. You know,
All right.
a minute.
Right, but you...
A long minute.
a long minute. But you've had that fandom carrying through. I know we've sat down with you the last couple of years, kind of refreshing the foundation of franchise mode, and now we're in a position where we kind of reap some of those benefits and what we're able to add to franchise. So if we want to kind of backpedal a little bit, what have we added and where are we going?
Right. So after our team took charge of franchise, we took a cycle or two to really get the foundation in place. We're talking trade metric, player metric, all these pieces to allow us to move forward. Since then, we've overhauled scouting and drafting. We've overhauled free agency. We've added custom game entry. And I'm going to talk about custom game entry for a minute just because, even when we do focus testing and research, we notice that there's people that don't realize that custom game entry is in there. And we think it's really important that people that want to play franchise, sometimes they're a little intimidated about the amount of games they can play it. So I'll talk about custom game entry again for 1 second here. You can customize the level of importance of games to come in. You can set the earliest inning you want to enter a game. You can choose to come in for individual player moments, noteworthy moments, or not. It gives you a ton of flexibility. You don't have to play all 162 games, but you'll be there for the big moments. We want you to get through seasons. We want you to dig into the features that we've put, blood, sweat, and tears into.
For sure. And I know that leads us all into one of the biggest features we've seen in franchise now that we're going to kick off, and it's the new trade system.
Yeah. All that said, the biggest part of the stream that we'll discuss is the new trade system that we built from scratch. The system's night and day when compared to the old system. Easily the best system we've had in the show. You can quote me on that. Not even scared. Not even close to anything that came before. So Rangers, trades, quote me.
There you have it. Yeah, Mackenzie Gore, my Nats, and your Rangers already had a
We're
trade.
working deals out.
Yeah, we're
I
celebrating.
Like
It won't stop there. We're also going to sit down with Tim. We're going to talk about some of the new logic, some of the new bullpen logic, some bullpen games. And then, of course, I know some people are asking, what is Streamline Franchise? We're going to dive into that today, too. Really excited to get this going.
Carson, as you were saying, we're going to dive into all the different logic systems and overalls, including the whole new trade system, Clayton. But
Trade
kind
system.
of backing it up a little bit, as we're going through these new overhauls and systems and how we're tackling which piece of franchise for each dev cycle, what are some of the pillars that are upholding some of these decisions?
Yeah, that's a good word. We do take it to heart. We emphasize these pillars when we're trying to develop a feature. And the first one's depth. We want layers. We want like real life components, as many as possible. We feel that gives a feature replayability. So that goes into, trade system, free agency, all these things. We want authenticity, realism, not only in how our fans engage with the mode, but how the CPU, what it does, how it behaves. We want that to be realistic as well. And we want to follow the current trends in baseball. You guys all know, I think everybody probably knows by now, I want a challenge in a mode. I always want a challenge. I want risk-reward elements. I want there to be strategy. I want stress. To me, stress equates to fun. So if we deliver a feature and it's not challenging and doesn't deliver stress, how can it be fun, right?
I'm glad you mentioned challenge, because I feel like of all the people who I follow who play franchise religiously, they're always asking, make it harder. I want more challenge. I don't want this to be a cakewalk. So the fact that we're going to be building on that a little later with trade logic, I'm excited for them to find out.
And we'll touch on that a little bit. That came up from the community about trades, and obviously we take that to heart. And Fog of War with challenge, getting back to that, I always love Fog of War. People mock me, but I love a little Fog of War, a little misdirection. And then if we get, depth, authenticity, and challenge right, then we get immersion, right? We want you getting lost in our systems, enjoying the challenge. And then the last thing is accessibility. We want you to be able to enjoy our features at a higher level, but allow for a deeper dive. And we know it can be overwhelming to newcomers in franchise. There's so much to do in there. But we want them to enjoy it, even if they don't dive as deep in as like Tim or I do with franchise.
Right. Now, hearing about all these pillars, our fans have a little bit of background on what we kind of think about going into each development cycle. But you know what? Without further ado, let's talk trades.
All right, everyone's heard us talk about this new trade experience. Before we go live and make some trades ourselves, Clayton, let's dive into what this means.
Yeah, I'm going to reiterate, this trade logic is written from scratch. It's possible we were trying to stop the old trade system ship from sinking with duct tape and band-aids, but in order to move forward, we had to, abandon the old logic and start over.
Okay, so yeah, what does that mean? I know, realism is the pinnacle, but what can fans expect?
Yeah, I'm going to dig back into the pillars like we talked about. So for the trade system, for the perspective of challenge, we felt like trading was too easy, which to me made it boring. It's not easy anymore, which I think you'll love, which I like. The community wants a challenge. We knew they wanted a challenge. They want, again, the risk-reward element. They want the chance that you may lose a trade, No longer is that hand-holding visual that's going to tell you if a trade's been accepted or not. You have to gauge based on feedback and what, satisfies your rival GMs. And the CPU often is going to try to get the better of you in trade negotiations. So you have to be on your toes and pay attention to what's going on around the league.
In addition to creating all these new challenges for our fans to experience, let's also touch a little bit on the realism pillar. Yeah. Some offers and systems are kind of returning back into this trade logic.
Yeah. So we brought back pending offers, and with pending offers comes counter offers, because we wanted that back and forth in trade negotiations, which is real life. That's realism, right? There's a new dynamic trade block logic, which is appropriate for the different organizational strategies. If we talk trade packages, buyers want MLB ready talent. They want win now. Sellers want prospects. They want young MLB talent. And it's wise to be realistic about your team's outlook, when you're trying to fill your trade block. If you're a struggling team, you don't want to behave like you're a buyer.
Yeah,
per se.
Sure.
It may be counterintuitive to what you're trying to do from a trade perspective. There's new feedback system. The bar telling you if a trade is going to be accepted or not, that's gone. Opposing GMs will straight up tell you players that they are interested in, and they'll let you know if a trade is offensive or if it's in the ballpark. Positional needs will guide you so far as org strategies for opposing teams, and rumors will sometimes let you know if a rival is about to steal someone on your trade targets or steal someone that's in a pending offer. And rival GMs will even mock you if you significantly overpay. They'll make fun of you.
I kind of love that.
Yeah, our fans can expect a new level of realism with this new trade hub.
As Carson was alluding to, we're going to have a new look at the trade hub and all the multi-dimensions around it. So can you walk us through what our fans can expect?
Yeah, and this all falls under the depth, right? So there's a new trade hub, a one-stop shop for everything trade-related. It is not the March-October trade hub. It's that, times 1,000. So it's exciting. We have expanded trade slots, 4 a side now. You can have up to 8 players in a trade. Expanded organizational strategies, big buyers, small buyers, big sellers, small sellers, different kind of stand pats, and it kind of depends on farm rankings that are now incorporated in the trades. So the farm rankings will affect your organizational strategies. We have positional market sentiments, we have overall market sentiments, a buyer's market, or maybe it's a buyer's market at shortstop. And sometimes you can time it. If you want a shortstop, it's a buyer's market, and it's a positional buyer's market at shortstop. You can get a great deal if you time it that way. And then market sizes, they influence player trade values depending on market sentiment and organizational strategies. And then the big thing with market sizes is that, small markets they're not going to be able to acquire those long-term giant contracts. So I'm sorry to the Rays and Pirates. Juan Soto is not going to be coming to you unless maybe it's his walk year or walk year +1.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going to make it feel more real than ever before. Like you said, like taking account for these walk years with these small market teams, or even just like the buyer and sellers markets between positions, you're going to have to really put on your GM hat to execute some of these trades.
100%. Timing is going to be crucial, this is all depth, right? The more depth, we want the realism, we want the depth, we want all these pieces in. We have untouchables. We have trade targets. You're basically telling other GMs that you're interested in this player, and then depending on their situations, you make it an offer from them. It's like passively pursuing these players. Yeah. We have new rumor logic with, of course, Fog of War. Secondary positions. We're excited about this because secondary positions are factored into trades now. So the CPU won't only be targeting, say they need a second baseman. They're not only going to be targeting primary second baseman. They can target players that play second base as a secondary position, right? Updated trade frequency that ramps up the closer you get to the trade deadline. And then positional needs is again there. This drives offers and it's incorporated into trade evaluations.
What I'm kind of hearing through this laundry list of details that we experience in real life with Major League Baseball, with the trade deadline, is now going to be incorporated into franchise at a level we have not seen before, something I know our fans have wanted, and I can just see all the tweets of them wanting to get their hands on this game as soon as possible.
I like how you say that, because it's so important for us to get as much depth in as possible, because that's what makes it interesting for us as people who love franchise. We get all these pieces in the depth, the challenge, the realism, and it all leads to immersion, right? And the back and forth nature of the pending trades and the counter offers, and it leads to stressful moments, the rumors, the misdirection. It's fun and it will suck you in. This is the most fun I've had playing franchise in a long time with all the the features in place, free agency, trading, scouting and drafting, all these things, and custom game entry.
Yeah, I'm excited to get my hands on it. We're going to be doing some trades live after this pre-record. But for now, I think it's time to go over to Tim and talk lineup logic.
It's time to bring on our heavy pinch hitter for the homer. Tim, welcome back to the feature premiere. Remind our fans, what do you do here?
Hey, I'm a game designer here on the show, and I've been here for about 4 or 5 years, and I'm coming in from cold and snowy upstate New York.
Well, it's rainy here in San Diego, and I hear when it rains, it pours, and we're going to be adding on to all the trade logic we were talking about with Clayton. Walk us through some of the lineup logic that's being added to franchise this year.
We are so excited to talk about lineup logic because this is something that we have had on our radar for quite some time. Lineups, like Clayton mentioned before, are part of our pillars, and we wanted to hit the realism part. So we did a lot of research, and in that research, there was a lot of new trends in baseball that we haven't replicated correctly. We wanted to fix that. So now you're going to see your best hitters hitting in the 2 or 3 hole, and that on-base percentage guy will be in the 1 spot. It doesn't matter anymore the position. We're not looking for the slap hitters, the speed guys. Now you'll see the Otanis, the Schwarbers, those guys hitting that leadoff spot. Kind of excited.
Yeah, I'm hearing, more modern takes in the game are going into franchise, which is super exciting. I know it doesn't stop there. We talk about depth. We talk about immersion. Tim, let's talk more about this.
So when you talk about depth, one of the things for us is always to have that risk-reward factor in there, and also to have some immersion For our depth, performance matters this year. So attributes are part of the package with the lineups, but performance in game and in previous seasons also come into play. If you had a player last year playing real MLB and their stats didn't really reflect their performance, the artificial GM may decide they're going to put them in a different spot in the order. As the season progresses, that dynamic attributes and performance will end up changing their performance on the field, moving their spot in the lineup. They can move up, they can move down, just like a real manager does in a baseball game.
And it doesn't stop there. I know I'm excited for the next change, which is the bullpen rotation logic and the addition of bullpen games, Tim. Talk us through it.
So in the last couple of World Series, we've seen the bullpen games been a major part of the way the modern use of the bullpen is used. We have the openers that will start the game, they'll pitch an inning or two, and then somebody else will come in to finish off the game. Multiple innings will be pitched, and we wanted to reflect that in our game. So to do that, we have not only the user can utilize this, but the CPU will as well. And there's a few triggers that will happen that'll cause it, just like real baseball. Short-term injuries can impact it. So if you had a starter that's missing a starter or two, you may see a bullpen game that'll occur. A lack of quality in the rotation. So if you don't have a starter that could handle the rigor of pitching at 5 to 6 innings in the Major League game anymore, you may see now a bullpen game occur. And if your starting pitcher, for whatever reason, has a long outing and their energy and stamina is down, you may see a bullpen game occur. So one of the things that we had talked about that we wanted to move forward with, anything that the user can do, we want the CPU to do. And you'll see that in our new game this year with bullpen games.
And that leads even more to the realism, the immersion of the franchise experience. But let's touch a little bit on depth. You were already going down that path, whether it's performance, whether it's starting pitcher energy, what kind of depth are our fans looking at to then trigger these bullpen games, or when these bullpen games are occurring?
So like I said, bullpen games are going to occur naturally. It's going to be a part of the game where you'll see, and the user can do this at any time. The user can, if they wanted to have a bullpen game in the 4 spot, the 5 spot, they can set up the bullpen game themselves at any time. The CPU will use it whenever it makes sense for them, based on pitcher energy, a lack of depth, or maybe it's just that that's the best option that they have. And you'll see that, and the logic is working great. We're seeing some awesome outcomes with it. And this realism leads to more immersion in our game. And again, it's part of our pillars that we're looking for. And the CPU will even choose the opener based on the qualities that a real GM and real manager look for in an opener.
Yeah, what I'm hearing through, whether it's the trade logic overhaul, lineup logic, bullpen logic, we're just seeing the modern game now being accurately reflected in MLB The Show 26.
That's our whole idea. Everything that we're looking to do is to try to reflect the game of baseball, make it realistic, make it fun, make it challenging.
Thank you, Tim, so much for joining us, talking through lineup and bullpen logic. Is there anything else you want the fans to know?
The only thing that I'm looking forward to showing everyone in the live stream is how lineups, bullpens, rotations are performance-based this year, and you will see that, and they will evolve naturally through the progression through the season. Performance is going to matter here, so players can move up, down the lineup. They can even move in different spots in the rotation or in the bullpen.
Yeah, we will see it when we go live. Thanks again, Tim.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you once again, Tim, for joining us. I hope you're staying warm in upstate New York. But as we get ready of playing the game, anything else you'd like to say, Clayton?
Yeah, we'll save it for the live portion, but one of the big accessibility additions is Streamline Franchise. We'll touch on that then, and then we'll get into some more fan requests, stuff that we've implemented as well, but we'll touch on that when we go live. And then we'll also touch on Yankees aging rotation, Tim's team, and how they'll probably use the bullpen game a lot.
All right, well, I'm excited to get our hands dirty. Let's get to it.
Hello, welcome back. We are live from San Diego studio. We are 14 days away from early access, Ashley.
That is 2 weeks from today. You just heard about how we've built the trade logic system from the ground up. You got a sneak peek into the bullpen and lineup logic as well.
Yeah, before we dive into this live play, we'll be doing some trades with the franchise boys. Don't forget to watch the gameplay, Road to the Show, and presentation feature premieres that are on YouTube right now.
As Carson mentioned, from here on out, we're going to be talking all about the trades. We're going to dive a little bit deeper into Streamline Franchise. And reminder, where it's all about what's in franchise in MLB The Show 26. That does not include online franchise.
That's right. We'll be focusing on everything new in MLB 26. Twitch drops are active, so make sure you have your accounts linked. We have 3 more MLB The Show 26 packs up for grabs. That's 12 total if you've been watching every feature premiere.
I know I have been. I've been like waiting to get my Twitch packs at the end of every stream. But without further ado, we are joined by senior game designer and product owner Clayton, as well as our producer Travis.
Travis!
Oh, stream debut, Travis?
This
is your stream debut?
Oh, yeah.
It's a big day.
A lot of pressure. A lot of pressure.
Are you a little nervous?
A little nervous.
That's
little,
okay.
Little butterflies, but
It means you care, you know?
Travis going to be great. He's going to be great.
So, yeah, I think you guys all saw in the pre-record, we have a ton of great new features in MLB The Show 26. I think for the live portion, we're going to dive in to the dev kit and start looking at what some of these new trades look like and go through a bunch of other fun stuff throughout this whole live portion.
Yeah, let's have some fun. Time to celebrate. I know Tim wishes he could be here. He's stuck in snowy upstate New York, but
hopefully
he's
he's
watching
in the chat.
at home.
Yeah.
Jealous that he's not here.
We're thinking of you, Tim.
Tim, type 1 if you're in chat.
All right, so before we dive too deep into the whole new trade system, I wanted to kind of set up a couple trades that typically will garner some counter offers because, bringing back pending offers, bringing back the back and forth nature of trade negotiations, it was very important to us. And for us, it adds a level of excitement, level of strategy and realism, So if we look at, we're going to dig into the trade hub a bit more later, but right now you can, get a quick look at market sentiment, seller's market, bidding wars for right field and second base. But as my beloved Rangers, I set up a couple of trades here. One, trying to look for a prospect shortstop, Jet Williams. I maybe lowballed them a little bit with Berger and Peterson. And then looking for a closer, right? So was targeting Rodriguez, who was on the trade block. And again, slight probably underpay. And typically these kind of trades will garner a counteroffer because they're not going to accept these.
Right, and I think this is important for any of our fans to note. These are pending offers now, right? Like we're not getting the instant gratification of a trade that you guys might be familiar with. So there is that cat and mouse game. You're sending it across the fence. You're waiting to see what that team's going to say.
Exactly.
And hopefully get some counters.
Yeah, for sure. So you can see here I looked at the MLB trade block. Randy Rodriguez has been placed on the block. So he's someone that I'm looking to acquire, but I don't want to pay more than I have to, right? So set up a couple trades here. We should be able to go into the calendar and then sim, and let's see if we get some counter offers.
So you touched on earlier, you're kind of lowballing a little bit. So what are you kind of expecting to happen once you hear back from your trade partner?
Well, I think they're going to let me know how they feel about the offer, whether the value's there or not, whether any of these players are really meeting their needs, whether it's positional needs or if they're selling. They probably want young MLB, they want prospects. Our TV is almost turning off here, so 1 second.
It's the beauty of doing everything live,
Yep.
Never know what's going to happen.
There we go.
There
Perfect.
it is.
All right, so we're going to sim ahead a few days, and hopefully we see some counter offers and we get some of that back and forth nature. Okay, 1 day right off the hop. Okay, so the Giants, if we went back in and we looked at the trade block for the Giants, a position of need for them was right field, among other things. They didn't like my Jake Berger piece of that trade, I believe, is who it was. So they came back and they're literally, they're telling us, you can see here the fit wasn't quite right, but Brandon Nimmo is someone we're interested in, right? So they're straight up telling you a player they're interested in. So again, a very obvious hint, but it's something, you can work around. If you don't like this offer, you can maybe focus a different package on Nimmo, right? So we've got that counter offer there. We'll see if we get another one.
It's cool that they're giving you a little sneak peek into what they're thinking, right, as the CPU.
Another counter offer. And you can see that some decisions are made sooner than later. Right. Some teams take longer to get back. Same thing here. Oh, they're after Jung. So Milwaukee, if we go back to the trade block again, which we can do in a minute, you'll see that they're looking for a third baseman, right? Mm-hmm. And Josh Jung was on my trade block, and so they came back and countered it with a trade that met their needs and that they deem is fair. Although the CPU, more often than not, will try and game you a little bit and get a little extra value out of it.
Game or be gamed, right?
Yeah, exactly. So we'll jump back in the trade hub. If we go in here, MLB trade blocks. Where are the Giants? Up there.
There you go.
So the Giants were looking for a left fielder, actually, but Nimmo, and this is another piece of it, right? Typically, in the past, with the trade logic, they'd only be looking at primary positions, but Nimmo has secondary left field, so they know that Nimmo can fit their need in left field, so that's why they added him to the package. It's going to improve enough their left field position that it's someone that they're after.
I'm glad you mentioned that. That was one of like the bigger points of our fielding feedback that came out earlier this morning that fans are kind of latching to. It's not just the primary positions, whether it's us, whether it's the CPU. Your secondary positions matter just as much.
Exactly, and that was important for us.
Yeah.
You know, we felt the old trade logic was limited to primary positions. We didn't want that to be. Same thing when we get into lineup logic. We've really honed in on secondary positions to fill needs in the lineup as well.
Because that's what we see in the real MLB, right?
Exactly.
So we're trying to, make it feel as real as possible.
Yeah, and as I mentioned before, the Brewers, they're seeking first base, third base, center field. So obviously Josh Young was someone that improves third base enough that they were happy giving a counteroffer for that.
Yeah, very cool.
So Colin, I'm going to set something up here.
Go back to the main cam?
Yeah, go back to the main cam.
Movie man.
Hey, perfect.
As Clayton's kind of setting everything up, Travis, what is something that you're most looking forward to about franchise this year?
Oh, I'm just so excited for our team that, with such a small dev cycle, it's kind of tough to get everything in that we wanted to. But I feel like the trades are more true to life, and that's what we really want. We want the reactive trades, and we want it to be fun, and we want it to be realistic. That's what we're striving for.
Right.
We always do as much as we can.
We do as much as we can, and it's
and it's built on it's been years in the making, right? Like we talked about in the pre-record, but it's like you had the free agency stuff, you had the scouting stuff for the draft, and now we're at trades.
Each step is like a foundational step to like improve it as a whole, and we each year we're just try to improve it.
And I'm going to keep hounding on custom game entry. Custom game entry is there. You can set up the inning you come in, the level of importance you can come in, player highlight moments, all that stuff. So remember, custom game entry is there. So, all right. Now what I want to do is I just want to, we're just going to sim. We're on 30-team control.
All right.
Everything's on automatic. We just want to look at trades that come up and celebrate the trade system here. Talk about the trades and see what happens. We ready to roll?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So I'm going to sim through March. Typically April and May, just like in real life, will be quieter months for trades. But we'll see if we get one in April. Already we got one in April.
Oh, okay.
All right. So the D-backs, trading away a reliever, potentially selling already. AJ Puck, 78 overall. All right. Cubs are already buyers.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like that as a White Sox fan. Let's take this back a little bit.
And so the D-backs, again, you're looking for, a young piece to build around 24 years old. Good trade there. All right.
Some of our D-backs fans are bummed. Sorry, guys.
They're selling already. Maybe a small seller early in the season. All right, so one in April. Another one. Who we got here?
All right.
Stevenson. Marlins look like small buyers. Going after a catcher. 286, 4 homers start the year. Nice. And again, another young starting pitcher. See potential, but 64 OVR, 22 years old. He can grow into maybe a back of the rotation starter. We'll see here.
Yeah, try to get another arm. Yeah, remember, this is the first look at franchise and MLB The Show 26 live. We are 2 weeks away from early access. It's going quick.
Speaking of my White Sox, trading away Lamont Wade Jr. Okay.
How do you feel about that, Ashley?
I mean, some...
Ashley, I didn't know you were a White Sox fan.
You didn't know that? I feel like I'm making my whole personality. Whoa. On the up and up again.
This is news to me.
Oh, man.
Oh, okay. Here we go. My Rangers already selling. Can we restart so my Rangers can be buyers? No, it's okay. DeGrom, a big trade.
Wow.
Now, here you'll see, okay, so the Marlins typically wouldn't be buyers for someone of DeGrom's stature with his AAV, but if it's your walk year or walk year +1, some of these small market teams can take a shot at some of these expensive star players, that would typically be out of reach. So, DeGrom going to the Marlins. The Marlins are...
They're going in.
So somebody get Steven in here. This is pretty exciting.
I'll take this B prospect, 20-year-old shortstop. All right. He's got a reliever and a starter. Rangers are rebuilding already.
How do you feel about that?
It could be the White Sox.
Whoa.
Hey, shots
fired.
All right, we're heating up here. Nathaniel Lowe, the Marlins are literally Going crazy. Oh,
Steven has walked in with his Marlins hat.
A lot of Marlins action.
If only this was real life, right? Daniel Lowe improving their first base position, looking for some bats. Again, another prospect going the Reds' way. The Marlins are just unloading prospects.
Yeah, they must be rattling off quite a few wins here, huh, Clayton?
I got to say, this is typically more trades than I would see in May, so very interesting. All right, we're going through May here. All right, into June now. Should start picking up again.
There we go.
We got 2 trades on the same day. I like this where you can kind of paginate over, which is kind of neat there, the little R1, L1. All right, so what do we got here? Big prospect going to the Giants. Giants are clearly selling. I might cough. Chappie, take over. Chapman
Giants,
on the move.
We do see Webb going a lot.
Aiden Miller. Look at this guy. First round draft pick 2023. Interesting. Chapman.
Aiden Miller.
See, now here's a case where 5 years remaining, right? The Phillies are willing to take on their big market team, tier 1, tier 2 type team. They're willing to take on that big money over 5 years.
Yeah, market size definitely matters when teams are going for players and money and all that stuff.
All
which
factors
building the bullpen as well. Yeah. And then we have Phillies again, improving the catcher position, moving another top prospect.
We have a little arms race here in the NL East.
Right.
Yeah.
And I have to say it because our fans noticed it earlier today. 4 players, one way going. That's new to this year.
Let's take a look at the standings here. Let's see what's going on with the Phillies and Marlins. Look at this.
Okay.
They're going for it.
Marlins in the wild card hunt, but the Phillies are a machine
kind of running away
right now. Yeah. And on wild card. Marlins still have some work to do despite their trades. Let's go Marlins. I'm cheering for the Marlins.
Yeah. Everyone loves
They're buying in. I love it.
Waiting for Steven.
All right, we'll keep moving through June here. Oh my God!
Oh man!
Wow!
Really?
This is
a player that when I play, this is the guy I target. I like his
Christmas.
power. I like his right field. He's got a big arm. He's got big power. This is a trade that I have made a few times while simming.
There you go.
I like the power bat. So Nimmo's on the move to Baltimore. Higashioka, I'm a big fan of his actually. So
nice player.
Nice backup catcher there. Martin will help out the bullpen.
So another 4 for 3 here, adding
at
that
Noel,
extra fourth slot.
I know. Look at Mayo. I know Mayo. They're waiting for him to bust out, but he's gonna break out with the Rangers.
He's a big MLB The Show fan.
I think so.
He's come by the studio
does
before.
He play?
Shout out Kobe.
Very cool.
I'm a fan of this trade. I never like rebuilding, but I'll take it. Good luck, Baltimore. Oh, here's Tim's Yankees.
Yankees and Giants.
And they're buying as the
Yeah,
Giants
snagging
continue to
Giannis.
sell, something we've been monitoring.
Tim's probably in the chat. Doesn't want to trade his prospect here, but they got Adames, so not a bad trade. Not a bad trade.
And then there's a question in chat we kind of touched on earlier, but in case they joined in late, not every single trade is going to be automatic because we have pending offers now this year.
No trade's automatic, actually. There's always going to be a period of time while the team's assessing the trades, maybe waiting for different offers, reaching out to other teams. So nothing's going to be immediate.
Right.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, this save file, we have access to all 30 teams right now, and we're just letting trades run through, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
Normally, listen, if you weren't on 30-team control, you would see the blockbuster trades, but you wouldn't see every trade for every team. But we have 30-team control, and everything's set to automatic.
So we're
just
seeing
looking
literally
at all
everything in the
trades.
league.
Yes.
Yep, we're seeing the logic in action.
Yeah.
All right,
Griffin
Griffin
Jack,
Jacks.
huge MLB The Show fan.
Baltimore. All right, so we have an arms race between somehow the Marlins and Yankees, Baltimore, and Phillies right now. Is what I'm
Right,
seeing.
the East is heating up.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
And then I'm seeing some questions. What about the trade deadline, Clayton? What does that mean? Do you got to get those offers in before the deadline?
Well, like anything, end of day
Yep.
on the deadline day,
Right.
no more trades.
Yeah.
You know. So yeah, that's the nature of it.
Oh, this one's interesting. You have Basayo in real life signed a huge extension in the middle of last year, so the Twins are able to send over one of their better pitchers to kind of get that length from Basayo right here.
This is interesting.
This is very
trade.
interesting.
Baltimore's really going for it.
They really are.
A lot of action, Baltimore side.
21 years old. Bailey Ober. All right, Orioles.
26 is their year. Shout out Mills.
All right, we're into July. Things could pick up even more now. We'll see. All right. Bader to the Royals. Royals are making a little push here. Actually, this is almost like a win-win trade, but
It's pretty even.
That is
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe just one that fills a need for
Filling
both
in
teams.
positional
Yeah.
needs. Yeah. So we're working our way to the All-Star
Two
game
trades
here.
today.
Another trade.
The Padres making a move, getting Diaz for first base for a young pitcher. Cedric Mullins to the D-backs. They've changed course maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit better. Their season's turned around. Waldschmidt.
As we are making our way through the season with the trades, we are answering whatever questions we can live. So if you have them, put them in the YouTube chat, put them in the Twitch chat. We will try to get to them. I know Colin's always on deck, kind of answering or asking the questions when we can. So if you have them, put them in the chat, and we'll hopefully answer them as quickly as possible.
Willie Castro. One of
Ooh.
my, I just did a small rebuild with the Rangers. Willie Castro is one of my favorites because look at all the positions he can play. He's a good player. And
He's our Diamond Dynasty fans' favorites
he's
as well.
Super utility.
Tons of versatility there.
Great pick up by the Brewers there. Can play anywhere. Logan Henderson, another young pitcher. All right, we're approaching the deadline.
Ooh, my White
There we
Sox.
go.
Eric Fetty, they flip him once again. They flipped him a couple years ago.
Ex-Nat.
Right, Austin Hayes as well. This is something that I do expect at the trade deadline, both of those guys being flipped for a couple prospects in return.
Regrettably, of
Bang
course.
on with that.
Accuracy.
Big trade. So here we go.
Oh, 4 for 4.
4 slots, like we mentioned before, the 4 slots piece. This is the Max trade. 8 players side. Max Clark, huge prospect going to Cincinnati. Detroit, buying Suarez, getting the bullpen piece. 2 bullpen pieces. Wow, Tigers. Huge trade.
I love it.
It is. Josh's younger brother there for the Reds.
Look at Max Clark.
Max Clark.
On the
Top
move.
prospect.
Yeah.
First rounder 2023 again. Unreal.
Our
All
fans
right.
are digging this one.
Yeah, that's a banger right there.
3 for 3.
Oh.
Look at these.
We're getting confetti.
The Orioles. Blockbuster trade. Drew Rasmussen. Gavin Lux. He was on my Ranger rebuild too. This guy is, and we'll get into platoon hitting as well, but he was
former top prospect.
He would obviously he was hitting against righties all the time for me at second base. So he's a good platoon bat for sure.
Yeah.
Dylan Beaver's going back. He's headlining Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
B prospect. Already solid contact against a righty.
Right.
24 years old. The Orioles.
Arms race. I'm loving it.
Right.
Just going nuts.
Going all in.
Pirates even throwing their hat in the ring here. Caratini strengthening the catcher position. 2 trades here. Shocker, that's the Orioles. Orioles and Brewers, they're both going for it. Interesting. This is an interesting trade. Gary Sanchez. Triple McGill. Look at that. What a solid bullpen piece.
Yeah.
80 OVR.
Orioles are
25
absolutely
saves already.
loading up.
1.91 ERA. Unbelievable. Seems to me the Brewers may have pivoted somewhat. Although they get a serviceable starting pitcher and a top prospect.
Yes.
Very cool trade.
Can't help but notice the Marlins have cooled off a little bit. They got their.
Yeah,
We're gonna check. We're gonna see where they are in
I have a
the wild
suspicion.
card race.
Right.
Peterson.
drop.
Cubs are back
continuing
at
to buying.
it. Devin Williams, one of Tim Barnes' favorites. He's gonna miss Devin Williams this year. Here we go.
Seager.
You know what?
Christian
Again, Christian
Campbell.
Campbell is someone that was part of my rebuild as well. Okay.
Giving up
we
Seager,
traded
though.
Seager.
That's
What
pretty
is
big.
happening here?
And Nate Eovaldi?
Something's wrong
Seager
with
to
this
the
game. No, I'm
Red
just kidding.
Sox.
All right, so Eovaldi, again, he's in that walk year +1.
Yep.
Spores, bullpen piece. Seager, I don't like to see him go, but he is 31. 6 years remaining, big contract. If you can get Christian
back,
Campbell
yeah.
and 2 other top 100 prospects in the game, let's go Rangers. What a smart move. What a smart move.
So again, you see the Red Sox taking on that big contract.
And
Maybe
Brewers
a smaller
have
market
clearly
team wouldn't do
pivoted. Yeah,
that.
Brewers have clearly pivoted. They're selling Woodruff. Walk here for Woodruff. Big contract, but the Padres are strengthening their rotation. So some cool trades there.
And that's the
Trade
trade deadline.
deadline day. 3 trades here. Another big one. 8-player trade. Houston making a late push. The Mets picked up
Christian
Yelich.
Yelich.
Wow.
Brewers really are selling.
Getting
Jake
rid of
Bowers as well.
everyone.
Yup.
Yeah, we'll go over that right after
Check
this.
that.
Jonah Tong.
Look at
Heading
this
back to the
one.
A's.
Severino to the Mets. Bullpen piece.
Aaron Savali, White Sox legend.
Yeah.
All right.
White Sox legend.
So there we have it. We can't control how many trades happen on certain days. Sometimes, honestly, trade deadline, I've seen up to like 10, 11 trades on those days, which is exciting. Let's check out the standings now. We'll see where we're at. Where do we think the Marlins are at?
I'm scared to look.
I'm scared to say.
Look at the Orioles with all their acquisitions. They're still look like in the wild card.
They're pushing
Red
right.
Sox.
Yeah.
Red Sox there, and they added Seager. Tim, your Yankees, come on.
I'm curious, where are the Brewers? They have to be somewhere near the bottom, given all that they've been giving up.
There we go. Orioles firmly in the wild card, though.
Yeah.
Yankees as well, Astros. They were all buying.
Mm-hmm.
Tigers as well. They had that one trade.
Gave up Max Clark for it.
They did, but they're
One
in the
game
mix.
back. Yeah, they're
still
right
on
there.
the hunt.
Nope.
We go to the NL. Phillies cooled
can
off
keep
a little
running.
bit,
Yeah.
but the Marlins.
They're still hanging around.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the wild card stand. Cubs, solid. Look at the Pirates. What's that rookie's name?
Connor Griffin.
Oh, he's probably making a difference.
Unbelievable.
Oh,
Hey.
kid Dodgers. Bye. We won't talk. Travis is a Dodgers fan. All right, it's Padres, D-backs. Oh, there you go. D-backs in the mix.
Right.
The Brewers fell off. Marlins 4 games back. Come on, Marlins. Still cheering for
Brewers
you.
under 500.
Yeah, Brewers made a business decision there at the deadline.
They did.
Just
All right. So we want to do a
selling
run
everyone.
there to show you all the trades that happened up to the trade deadline. Colin, I'm going to set something up here.
Go main cam.
All right,
Yeah.
perfect. But hopefully we like those trades. I thought there were some very interesting trades.
There's some very interesting
It's fun
ones.
seeing like the 4 for 4, the 4 for 3, the mega trades happening out there. It's
Yeah.
very interesting.
When it pops up on the screen, you're like, whoa. A lot of guys are moving.
Yeah. Some emotions here, too, especially when your Rangers popped up.
You know,
Unexpected sellers.
I didn't like moving Seager,
Yeah.
Evaldi, but do you see what they got? Wow, what a haul. Impressive.
still
Almost
miss
as
Seager.
if I was GM. You know?
There you go.
I see.
I still miss Seager, and it's been years.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
right.
True. All right, so I'm going to set something up for a solo run now with, naturally, my Rangers.
Of course.
Okay.
We'd be
But,
worried if it wasn't.
Yeah, give me a minute here.
So this will look a little different. Instead of the 30 teams, we're just going to be locked in on the Rangers. We're going to be making decisions, making offers,
Yeah.
trying to
I'm
maybe
gonna
maybe we'll buy instead of sell like the CPU did.
Well,
Oh, there you go.
we could.
Flipping on its side.
Again, it behooves you to like listen to your team and your standings, and if you have a realistic shot at the playoffs.
Sure.
And again, listen to the market
Listen to the
sentiment. We'll
market.
dig into all these pieces.
We have to be reactionary, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna set everything to auto except trades, and then we'll jump in and we'll see. We'll dig into the Rangers here. All right, Colin, we're ready here.
Let's hit the dev kit.
Cool. So once again, we're now single team focused.
New save
Yeah.
file.
Now, before we dig into the trade hub, let's talk pitching rotations.
Yes.
Let's talk bullpen game.
And we touched on some of this in the pre-record, but the addition of bullpen games is going to make life easier for some teams, especially when injuries pop up and stuff like that, right?
Right. So as Tim alluded to, obviously we want realism, we want modern trends, and obviously the bullpen game is one of those modern trends. Where are my notes on the bullpen game here? So the Angels, we're coming in the season. Clearly, it's deemed that they don't have a quality enough fifth starter, right? So they're right off the start, opening day, they're running a bullpen game. You can have the bullpen game in any slot. It doesn't have to be in the fifth slot. Oh, I don't control them, so that's right. I can't switch that. But you can move it to the second
CPU
slot,
did that.
third slot, what have you. Stevenson is their opener. You can switch your opener at any time,
Yeah.
And bullpen games, modern game, realism. That's what we like to see. And the CPU is doing it naturally for the Angels, which is something we didn't expect all the time. But basically, so lack of quality, that's the deal with the Angels here. Sorry, Matt on our team, big Angels fan. Sorry you don't have enough good starting pitchers. Short-term injuries, fatigue with some pitchers in the rotation. That'll trigger, the CPU to automatically do a bullpen game. Now, if you have a bullpen game, but your rotation, the pitchers can pitch, like say there's a day off and they can get regular rest, then the bullpen game will be skipped. So it's another little realistic fact in there.
So Travis, this will also be, the computer will be able to do it for you if you
Correct.
need to. But
Correct.
you can
This is-
always step in and make your own
Right,
decision.
you can step in and make your choice. This is a CPU-controlled team, but correct. This start of the season, Angels, typically we see bullpen games to start. Yeah.
Yeah, I was play testing this a little bit, and it's fun, like setting up the bullpen game, deciding who your opener is going to be and stuff. It's cool.
Yeah, I'm seeing some chatter about some questions regarding regression. We will get to regression in a little bit. Hang tight. We will answer your question. Right now, we're going a little bit in bullpen logic, and we also have some new lineup logic as well, Clayton.
That's true, but I mean, you didn't mention regression. I'm happy
All
to
right,
talk
if you
about
want to go into it, let's do it now.
Right.
Okay, I think like the rest of you out there, the community, it wasn't fun having like an aging all-star who was still playing at an all-star level just literally fall off the cliff, right? So we've updated regression logic. If an aging player past his peak, if he's still playing at or above his expected level, then his regression is going to be much slower than it ever has before. So you'll see these guys, these all-stars, these top players that are still playing well, they're going to age more gracefully. They're not going to fall off a cliff. So, yeah, that's new logic that's in as well. So hopefully that answers that question.
And that'll pertain to those higher tier all-star caliber players.
It's kind of anybody really, though. And Trey, you can touch on too.
Right, it's all players, but it's especially noticeable with the top tier players, the all-stars, and they just all of a sudden hit a certain age and then just drop way off. We don't want to see that, If they're still playing at a good level, they'll continue.
Yeah, I mean, if your peak is a C potential, B potential player, and you're playing at or above that, they'll still regress more slowly, but it's more noticeable. You know the names. You see like now maybe you'll see Chris Sale fall off the cliff.
Whoa!
In past
Don't disrespect
years.
my king like that.
Fair.
But understandable.
This regression
Point
is
taken.
protecting, right? So if he's playing at an all-star level, much more graceful, he'll go off into the sunset with a beautiful end.
It just won't end like that. Yeah.
There we go.
Exactly.
Very cool.
Yes.
Now, since we have the rotation screen, the bullpen here, there is new bullpen logic. I think Tim touched on it, but let's dig into it a bit more. The new logic, it basically looks to pitch relievers who have not pitched in a while. Like a lot of times, even with closers, if they haven't pitched in 3-4 days, they're going to throw them out there for an inning and get some work in, right? Otherwise, there's too much rust. They want to give them some action, give them even like a half inning, even a game where it's not a save situation, right? So that logic's in there. We look at pitcher usage over like the previous 10 days, pitches thrown, how much energy. The logic is much more in tune to like high leverage situations, so like setup men, closers. Typically they'll come in more high leverage situations, and doesn't have to be like 7th or 8th inning. Depends on the situation of the game. Stutter McGee over here.
But that's something we are seeing in real life Major League Baseball is your closer isn't always coming in the 9th inning. It's whatever that highest leverage situation is. If it is in the 7th inning, that's where you're going to see your highest leverage reliever.
Yeah, it's modern trends, right? So a lot of times, sometimes you'll have a set closer, and then you have another guy designated as this. If there's a fire that needs to be put out earlier in the game, he'll come in, right? Yeah. And then the reliever selection overall looks at skill, looks at usage, looks at season workload, how much rest, obviously handedness matchup, and then again the high-low role as far as reliever leverage for reliever. Yeah.
Yes.
So all that bullpen logic should just be more modern, smarter.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that transitions us well into lineup logic, where it's very similar. We're going to see guys with the highest OBP at the top of the lineup, while those who have better slugging, they're going to be more toward in the middle of the lineup.
Exactly. Tim touched on it. Best hitters will be batting 1, 2, 3. Typically on base percentage guy, lead off. Your best hitters in the 2-hole, and then typically you get the power guy 3, 4, and so on and so forth. And we try and obviously get some splits in handedness. We don't want to stack a lineup all righties or all lefties. So we try to, there's logic in there to where it can, get some variance in handedness. But there are hitters now, some righties can crush righties, some lefties can crush lefties. So it depends on their attributes and, again, performance. So lineup logic as well, modern trends like we've been talking about. And then the lineups are dynamic, right? So it's performance-based. It's about attribute progression and regression. And then it's roster competition. You make trades. You call guys up, send guys down. There's going to be some shuffling of the lineup, and it's going to try to optimize it. Defense and secondary positions matter. Like we touched on before, secondary positions are a big thing with lineups now. We're not just looking at primary positions. The best players will play if they can fit in the lineup. And then someone may have a slightly better bat, but if they're significantly better defensively, you know, they're going to go in because it's even more advantageous, you know, than a slightly better bat. Someone that can, like, you know, crush it from a defensive perspective. They're going to get in the lineup.
Yeah.
CPU lineups will be optimized. They're no longer just subbing in a player. Those lineups will be optimized. And then to start a season, it's basically, you know, we have like 3-year weighted war, and the weighted stats will go into it. We kind of leverage team needs, so it's about, you know, attributes, weighted stats, performance. And so that's everything that goes into lineups.
Yeah, so as our fans have been hearing, we have new bullpen logic, we have new lineup logic. I know we still want to touch on Streamline Franchise to end this live, so appreciate you all sticking with us. One last question before we move on. I saw it asked in the Twitch chat. When do you decide to do a bullpen game? Looks like the user is in control of that, while the CPU is going to kind of do it depending on where they are with which starter.
Right, CPU will do it, you know, if there's fatigue, lack of energy, maybe short-term injury. Say a guy's out for a week and not long enough to put him on the IL, or what was the other situation? Or just not enough quality, like we saw at the Angels.
Starts,
yeah. So those are the cases. As a user, you probably look at the same thing, you know. Maybe you overtaxed a few starters. Maybe you have a short-term injury. Maybe you just don't love your 5th starter, 4th starter, or whatever. You know, run
you have a
bullpen game. Exactly.
Right.
Especially
Go
if you have a
bullpen.
bullpen.
Might as well use it.
Yeah. That's what I was doing in some of my Sims too. And in my rebuild, I was like stacking my bullpen because I couldn't get enough quality pitchers at the start of it, and I was just running bullpen games, which is kind of fun, to be honest.
Make it work.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a nice little wrinkle, but that is the new logic introduced in Franchise. We are excited for you all to experience this for yourself just 2 weeks from today with the Digital Deluxe Edition for early access. But we wanted to end this stream talking about Streamline Franchise, Travis. So I'll hand it off to you.
Sure, yeah. Streamlined, you know, it's all about accessibility. Like Clayton talked about their pillars. We want, you know, more accessible, easier onboarding. Franchise can be difficult to manage. It's a beast. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of levers to pull. Can be overwhelming at times. So we wanted to have like a simplified experience to, you know, default you to more manageable day-to-day pieces. It's a very tailored experience, and it kind of guides you into that experience. And it's it's more of that onboarding, you know, experience as well.
So it makes it less daunting for, you know, we know that we have our fans that love getting into the weeds with their franchise. This is for the more casual franchise fan.
Correct.
No, guys, I'm going to interrupt because we're not ready to go Streamlined yet. We still have to do Trade Hub. We got to dig into a bunch of stuff here with my Rangers.
That's right.
All right, let's do it.
Then
Let's do it
right back into
That's
Streamlined.
okay. We're getting a little long over here. Just want to make sure we're
covering.
covering.
a curveball there.
Yeah.
And Travis like, where's my visual? All right, so we're going to dig in here. I simmed a little bit ahead, but I want to get into the Trade Hub. Let's get into all the pieces of it. Right away when you hop in, again, market sentiment, seller's market, bidding wars for closing pitchers, but there's an abundance of starting pitchers, right? So could be bargains for starting pitchers. We give you a little guidance down there. You know, if you're not getting any pending offers, you know, load up your trade block. I'm Texas, so my Texas trade block, and then fill out my trade targets and fill positions. Right. Rumors, again, we mentioned fog of war. Some of these are real, some of these are not. Just like if you're online scouring all the gossip out there.
Yeah, some of the White Sox involved in a rumor potentially.
What's true and what's
White
not?
Sox could use an upgrade. Well, that's you know.
Listen,
that goes without saying that any position. But anyway,
got to decipher the real ones from the false
So we'll
ones.
dig in here. We're gonna load up the trade block here. All right. So who should we put on the block, guys? I'm putting Nimmo. I'm putting Garcia.
So the Giants are still interested in Nimmo?
I'm not putting Seager, but I'll put DeGrom.
Wow.
We'll see if someone still tries to get Seager. I'm putting Berger. Spores.
Also White Sox legend.
Josh Smith. I like Josh Smith. Very versatile, but I'll put him on the block.
Yeah. How many players can you put on the block?
20 players on the block.
Yep.
Let's see. Zeke.
If you're looking to clean house.
I was about to say.
Load it up.
Plenty.
You have the opportunity.
As you can see here, Sebastian Walcott's already untouchable, so I can't put him on the block. Well, I could change it, but
True.
I'm going to leave him off there for now. Put a few more guys. Let's see here. All right. Let's back out of here. Untouchables. Clearly we have some untouchables set here. I'm going to say Gutierrez for me. I would like to remove him as an untouchable. Kumar, I like you, but we're going to dangle you as well. Actually, let's dangle. Let's dangle Kumar. Where is he?
Good question in the chat. How do you make a player untouchable?
You go over to untouchables, go into your list, and
There you
select
go.
any
There
player you want
Perfect.
to make
We got
untouchable. Yeah.
about 5 more minutes here, so we're going to try to
Okay.
get some trades out so everyone can see what it looks like.
We're going to set up some positions. Positions will drive. You're basically telling the other GMs in the league, these are the positions I'm looking
what's
for.
available.
Yeah.
I think you guys know how that works.
Helps the trade interactions with the CPU, and they know what you're looking for.
Okay, that's important.
One question I've seen come up is, what is the stuff in the attributes?
Yeah, stuff. That's
Travis,
that's
take
more
that
of that's more of a gameplay question.
Let's jump in.
We're not covering draft and scouting. That stuff's all returning from last year.
Yeah.
So stuff kind of here. It's for pitchers. It goes
encompasses-
into hits per
Right.
9, Ks
Yeah.
per 9, homers per 9.
Think about,
Basically, it's the kind of the
Their
quality
attributes,
of
yeah.
your
Kinda-
stuff.
What kind of stuff do you have?
all-encompassing, yeah.
Yes. In case you missed it, our gameplay feature premiere was the first one that we kicked off with. That is still available on YouTube right now. Sony San Diego Studio.
Check it out.
Now, one thing I like to do, you can set trade targets up here. You can click in and look around the league, and you can kind of set anybody's trade targets except Gunnar Henderson, who's an untouchable.
Yes.
But what I like to do, I like to go to the MLB trade block and look around the league, see who I may be interested in acquiring. Okert's tempting me, and I can select him, and I can add Steven Okert as a target from here as well. So there's
Okay.
two ways to add trade targets. I'm gonna add Okert on there. What kind of relievers? Jimenez, sure. Will I do Jimenez as a target? I need a big bat. Oh, I like Casas actually. He was part of my rebuilds back in the day as well.
Get him back. There we
Add
go.
him as a
Can
target.
look around.
And I like Alec Baum. We'll put him on there as well.
Perfect.
So there you go. My trade target's been filled up, and I did that through the MLB trade blocks down there.
All these are trying to make the user experience easier, better. You can do it from here. You can do it from here. You can do it from the main trade hub. Yeah.
Lots of options
Right.
for our fans.
All right, so let's sim a little bit. Again, we're early. It's April, so
Right. It's
might
gonna take a
not
little
be
bit.
a ton of trade action here. I got an offer already.
All right.
Luke Ray, because I pushed Josh Smith on the block. Luke Rayleigh, I set first base as a positional
Mm-hmm.
need. Not sure he's an upgrade over my boy Jake Berger, but
I
it's
appreciate
nice to see
the
the
Jake Berger
offers
appreciation.
yeah. Oh, that's true. The
Right?
White Sox. All right. I'm gonna keep Josh Smith here.
All right.
Okay.
But if you go to your trade hub, I have a received offer. I can accept. I can counter. I can decline. I'm gonna decline this one though.
Yeah.
All right.
Just let them know.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't want him.
Has to be better.
I'll be polite. I don't want to lingering around in there. I'll go back in a second here. See if I want to update anything in my trade hub.
Right.
As we're simming, I do want to. Some people are asking about March to October. Streamlined franchise is essentially going to be your way of having an MTO like feature in the game. Right. It's going to be a little less of a in the weeds as your normal franchise. It'll be completely customizable. You'll be able to pick when you want to go into games and do things. Anything else you want to add there, Travis?
Yeah, it's like you said, it's completely customizable. Like you can pick the number of games you want to enter. You can pick the situational importance. You can pick player highlight moments, stuff like that. You can just play the way you want to play.
Yeah, it's like a customizable version, correct? And that's within franchise this year. So when you boot up franchise, you'll have a choice to go full franchise or streamlined and kind of go from there.
Now, this is tough because we have only a certain amount of time here. I would I like to dig into the weeds here deep to really. But let's see what other kind of offers. Blockbuster trade, Alcantara for Jason.
So we're still getting the
Dominguez.
Blockbuster notifications.
Yeah, even though I'm only controlling the Rangers, we still get the Blockbuster
Right.
notifications.
All right.
Another Blockbuster. Cutter Crawford, Kevin Alcantara, Chapman.
Oh, Chapman.
Going back to the Cubs.
I don't like Cubs
Journeyman.
making moves.
Yeah,
here. What's
right?
going on over here, you know?
There we go.
there it
Oh
is.
my God! See, that's why I
Oh.
put Kumar on the block.
All right, you get Pete back.
Pete, 5 years, 31 million.
Big contract he just signed.
All right, we got 2 minutes. 2 minutes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, all right. So we mentioned that March, October is not coming back. We talked about Streamlined a little bit. If you get us a minute, we'll set something up and come in through Streamlined if that's okay. Colin, is that cool?
Let's do it.
And then we'll touch on Streamline and March, October. One more second here. I just want to set some stuff.
So as you've been watching along with all of us, new trade logic built from the ground up, new bullpen logic, lineup logic. We're going to talk about Streamline franchise in just a little bit, which is going to give you that March to October-like experience within franchise itself. And then before then, you'll have a chance to get your hands on the game in just a couple of weeks.
2 weeks for early access.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to come into Streamline here. Obviously, you have the option to take full control, go to Streamline. We'll go Streamlined. You can only control one team in Streamline, and it's the idea of Streamlined.
It's an ass.
Yeah, it gives you, well, we'll control the Nats, why not? It gives you, listen, it's an MTO-like experience, right?
Yeah.
Essentially, we default you to, and we'll show you in here. We default your CGE settings, your custom game entry settings, so that you can customize it, but we default it to something that'll give you an experience similar to March, October. We set up your tasks.
Somebody literally just asked a question about tasks in the chat. It's a great timing.
So you have tasks, scouting, trades, and free agency. Those are set to manual through Streamlined. And again, that's what you controlled in March, October.
Right.
Right. The only difference here is you can customize it. So it's almost like it's March, October, but it's a level of customization that's beyond March, October.
Right.
So, and we felt, we had some of our resources were dealing with March, October. Some of our resources were dealing with franchise. Now we can focus all of our resources on the franchise and still give you an experience very similar to March, October, and another way that's accessible for the user that's a bit more casual. But we can also focus all our resources on franchise. Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, it's well said. So Streamlined, it looks a little different than what MTO fans might expect, but it is customizable. It feels really good. I've been playing it, and it's a nice feature.
So here, there's one button, you can go Streamline to full control. So you come in, it's accessible, you're happy playing at high level, you want to dig a little deeper in some of these other things, you switch over one button, switch over to full control. You can set injury management to different settings instead of automatic. So again, and switch back to Streamline whenever you want, and those things are locked, and you have manual free agency trades just like in March, October.
There we go. Before we let you all go, anything else you'd like to tell our fans?
Wow, there's a few more fan requests. We've increased the fog of war in scouting. There was also someone online found a way they knew exactly who a generational talent was. We found that, that's
impressive, actually.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
The time and dedication it took to figure that out was impressive, but we shut the door on that. So sorry about all your effort. We talked about regression. We have new DFA logic. You can't just kick an aging veteran to the curb anymore. There's new DFA logic in there. Updated trade values for star players and prospects. Do you want to hit on the depth?
No. Oh, I'm on the wrong page.
That's okay.
Yeah,
we moved pitcher energies so you can see it on the rotation screen now. It's nice to know how fresh or not your starter is.
For sure.
We split up, as you can see down here, we split up arbitration and renewables so that they're its own option now. If you like dealing with arbitration but hated dealing with renewables, you can now have different
Pick one
options
of the
for
two.
each.
Right,
Exactly. Yeah. Updated Hall of Fame logic selection logic, I should say, and then we have rosters that are more dedicated to franchise, right? So they should be set up better when it comes to positions, attributes, and it'll work better with the franchise ecosystem as a whole. So that and more, but we don't have enough time.
We're at time. Thank you so much, Clayton and Travis, for joining us.
You're welcome.
And walking through all the new franchise stuff in MLB 26.
And thank you, fans, for sticking with us. This was our 4th feature premiere. We're, again, just 2 weeks away from early access. You'll be able to hear about all things new in Diamond Dynasty next week, and then all things live content the week after.
Pre-orders are open right now. If you liked what you saw, you can go check it out. Any digital deluxe edition owners from 21 will get a 10% discount if they purchase.
And remember, early access 2 weeks from today with the purchase of a digital deluxe edition. And with that edition, you'll have not 1, but 2 World Baseball Classic packs. So you'll immediately start your DD journey with 2 WBC players.
Yeah, I'm excited to talk more about that in a little bit. But standard launch day will be on March 17th, St. Paddy's Day. We're very excited for it. Sign up for the scouting report if you need any news on what we're doing, any live content stuff once the game comes out. All sorts of great goodies there. And then, of course, follow us on socials for other information.
Schedule? We just said schedule.
We just said the schedule.
All right, next week is Diamond Dynasty. The week after is live content. I know a lot of you in the presentation feature premiere noticed that Roflo said he really liked how parallels were customizable this year. You'll be able to find out just how so in exactly a week.
He did say that, didn't he?
He did. I love that he said it.
I'm excited to talk about it next Thursday, 2 o'clock. We'll see you there.
Every legend starts somewhere. Not in the spotlight, but in the work. One swing, one pitch, one moment at a time. It starts here. Bus rides, long days, late nights. Dialing in your swing, leveling up your look. Chasing your first, hey, that kid's special. Then, it clicks. You're locked in. Every swing smoother, every pitch nastier, every moment straight heat.
Big moment for the closer. He delivers. Got him swinging.
Okay, now you're repping your country. Different pressure, different pride. This is the world stage. Or maybe your journey takes you upstairs, flipping prospects, stacking lineups, building a ball club your way. Getting to the majors? That's just the beginning. Cooperstown is the goal. But you gotta earn it. It's your journey, your moment, your show. Make your mark. Become a legend.
Hello, MLB The Show fans. I'm Carson.
And I'm Ashley.
And we're here to talk about all things presentation in today's feature premiere.
Earlier this week, you had a chance to check out the fielding feedback for presentation, but today we're going to be sitting down with Drew from the development team, diving into more of those subjects.
Yeah, it's going to start with the College World Series in presentation.
In Storyline Season 4.
An all-new commentary experience with Robert Flores and Diamond Dynasty.
And you cannot forget the World Baseball Classic.
If you haven't checked out any of the other feature premieres, make sure you check them out. We have gameplay and Road to the Show on YouTube right now.
And make sure you stay tuned, stay live with us, because we will have MLB The Show 26 up, and we'll be answering your questions live with Drew from the development team.
Twitch users, make sure you sign up and link your accounts so you can get free drops in MLB The Show 26.
And welcome to the presentation feature premiere.
Let's get it started. All right, let's get it started. Let's talk Prez with Drew, our senior design manager. How are you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. How many years have you been here now?
This will be my 7th game, I think. So, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
This is our 3rd feature premiere, 3rd different time. The set's looking a little bit different.
Looks
How are
nice.
you feeling?
Feels good. I like a little more relaxed vibe.
Right?
Yeah, for sure. Just talking shop.
Yeah.
There you go.
Very nice. Well, we have a lot to talk about for presentation this year. I know your team touches so many different parts of the game. A lot of our fans saw the Road to the Show feature premiere last week.
Did.
And a lot of press work went into Road to the Show, starting with the College World Series experience.
Yeah, it did. To me, the College World Series has been one of the coolest upgrades and like feels completely different, I think, from last year. Just with the new teams being added first in the official branding, both to the event itself, which we spread around the art. You know, you see it around the stadium, the Jumbotrons, you know, having the official naming rights of the stadium, all that stuff. Yeah. The crowds are all wearing the college colors. We got chants. It just feels a lot more authentic to
I was
the
going to
College World
say,
Series.
we have 19 total colleges now, 11 new ones this year, but all 19 have their own unique chants and presentation and commentary.
Yep, we got fan signs, all the fun stuff that goes along with the college stuff. So
yeah,
I actually have spent a lot of time out in Omaha myself in the past, and it's like pretty spot on. It looks good.
There you have it. Yeah, and it didn't stop there. We actually have a new analyst for the college baseball experience with Jessica Mendoza.
Yeah, I actually used to work with Jessica in Omaha at the College World Series and Boog. It's probably about 10 years ago now. I was working on the TV side back then, but both of them were there, so it even feels more authentic because we brought in Jessica and Boog's been here. But having both of them together, and Singy will be joining them as well, so we have a 3-person booth for all the College World Series games this year.
And I have to say, we've talked about, obviously, the new chants, the new signs. What is your favorite thing we've added in terms of College World Series?
Oh, man. Honestly, just seeing more teams and the variety, and I love all the college uniforms. Like, specifically, like having Carolina in there looks really cool, I think. Like, I'm a fan of a lot of the college uniforms, so personally, I just like having the variety, I think, of more teams. And
for sure. It feels like a big level up for the whole amateur experience. You can feel it with the prez.
Yeah.
You guys saw us with the play test last week when we played Road to the Show. I think it's just a huge W in general.
Right. Well, that is College World Series and Road to the Show. But as Carson said, presentation touches every area of the game. So let's move on to storylines. And what can our fans expect with Storyline Season 4?
Yes. We've been lucky to work on this now for the last 4 years. And I think it's one of the coolest things about being on the Prez team is seeing the stories that Bob tells. And we're able to bring them to life and show like the stories that he tells. This is what it might have looked like. And, you know, a lot of times there's no footage of a lot of what's going on in the pregame or some of the stories that he tells. So it's cool to just be able to like paint that picture for our users. So
yeah,
that's
a ton of great work from Noah working on all the stuff.
For sure. He's been grinding a lot of cool cinematography that he's done. Cool camera angles, sound effects, all the stuff that, brings that mode to life.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be Storylines if we weren't talking about Jared and Ramon and all the great work they did. So we had some time to sit down and talk to them about Season 4. So let's go ahead and play that clip too. We are here sitting with 2 of the 3 directors for Storylines. Jared, how are you doing?
Living the dream.
And then, of course, Ramon, it's great to see you. We are already at Season 4 of Storylines. What does that mean?
It means I think me, Jared, and Gavin have a lot of gray hair. It's been a labor of love, the last 4 years. Creating Storylines has been a major undertaking for not only the MLB The Show development team, but for PlayStation Creative and for the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum and all of the families. It's been a wonderful 4 years, and we're happy to talk about Season 4 today.
And Jared, our fans love that each new year they get a whole new roster of players to learn about and play with. So what can fans expect at launch this year?
I think fans can kind of expect what, they have gotten from us in the past, a good mix of players that, I may have heard about a player or two, and then a bunch of players that they probably haven't heard of. And, Bob Kendrick is doing his thing and telling amazing stories about them. And, they get to play through the mode and learn a lot more about players that they probably didn't know about.
Yeah, Bob Kendrick is back narrating all of these legends from the Negro Leagues. Who are the 4 players that our fans can expect at launch, Jared?
So, the 4 players that we have at launch, the 4 legends are Mamie Peanut Johnson, who was the first and only female pitcher to play in the Negro Leagues, George Mule Suttles, who swung a 50-ounce bat and is considered one of the greatest power hitters in baseball history. John Henry Pop Lloyd, considered one of the greatest shortstops ever, and had a nickname Kuchara, which translates to spoon because he could really pick it there at short. And Roy Campanella will be the 4th one and probably our headliner, if you will.
But we're not stopping there, Ramon. We have a new stadium that's going to be introduced in Storyline Season 4.
That's right, Terrapin Park in Baltimore, Maryland. Shout out to the stadium artists and to Jared for doing all of this research, because with everything involving storylines, sometimes we have a lot of reference to go off of, sometimes we have not a lot of reference to go off of. So it's a lot of work. We have to do what's called educational guessing sometimes. And so there is another new stadium that players will be able to unlock and play with Terrapin Park.
Another legendary stadium. I love getting in there and, playing it as, the best we can, put it in the game. It's just so fun to go back in time and experience everything with the new legends and the new stadium. But it's not going to stop there. We do have some more legends that are going to come out, and you're going to have to keep an eye on the trailer, right, Ramon? That'll show us.
We'll announce. We have 10 players total, which is big. It was a lot of work to get 10. We've already announced 4. Everybody else will be revealed next week in the Storyline Season 4 trailer, and then they will come out periodically in the weeks after launch.
There we go. And Jared, what are you most looking forward for fans discovering Season 4?
I think, as far as discovery goes, Bob is Bob. And, like we say every year, Bob could read you the phone book and you'd be entertained for hours. So he's going to do a great job of kind of walking you through some of these legends again this year. I'd say that the one that I'm most excited about happens to be in my town of Austin, Texas. And that's all I'll say for now.
It's incredible. Yeah, I know everyone's really excited to get their hands on it. I know I am too. Ramon, what are you excited for?
It's hard to talk about it because, no one's seen the trailer yet, and we don't want to give away, too much. Like I hate movie trailers. Like, if I'm interested in a film, I just want to go see it. Like, don't tell me anything about it. And so we're trying to be very coy here because we don't want to spoil much. We have a new look. Our set design is absolutely incredible. What I can say is we really wanted to lean into the musical aspect of storylines. It's the heartbeat of the mode. Bob is telling you these incredible stories that are true about these players who a lot are in the Hall of Fame that most of us, haven't learned a lot about. And so what's been our job every single year is how do we take this raw information that Bob has given us, because there is no script. Like, Bob doesn't have a script. Right. He just gives us the stories. Like, how do Jared, myself, Gavin, Malik, all of the producers, all of the artists, everybody on the Storylines team, how do we take that and make it palpable for an interactive participatory medium, which is a video game? And so it's always been that challenge of how do we make this really interesting to the end user who's a video game player sitting on a couch? Like, how do we give you this sly educational piece, but also make it so it doesn't feel like you're sitting in school? And we want to make it really fun and really engaging. And I think we've done a pretty decent job of that over the past 3 years, and hopefully people will respond to it again in a positive way with Season 4.
I'm looking forward to see how our fans respond. Ramon and Jared, thank you both for your time today.
Thank y'all for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jared and Ramon, for talking us through the new Storylines updates. But that's not all for this feature premiere. Let's talk one of my favorite modes, Diamond Dynasty. Right. We talked about Jessica Mendoza joining the booth for Road to the Show, but we have somebody new for DD.
Yeah, longtime fan of the game, Robert Flores stepped into the booth for us, and
this one is rocketed into the sky. See you later.
It's just been really cool having somebody that knows the game in and out, and Diamond Dynasty is played much differently than a Major League Baseball game.
Very much so.
So being able to talk about some of the strategies, both in like roster construction, but also 3-inning games and how you use your bullpen and how that differs from having a traditional baseball commentary team. So it's been really fun to get Robert in there, and he's had a blast doing it. So I'm excited to see what everybody thinks. And it's a different approach than you've seen in probably any sports video game, because we're really talking specifically about that mode.
Right. Yeah. I think that's what fans of the game are going to very much look forward to, is because DD is a little bit different from the rest of the game because of your different metas or how people might play online. And Roflo being as in tune as he's a big Diamond Dynasty player himself, he's going to be able to speak to all those different situations that I myself and all of our fans find themselves in.
Totally. And yeah, he'll be able to point out things that we haven't in the past, supercharged players or different things with new cards that are released, debut cards, some of that kind of stuff where we're actually acknowledging what version of the player you're using, which is pretty cool and something that we haven't attacked in the past.
Yeah, complete commentary overhaul with Robert Flores in Diamond Dynasty. It's going to feel fresh. It's going to feel new. We actually had a chance to sit down with Robert as well to talk about what it meant for him to be in Diamond Dynasty. We are joined here with Robert Flores from the MLB Network, longtime friend of the show.
Yes.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me. I always have a good time when I'm coming out here.
It's a long way from Jersey, so settling in, enjoying the sun.
Oh, it is unbelievable out here. I'm going to try to convince my bosses to move MLB Network out here to San Diego.
Hey, we're not going to
set up a nice little spot at Petco, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
But it is beautiful out here. My first time visiting here, these studios, was I think around 2019. I was just doing some on vacation with my family, and I came by for a visit with me and my two kids, and it was great. So I always have a good time coming out here.
That's incredible. I know we at the studio, we're huge fans of your work, but then us too, on a more personal level, we both come from the community. So do you want to dive into a little bit of your own MLB The Show background?
Yeah. First of all, I started at MLB Network in 2016, and I played some MLB The Show. I remember Jose Bautista on the cover. Josh Donaldson, I think, was also yeah. So I had some experience with the game, but when I got to MLB Network, my baseball knowledge wasn't what it needed to be in order to be a host for a baseball network. And this is no lie, I used MLB The Show, playing it as a way to beef up my knowledge of the players, of the league. So, it definitely helped, and I've been a huge fan ever since.
Yeah, I know a lot of our fans, myself included, have watched you on Twitch, playing on your live streams.
Yeah.
What does it mean to, go from that background? You start playing the game just to learn a little bit more about baseball. Now you're the voice of Diamond Dynasty.
It's surreal. It's unbelievable. As someone that grew up in the 80s and had played on consoles like in television and various other baseball games coming up, to be one of the voices for this franchise, it's like I said, it's unbelievable, and it has been so much fun. I really love working with the people here, and also just I just love seeing all the hard work that goes into the game, all the, really how the sausage is made. There's a lot I don't understand, but it's really interesting and fascinating to see how it all comes together.
Diving a little deeper into the work, obviously being the voice of DD, as you were saying, there's a lot that goes into it. So when did this project kind of come about, and how much work has been put into it?
Well, it was I know we started recording in the summer of 2024, and obviously they approached me about this idea and this project. Really, Drew had mentioned it several years, I would say maybe 5 years ago.
So Drew floated it first.
Yeah, he floated it, and I said, that sounds amazing. Whenever it lines up, if it ever lines up, count me in. Okay. So fast forward, summer of 2024, we start recording, and the toughest thing was not being really able to tell anyone.
It's hard.
Right.
I wanted to tell my friends that I play with and against. I wanted to tell people in my stream. I wanted to post it and let people know in the community about it, because I have a great deal of respect, and I've met some really cool people in the MLB The Show community as a result of playing the game. So I hope that they know. We were talking earlier before we started taping. One of us. I'm one of you guys. Yeah. I'm a member of the community. I'm proud to say I've been a longtime member of the community, and I care about the game. And I hope that my passion and how much I care about the game, I hope that comes through.
Yeah, and I can confirm that it does. Right. Like, I've been play testing this.
Yeah.
I know you and the team have put in over 100 hours of recording.
Yeah.
I know it's not going to stop there. We're going to keep working on stuff.
Yeah.
It's very exciting. But outside of, the narration that you will be doing for Diamond Dynasty, there's still a lot of other exciting stuff in MLB The Show 26.
Yeah.
You've gotten a sneak peek at.
Yeah. First of all, I did some play testing with myself on commentary, which was a surreal experience, almost emotional for me. Right. It was really, really cool, and I had so much fun. But to your point, there's there's really a lot of cool things that are coming down the pike, and I know I can't spoil it because we got to wait for things to be rolled out at certain times. But I will say, the community is going to love the way the World Baseball Classic content is implemented, and they're really going to, I think, enjoy how customizable paralleling players can be. I'll just leave it at that. So there's a lot of really cool things that I think the community is going to love.
A little bit of a sneak peek, but thank you so much for your time, Roflo.
Hey, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Roflo. It was a pleasure hearing from you. And Drew, just to keep furthering this conversation, Roflo touched on it. You touched on it before we brought in Roflo. Last year, with the card milestones, we had the nice, cool presentation in the top left. Now, with the Roflo commentary, we're seeing that now complemented and iterated on in year 2 of the package. So that's something I'm most looking forward to. But it doesn't stop there with presentation, Roflo, Diamond Dynasty. Walk us through how this is differentiated between the DD modes.
Yeah, something that we haven't done in the past is just really hone in on the strategy of each mode, both in like what your lineup looks like, what cards you can use, how many innings it is, and the strategy that goes behind that, what stage you are, whether that be like a Conquest or a Weekend Classic or what might it be. We're really honing in and making all that commentary like mode specific. So we're really paying attention to how you're playing, and I'm pretty excited about how it turned out. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm excited too. Hearing it, just playing it inside the studio, like your BR commentary with Roflo is going to feel a little different than the Conquest, like you mentioned.
Exactly.
Like there's caveats and different feelings between each mode. So to have it all captured by Roflo, someone that plays the game, is pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's really cool. He knows all the lingo and drops a lot of that into his commentary, so
it's funny too. Yeah, I'm excited for fans to hear it.
It's so funny. Yeah, Roflo is a joy on his own stream, so I'm excited when our fans get to experience his twist on our game, but also they can still choose Boog and Singy in the booth if they wanted to as well.
Yeah, it's selectable for those fans that like a more traditional broadcast and they like Boog and Singy. We made it so you can choose who you want to listen to while you're playing.
So you'll have options in DD. Very cool. It doesn't stop there. I mean, Prez hits every part of the game like we've already talked about. And there's some big changes because of the inclusion of the WBC this year, the World Baseball Classic. Drew, let's talk about some of the Prez changes there.
Yeah, we just, looked at some of the past WBCs, and it's a really cool atmosphere over there. So, we've added chants, and the music will be kind of regionalized where you're playing around the world, really. But all the displays that you see in the stadium will be there. Also, all of our art, our art team does such a good job with branding. So, all the on-screen displays you'll see will have the WBC branding, and we just try to make it as authentic as possible.
And I hear we're not even stopping there. Additionally, we have a whole new commentary about which teams are playing and what's going on there.
Yeah, we have commentary specific to what teams are out there, and get to learn a little bit about the history of the WBC while you're playing, hopefully.
Yeah, it's awesome. I'm super excited for our fans to get their hands on 26. But yeah, we've talked a lot about with presentation updates, with the College World Series stuff. Everyone's going to love it. Of course, we had Storyline Season 4 with the Negro Leagues, Roflo takeover in DD commentary, and then, of course, the WBC upgrades. So I think, we've talked enough. It's time to get our hands dirty and play the game and answer some questions live.
Let's do it.
Oh, we're live. Welcome to you guys are cracking me up. Welcome back. We are live from San Diego studio. We are 21 days away from early access. I'm excited, Ashley.
I am excited as well. Y'all are always like, are you live? Are you pre-recorded? We are officially live. You just heard us talk about the College World Series storylines. You saw the first look at some of the new legends joining the roster this year, and you saw the 2 new additions to the commentary booth in Jessica Mendoza and then Roflo and Diamond Dynasty.
Yeah, we have so much to talk about today, but if you've missed any of the other feature premieres, you can check out the Road to the Show and the gameplay feature premiere on YouTube right now.
And we know you saw an early look, a little sneak peek, if you noticed real closely, on the fielding feedback this morning. That was some things Diamond Dynasty related. To forecast the schedule ahead, we're going to have franchise next week, Diamond Dynasty the week after that, where we'll dive even further into the World Baseball Classic. And then the week of early access, it's all about live content, Carson.
It's all about live content. There's your schedule. That's what you guys can expect going forward. But today, it is all about presentation. If you are on Twitch, make sure your accounts are linked. We want you getting all those free packs. I think 3 packs today, Colin?
Up to 9 total.
That'll be 9 total on MLB The Show 26. You've been watching all these live on Twitch.
And without further ado, we're going to dive into Road to the Show, storylines, and franchise. But we are joined by Senior Game Manager Drew. How we doing today?
What's up? Good. Good to get all that news out there.
Yeah, we had to kick it off big. And for everyone wondering in the chat, we do have a redemption story today. Kevman is back, and he's ready to hit some home runs. There's his hand. I think it's time we dive into the dev kit. There's work to be done. Let's look at some of this College World Series prez.
And Drew, as we're kicking this off, just to kind of remind our fans, what is presentation? What does it mean for the game?
I guess I'd define presentation as like everything surrounding the actual game. So intros, outros, pitcher intros, replays, and then audio really encompasses everything, whether it be front end or in game. And I guess I'm too...
You're quiet.
Is that better?
We're doing this live.
Could have done that like in the last 20 minutes, but anyways, I would just call it like all these presentations that you see that are surrounding your player, your team, and yeah,
I like to think about it kind of just what you see like you're watching a broadcast, right? And that comes from some of your experience, and Ben, who's helping out with the RoFlo commentary stuff.
Yeah, Ben and I were in the TV world doing live games for over 10 years, so it took some of that over to this world, and it's super fun to be able to like kind of integrate the two. And there's cool stuff that you can do within video games that were never possible when I was doing TV. So it's been pretty fun to like mesh the two.
And ever since you've been apart, we've seen the prez level up
see
here.
you, Kev.
I saw a fist pump from Kev.
Lead-off
we're on base, lead-off single.
I don't think we can say we got on base last week.
There you go. There's some celebrations.
But Drew, you mentioned, your past decade experience of working with TV. Not to put you on the spot, but is there anything that you've used your past background for that you've integrated and implemented into your work for the past 6-7 years in MLB The Show?
Oh man, I mean, there's too many to go through, but I think the biggest thing is being able to present information and celebrations or whatever without trying to slow down the game too much. Like people,
Kev?
There we go.
We're on the board, people.
You can't see him, but Kev is mean mugging right now.
Yeah. So a lot of these new celebrations we did just for college and high school, really try and show off the emotion that you see, teenage to early 20-year-old players do. So
that passion, right?
I mean, passion, yeah.
College baseball just
and you see all the shout out to the crowd team too. Like you see all the North Carolina and Texas colors in the crowd. I think just changes the whole vibe of the stadium.
For sure. And I love these instant replays too. Just capturing the moments. Yeah.
I'm seeing some Kev boys in the chat. This is Kev man now.
He's still in college. He's not
That's true. That's true.
Still in college. Yeah. And then just being able to brand all the art with the College World Series branding. You can see it on the score bug in the lower right. There was a little emblem on the replays, on the intros. Just makes it feel a lot more authentic to me.
And not to mention, with the College World Series, Jessica Mendoza has joined the booth. What has it been like working with her and getting her, integrated into the game?
Yeah, Jessica's awesome. I worked in Omaha at the College World Series with Jessica about 10 years ago, probably now. She's great to work with. She's been a fan of our game as well, so integrating her was easy. She was super stoked to get in there. And then Boog and Singy are awesome, and now we can just work in a third voice. So it just brings a little different feeling when you level up from high school to college now. Feels like you're kind of in the big time.
Yeah, you're getting the real broadcast, right?
Yeah.
It's really cool. You can definitely feel the level up you're talking about, Drew, as you play through.
Here we go.
Kevin, make a play. A little QTE here.
Got it.
Oh! He came to play. He was not happy with his performance last week. So
yeah, he's been in here since last week.
Right, I don't think he's left this room. But speaking on the topic of Road to the Show, kind of going outside the College World Series and just looking at the mode as a whole, talk us through some of the new intros that are going to be throughout your beginning to Road to Cooperstown.
Yeah, not just intros, but throughout your career, we really tried to focus on where you are. Like, are you on track to be a perennial all-star, or, track your road to the Hall of Fame? and have commentary, artwork, all that kind of stuff really focused on where you are. We know where you're at. What do you need to improve on? Who are some of the players you're chasing, that kind of thing.
I love how you touch on it. Just depends on where you are at in your Road to the Show career. There's over 30 different new presentations people can see depending on where they're at.
Oh, a lot more than that. That was just like a lot of the new intros we did, focusing, like you said, like what stage of your career you're in, right? And focusing, hopefully people are playing far into their major league career. So, we want to make sure that we're telling that story as well.
Yeah, well said. I mean, it all looks great. I know another thing your team's really passionate about, when you get to the majors, the stadium exteriors.
Yep.
I was having fun playing Conquest. I helped capture some of that stuff in the pre-record, by the way.
Yes, yeah.
The exterior for Toronto looked great.
Yeah. It's cool, too, because we've actually built out those exteriors. They're almost like mini cities, so we can actually move cameras around, fly them around. They're not just like one static shot of the exterior. So for years to come, we'll be able to build upon that and add new angles and stuff like that, because we've got another one.
Kev.
Another one.
New Sally there too.
Wow, he's going for the #1 pick, folks. UNC. 439 feet. That's a tank.
All these celebrations. Kev has not left.
We got a new fan sign there.
Will Roflo be a part of this year's dev tourney? Unfortunately not. But
that'd be awesome.
We would love to get him in here at some point.
Imagine.
That would be so much fun.
That'd be electric. I think we would lose. We almost need him not to be in.
I
Give
know.
the devs a chance,
Right. But any other questions for Prez right now? You can see some of these new celebrations we captured in the motion capture studio this year, especially the team stuff after the home runs. It's all pretty sweet.
I was about to say, you were able to capture some of these.
I was in there. K-Boy was in there.
Yeah.
Justin Rowe, you guys saw last week, was in there. It's fun getting together and putting on the acting hat for the motion capture stuff.
Yeah, the high school and college mocap was fun.
It was awesome. Yeah.
What were your favorite parts about it? Any fun stories that come to mind?
I think it was cool. We're trying to mimic what the college and high school kids are how they're celebrating, right? We talked about that earlier, but like watching a certain school and being like, oh yeah, they did that, like the Oregon State celebration.
Yeah.
Just really trying to capture what we're seeing in real life and bringing it to the game, I think was my favorite part.
For sure. A lot of this was based on stuff that we saw, watching the College World Series and really the whole lead up to the College World Series. So
you want to go cam? Okay, yeah, let's go to main cam here. I think that's a pretty good place to tie College World Series. Everyone saw a lot of it last week, but we just wanted to celebrate some of the presentation stuff. That brings us to the next item we talked about in the pre-record, which was storylines. Really good interview with Jared and Ramon. Love talking about all the new legends we have there. We're going to have Roy Campanella, George Mule Suttles, John Pop Lloyd, and of course Mamie Peanut Johnson to start. There'll be 10 in total, right, Ashley?
10 in total. You'll see 4 at launch, which means we're going to have updates throughout the year, giving you even more legends. But you were talking about, we sat down with Ramon, we sat down with Jared. There's one other very important figure that we haven't sat down with yet.
Yeah, we missed a big name there, but we were able to steal some time with the legendary Bob Kendrick to see what Storyline Season 4 meant to him. So let's play that video, Colin.
Hi, everybody. It's Bob Kendrick, president of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum here in Kansas City, Missouri. And I just want to thank the entire MLB The Show community for all the love and support they've given us since we introduced Storylines, the Negro Leagues, into the video game, going all the way back to 2023. I get so juiced up when I get so many people who now come to this museum because they've seen the museum in the video game, and of course they want to meet the guy that's telling the stories in the video game. But I get even more excited with all the kids who come in here and they want to show me how Satchel Paige did his double pump wind up. They want to do the high leg kick like Satchel, and of course they want to throw the b-ball like Satchel threw the b-ball. Or those who come in and say, man, I can't hit John Donaldson. Well, don't feel bad. Most of the guys who stepped into the plate couldn't hit John Donaldson, but I'm excited that you're learning about John Donaldson and the other legends who make up the Storylines mode in MLB The Show.
Thank you so much, Bob. I hope, well wishes with your rehab from your surgery. Really couldn't do any of this without your help and your expertise. Storyline Season 4 is going to be a banger.
And as you've heard, a lot of it is kept a surprise, so let us know when you dive into it in just a few weeks, what are some of your favorite parts of storylines. Knowing more is coming with new legends throughout the year. But let's dive on over to franchise now. There's been a lot of work done with franchise. We kind of touched on it a little bit with the new stadiums, but to kind of close the loop on that, what are the new stadium effects that have been added this year with the exteriors and then just the stadiums themselves, Drew?
Yeah, you're seeing one of our new art themes, the regional theme has a lot of the cool like cityscape backgrounds on it. And then this was in last year, but we kind of leveled this one up. Within the game storylines you see here, we're actually tracking these throughout the game, so our commentary team can comment on what some of the storylines are and come back to the themes we hit in the beginning of the game, right? You see all these here, if Hunter Green has been dominant on the mound of late, is that continuing? Is that trend breaking? That kind of thing. So we're able to hook into all these and really use our commentary to tell stories. So that's the new part of this. We did have this screen last year, but we've used this information to kind of tell the narrative story about that.
And it's really cool. We were looking at it earlier, me and Kevin, and like you can see, like you can toggle to a farm report. You can see how your minor league players are doing. Just all around the league, you can check out stuff. It's really immersive for our franchise fans, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, league news, and then a new feature we added as well. If you hit square here, Kev, you can see kind of a game plan type of thing where you can look at the opposing team and your own team, both what kind of splits they have and stuff like that for those that like to get into the nitty gritty with trends. And you can see their recent games. If you go to the pitchers tab too, there you go. You can kind of see what your bullpen shape is in. Like probably don't want to pitch Brock there. Looks like he's pitched 3 games in a row, which it says there. So just a little bit more if you want to get really into the numbers there. And
I was going to say, it just adds a whole nother level of immersiveness that we're always trying to chase after.
Totally, yeah. And if you hit circle here, and then if you choose one of these, like if you want to do Ellie, Ellie's your guy.
Now the narrative for this
then
game
you actually can take another
on.
step and kind of see what's inside the numbers here, a little extra presentation, which is kind of like what our traditional intros are. We just give it, our fans the choice of what they want to see more on. And then, so I hope people spend some time on that screen because it's really cool. I got to shout out Daniel Acevedo. He did a ton of work on that screen and the whole gameplay plan feature. So all that came out really cool.
Yeah, this press package is sick. But I love it. The franchise fans, like it's all about telling that story within your franchise and just kind of being able to dictate that going into a game is pretty sweet.
Yep.
And you're also able to see stories around the league as well.
For
in
sure.
the same sphere.
Yeah, I don't know if we got over to that tab, but also the league storylines, just to make sure you're up to who's on the trading block or what's going on with someone's hitting streak or whatnot there.
Yeah. Just keep monitoring the league. So we're in here. We're in Petco Park. Ashley, you hit on it earlier. There have been some adjustments to some of the stadium effects, and we'll see some of that in Petco, right?
We'll see. Petco, if you've been to a game there, there's some fire that shoots off of the batter's eye, I think. But a handful of the other stadiums around the league, you see some of the CO2 smoke pop up, fire, new fireworks, just trying to make it align with what you're seeing out there and kind of get that extra hype after you. We'll see if Kevin can actually hit a home run here when we get
we need Kevin to hit a home run.
Yeah. There we go. Now
they also won't play every time because one of the things we try to do with Prez is create like a ton of variety so things don't feel repetitious. So won't play every time, but it'll happen every time. The camera won't always be pointed at it. But yeah, a lot of that kind of stuff going on around a lot of the ballparks.
Something to keep an eye out for sure.
Yeah, and we talked about it in the gameplay feature premiere. We saw it right here with Kev. Maybe we can get it pop up again if there's a close call. But talk us through the automated ball strike system.
Oh yeah, obviously with MLB implementing that, we wanted to as well. And I found it super fun. I don't know if you guys have played around with it.
Gil was making fun of me, but I love it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I like it in Road to the Show especially because you get 2 challenges a game, and I don't feel bad using them both up as my Road to the Show player.
Right.
I see. You've been a little selfish in that remark. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
But yeah, it's a little.
Kevin didn't feel good about that one.
You didn't feel good?
It's a little game within the game with the challenges.
Gotcha. You want the ump to think about it a little bit.
Yeah.
He's wiser than me.
It's the game within the game, you know?
Uh-oh.
No!
Kevin!
Oh, off the Western Metal Building.
We trusted you.
That's okay.
Well, there's a nice scene, though.
Yeah.
Right? We get to see
Gino
more
does the
presentation.
binoculars around second. That's nice, right?
Good vibes only.
Talking about the realism there. I love these cameras, yeah. Bang. Oh, that's disrespectful in Petco. Yeah. For sure.
There you go. Exactly. It was all strategic, so you're still pitching ABS possibilities. I see your game here, Kev.
They're swinging at everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
You
see.
mean this is on Legend, right? That's the difficulty? Bear down, there you go.
You should have bared down. That's what we're seeing. You got to use every tool in the toolkit. There we go. Zoom in.
Zoom in, lock in.
Pavetta's going to...
Paint it.
Oh!
Okay, Kev.
And we are out of the first.
Still going to see a nice little home run
yeah.
against you there. Sorry, buddy. Yeah,
Off
so
the
this
Western
is
Mountain.
the regional theme, so you can see it's branded with Padres because his team is the Padres. But yeah, we have the show theme also, which we also broke down to a bunch of different like sub modes. With we've got a Sunday night showcase that's brand new for like your game of the week on
that's
Sunday
cool.
night. It's all
Very
branded
cool.
with Sunday night showcase. We have a Wednesday game of the night that'll have branding for that game. Obviously, we've already talked about this, but we have WBC and College World Series branding. So I just like our art team does such a good job. So I kind of like to brag on like the amount of different art branding we have. Depending on how you're playing the game, it's always going to feel a little different.
And like even within DD, like we have a ton of DD
Mhm.
fans watching on Twitch. Like you'll see that like when I was playing in Conquest, you have the Conquest scorebook. But
Mhm.
if you go to Showdown, it might look a little different.
For sure.
Ranked will look different from that, which
Yep.
is cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, one of my favorite additions, or two of my favorite additions rather, to DD last year was one, you had like the little milestone marker in
Oh,
the
yeah.
top left-hand corner, and then in between half innings, you'd have the next three due up in their own presentation
Oh, yep.
scene.
Yep.
So it's fun to see how that's been iterated on for this year as well, which our fans will see in a couple of weeks.
Yep.
Let's see if we can get an ABS here. Let's see if we can get something close.
Kev's getting a little nervous over there.
I already got 2 outs, down 1.
Let's see if
we
can-
can't end this while you're losing. So, maybe.
Oh, maybe.
I think he's got it.
Oh!
Wall scraper.
The ball scraper. The difficulty might be a little low for people.
What do you mean? This is on GOAT.
Oppo Taco from Merrill. I like the Padres logo around the baseball there. That's new.
Yep.
Little three-dimensional.
Did he just gritty over the home plate?
Ooh, I like this replay too. This is the angle you see when you're going to catch a home
This is
run.
one of my
Yeah.
favorites. There we go.
Very cool. Tied it up, Kev. Well done.
Right. And then on top of all the different themes, we also have different historical presentations as well from, different decades throughout the 90s, obviously to current day.
Yeah, we added that in, I think, last cycle just for, people that want to really immerse themselves and if they want to recreate a team from the 70s or something like that, they can use kind of like the broadcast package of that time. So, again, just another way that people can customize how they're playing and make it feel authentic to how they're playing the game.
Right. It just speaks to the creativity of our fans as well. I know I love seeing week in and week out, especially Diamond Dynasty focus, different theme teams that people are able to capture, and then you pair that with a presentation package. It's like chef's kiss, cherry on top. You have the whole complete deal.
It's been cool too because we can use it for moments, right, that are set in different eras and stuff, and make those kind of feel authentic.
You'll see that in storylines.
Yeah,
looks a little different there.
We're gonna try to get an ABS here, Kev.
Yeah, so if you saw right there, I did one, but it was like so far out that.
Yeah, it's got to be close.
It's gotta be close.
Gotta be
I
close.
see. You were trying for us.
Yeah.
Which we
They're trying to
appreciate.
save you from wasting your.
All right. Yeah, we'll play a couple more outs here. Chat, any questions you guys have about the Prez? Keep in mind, we'll be talking about franchise next week, and then don't worry, DD's coming the week after. But anything Prez-wise, we're happy to answer some questions while we're with Drew.
I know we haven't gotten to it yet, odds are, because we're pitching on the mound there, but until we can get to it, do you want to speak a little bit to the spray charts in the presentation behind there?
Yeah, just along with the pregame storylines I talked about, we wanted to add more in-game storytelling based on what's the story of the game. Is it this team has 12 hits today, or does this player have 3 home runs? So we added some spray charts. We also added pitch usage on-screen displays that kind of show how a pitcher is attacking the hitters and try and bring some of the in-game trends into presentation. There's several other things, but really trying to tell the story within the game better. So I think it's been pretty cool. Hopefully Kev can get a few hits, or that spray chart might not look great, but
He tried challenging.
He tried. It wasn't close
too far.
enough. Yeah.
And then he gave up another 10.
Oh no!
Oh,
he
escapes.
Hey! All right, Kev. Defense magician over here.
What are you looking at here? Oh yeah, so I believe they already talked about this, but he likes to see the depth of field on the hitting view, right?
Yeah, that's one of Kevin's preferences.
That is nice.
Take that.
You must not have had that on last stream. Is that what was going on?
He was missing it last week.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so this is all due.
Oh, there you go.
Perfect.
There you see
Padres
that
theme, perfect.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I'm glad you called that out. It looks like that perfect is themed depending on the team, maybe the mode.
Yeah,
in
the
Diamond
mode
Dynasty.
for sure. Yep. Again, just continuing with the customization. It'll look a little different depending on what mode you're in. Here we got a rally going.
Okay, Kev.
Let's call this a 2-inning game and see if you can get a walk-off.
I like it. Yeah.
Oh.
Let's get a walk-off here.
We got a couple questions.
Okay.
Go for it.
We can keep playing. I was just...
Can you turn off or on? Well, let me turn my mic on. There we go. Can you turn off or on Roflo commentary in-game?
Yes, he'll be available in Diamond Dynasty.
Yep. Boog and Singy are also available in Diamond Dynasty. You can choose. We talked about this earlier, but Roflo's really speaking towards Diamond Dynasty, how people play, what cards you're using. Is it the debut of a card, maybe? So if you're more interested in a traditional broadcast and you like what you've heard from Boog and Singy, you can still use that.
Opt in for that.
Yeah.
Right, I was going to say, dive a little deeper. You talk about like Roflo talks through some of those DD specifics. What's new this year as well is he'll recognize if you have a supercharged card in your lineup, what series the card is as well.
Yep. Not just commenting on the player that's up, but what variation of card that player is that you're using.
Yeah, I saw some of that when I was playing on my own. He was like, yeah, live series card here. And I was like, that's pretty sweet. It breaks the fourth wall a little bit.
It does.
Yeah, but we love Boog and Singy, so they're still available as well. Or if you want to mix it up, you're getting bored of one, you switch it to the other, keep it fresh.
I'm going to have to try this depth of field.
It's nice.
Seems to be going well so far.
My key is to turn it on when different like side armors and submariners are on the mound. When it's a little bit more difficult to pick up the baseball, I'll flick it on.
That's pretty good. There you go. Get some insider info right here.
Yeah.
What can I say? I'm sure we'll see it a lot in the dev tourney as well in a couple of weeks. Confirmed coming back. J-Ro's got to defend his title.
Early access week. Yeah, I'm trying. I don't know if he's 100% committed.
Interesting.
I'll have to check.
Is this a first look, first leak? Who's in the dev tourney?
J-Ro, if you're watching this.
Kev, in chat, we'll let chat decide. Chat, do you want to see Kev in the
Kev's ready, man.
436.
Fernando Tatis, former cover athlete.
Kev will be in the dev tourney, and Reveal Daddy is going to come back.
Oh, confirmed?
Confirmed.
You talked to him? Yeah,
I mean,
I think
at
Reveal
least on
Daddy.
the couch.
I think Reveal Daddy will be back.
Reveal Daddy will be there. We have a lot.
That's
we have
gonna
a
be a
lot
huge
of
surprise.
Lots of exciting stuff coming away. We're 3 weeks away from early access, folks. Things are going to be fun the rest of the way. I'm excited.
It's going to be full steam ahead. I know we're still in franchise, but I've been seeing some more Diamond Dynasty related questions in chat. We'll dive into Diamond Dynasty specifically in just a couple of weeks, but taking it back to RoFlo now. I know we talked about it a little bit earlier. Carson's mentioned it before. We love the way RoFlo handles his own personal streams. Are we going to get some RoFlo touches and pizzazz within Diamond Dynasty?
Oh, for sure. If you close your eyes, you might not be able to tell the difference sometimes. Like I think he carries over a lot of that lingo and everything to his broadcast. So for sure, it's very similar to what you've seen if you've ever watched RoFlo on Twitch.
He's awesome. Yeah, one of us, legitimately. Very passionate fan of the game, and it shows in the broadcast.
Yeah, I'm pumped that we can, talk about it now because we've all been really excited about adding RoFlo.
I was going to say, we heard from him earlier in the pre-record, but kind of to go back into that origin story, what kind of was the key to you of saying, we should add RoFlo in here? What was kind of the spark of imagination there?
Honestly, I think it was just his passion for Diamond Dynasty that really made it click in my head, and then
that's what he plays. That's
what he plays, and he's funny. And it just made a lot of sense to me. Like I said, I love all of our announcers, but we're always trying to fit the announcer to whatever mode you're playing, and it just seemed like a no-brainer to have RoFlo jump in there. So
yeah, over 100 hours of recording. There's going to be even more. I know Ben mentioned they're still going to be working on that. So
it'll continue to grow for sure.
Yeah. I don't want to spoil anything, but we know RoFlo in his streams, he loves calling out the little L2 action.
Yeah, he does.
You'll have to listen for that in a few weeks.
Yeah. Yep. We definitely have some lines if you opt into a replay for sure.
There you go. You heard it here first. Colin, any other questions?
There's lots of questions. Seeing what we can answer. We're also going to go to daytime, so we're going to play a little bit more.
Oh, we're going to keep playing?
Yeah, there we go.
Nice.
See if San Diego wins again.
San Diego.
There you go. Baseball's in the air. Yeah,
I know.
These new press packages look great.
Kevin keeps skipping everything, Prez, but that's okay.
That's okay.
All right, 16-2. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's right.
Got knocked off the broadcast.
Right. And we've seen it here in San Diego. I know we'll go back to the game very shortly, but some of the new stadium effects are not just in San Diego, but it's Philly, it's Seattle, it's Anaheim, Toronto's making the list.
Yeah, it did kind of an audit of what teams around the league are doing and just try to match what they're doing with their in-stadium effects. I'm sure that list will grow in real life, so we'll expand also.
Yeah, and then also stadium exteriors. We touched on a little bit earlier, but we're getting close of getting all of them in the game.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. We're building all of them out, so we'll be able to continue to build new cameras and have new scenes with the stadium exteriors. But it's really cool to see kind of the surroundings of the stadium, and
it hits home for your favorite team.
Oh,
yeah, for sure.
That's when I really like it.
I remember the White Sox. They were added several years ago at this point, but it was just so surreal being like, oh, that's literally my childhood, my life, now into the game.
Yeah.
Creates a whole new vibe level.
Yep.
New game here, Kev?
Angels. Shout out Leno. Shout out J-Ro.
Who we got? Astros, Angels.
Battle of the AL West.
Yeah, let's see it. Some more dynamic storylines here.
Yeah.
Oh, there's your league news.
Yeah, there's
we
the
were
league
talking about. Oh, look at Judge on pace for 65 home runs.
Sheesh.
It's not bad. Cover guy boost. Nice.
He's got the hater blockers on. Ready to hit some tanks.
There we go. Ooh, 353 batting average.
So let's remind everyone, what's the schedule? What are we doing here on out?
Great question. We will have franchise feature premiere next week at 2 o'clock Pacific. And then the following week, we will have at 2 o'clock Pacific again, Diamond Dynasty.
Yeah, that'll be Thursday, March 5th. And then stay tuned for all things live content the week after. There will be something revealed for you every single day leading up to early access on that Thursday, March 13th at 9 p.m. Pacific time. The following day, 12 a.m. Eastern time for you East Coasters.
Yeah, you're not going to want to miss live content week. Obviously, franchise I'm super excited for. We got to sit down with Clayton and Tim and talk about some of the new stuff they have. And then DD will be great, and then live content will be really
Here's the
fun
challenge.
as well.
Oh. Kev, what's going on over here?
Poor challenge, everybody.
Poor challenge.
Just to show it off, though. The road to early access we're right in the middle of it.
Right. 3 weeks from today, believe it or not, from early access.
We got the ABS.
We need to get one call that goes our way, though, you know? I think we got one a couple weeks ago, but it's always nice to get several in a row.
Mm-hmm. Jordan.
Yeah. But as we start to close out this stream, Drew, any sort of areas that you're most interested or most excited for people to experience firsthand in just a few weeks?
Oh, man.
I know it's hard to choose from.
You know, I know we've talked a lot about RoFlow, but you really can't, I can't sit here and explain it. You just have to play it. So
yeah.
I'm excited for people to spend a lot of time with that. And like I've mentioned, it's a totally new way of doing commentary. So I'm just excited to get that out there for everybody to try.
Yeah, I think it's going to be great. Like you said, once people get their hands on it, they're going to really enjoy it. So thank you so much, Drew.
Yeah.
Kev, thank you.
Yeah.
Chat, did he redeem himself? Let us know. And don't forget that, pre-orders are open now. If you like what you see, we have that 10% loyalty discount going out to any Digital Deluxe user that's gone back to 21.
Right.
So.
And then make sure you come along, celebrate, and watch the World Baseball Classic alongside all of us at the studio. It will be in tandem with Early Access Weekend. So there you go. If you get the Digital Deluxe Edition, you'll get World Baseball Classic content. Not to mention, the Digital Deluxe Edition will come with not one, but 2 World Baseball Classic player choice packs. So you'll start your DD journey instantaneously with some top WBC names, in addition to a Legends player choice pack.
Yeah, definitely. And don't forget our standard edition users. The game will be coming out on March 17th for you. Very exciting.
And make sure you sign up for the Skynet Report so that you don't miss any of the new feeds that we have for all of you.
Follow us on socials. I know that we're going to have a ton of great stuff coming out the next couple weeks, so you don't want to miss anything.
And we'll catch you back here at 2 p.m. Pacific time, where we talk all things franchise. You saw a little bit sneak peek today, but wait until we sit down with Clayton and Tim. We're going to go into a whole bunch of new topics that you're going to be sure to want to look out for.
And then after that, March 5th, we will be diving into Diamond Dynasty on this road to early access. What's up, Colin?
Go to our Discord and also the show.com forums. Put your questions there. We take a look at that stuff. So if you got more questions, go there.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us for the presentation feature premiere. We'll see you next week.
Every legend starts somewhere. Not in the spotlight, but in the work. One swing, one pitch, one moment at a time. It starts here. Bus rides, long days, late nights. Dialing in your swing, leveling up your look. Chasing your first, hey, that kid's special. Then, it clicks. You're locked in. Every swing smoother, every pitch nastier, every moment straight heat.
Big moment for the closer. He delivers. Got him swinging.
Okay, now you're repping your country. Different pressure, different pride. This is the world stage. Or maybe your journey takes you upstairs, flipping prospects, stacking lineups, building a ball club your way. Getting to the majors? That's just the beginning. Cooperstown is the goal. But you gotta earn it. It's your journey, your moment, your show. Make your mark. Become a legend.
We are here with lead game designer of Diamond Dynasty, Kayla. How are you?
I'm doing great, Carson. Ashley, how are y'all doing?
We are doing fantastically. I know ever since the gameplay trailer released in the earlies of February, our fans have been wondering, where is the World Baseball Classic? We can finally talk about it. The World Baseball Classic is returning to Diamond Dynasty in MLB The Show 26, and it's happening in mini seasons, Kayla.
It is. Our fans really loved the World Baseball Classic in 23, so we had to bring it back for 26. And in mini seasons is where you're going to get the most out of the World Baseball Classic tournament, including pool play. And of course, you get to the quarterfinals, and then hopefully your team is good enough and you actually get to the championship game.
Yeah, I'm happy you mentioned that, Kayla. It's going to look a little different than when it was in 23. Of course, it's going to be within mini seasons. It's going to be the WBC tournament as you know it, starting with pool play, going into the bracket. However, you're going to have to use your DD team to replace one of the 20 countries, correct?
That is correct. So depending on how you want to play it, like we all know, like Japan's a juggernaut. We know that, USA, that we all remember that epic game from, back in 23. So basically, if you don't want to go against Japan as an example, you can take your DD team and substitute them in for Team Japan. Or if you want to substitute them for Team USA or Team Canada, wherever you want, that's the one team that will not be in the tournament that you play that time. But don't worry, if you want to have a different go at it a different time, a different run on your mini season, you can always change which team you substitute the next time you play mini seasons.
Right, I'm hearing there's a little bit of strategy. You can either take out one of those juggernauts, replace it with your DD team, possibly having an easier time. We'll see how that goes. Or you can take out a team who you think you're better than, your DD squad is better than, to then have the most competitive play.
Exactly. So if you're like me and you love Team Korea and you want to have all those kind of players on your DD squad, but you want to go up against Japan and refuel that rivalry, please have at it. Or if you're like a huge USA fan and you want to like create your own USA v Dominican Republic, you can do that as well. Just make sure you add those specific USA players like Aaron Judge to your team so that you can take your DD squad and tackle all the rest of the countries.
Of the 20 teams are going to look like?
Yes, the 20 teams will be packed. This is going to be the first time that we have this many World Baseball Classic players in the game. We have over 133 player items just for World Baseball Classic. So, like I said earlier, it doesn't matter if you're like Team Canada or Team Dominican Republic, Team Nicaragua, like whoever you're going to play as or play against, I should say, you can get those players from like the different countries, put them on your team, and then go, hopefully win the championship game.
Over 133 player items, all tied to WBC, and it doesn't stop there, Kayla. We also have 2 new stadiums and 4 total with WBC-like themes. Let's show the fans what the 2 new stadiums are.
Yes, they are the Tokyo Dome and also the Harem Bithorn Stadium. We also will still have, some of your fan favorites like Lone Depot. That'll still be in the game. But definitely check out our brand new stadiums. I've personally been to Tokyo Dome. It's an amazing stadium. You got to check it out. You got to play in that stadium.
Kayla, you mentioned 2 new stadiums with WBC play in MLB The Show 26. In case our fans missed it, we actually sat down with Drew from the presentation team a couple of weeks ago. That episode is available on YouTube right now. You also touched on a record-breaking over 130 WBC cards in Diamond Dynasty. We'll talk even more about those cards in our live content feature premieres next week. However, staying on the topic of mini seasons, WBC isn't where it ends in terms of updates. What kind of quality of life updates can our fans expect with mini seasons?
You can now play 9-inning games. Yes, you heard that correctly, 9-inning games. We'll still be able to play 3-inning games. We know lots of our fans really love those, but now you can choose between 3 innings or 9-inning games. And one more thing, for the first time ever, you'll be able to play 7-game mini seasons. You heard that correct. 7-game mini seasons. And we're not taking 28 games away, but now we're giving our players the chance to choose between 7 games or 28 games, also the chance to choose between 3 innings and 9 innings. You, the players, will be able to choose whatever you want to play. 3, 9, 7, 28, have at it.
So lots of changes coming, good quality of life updates. We're going to be able to have fans choose their inning length, choose their season length, but there will be the occasional developer-locked mini-season where we want you to do a specific set of parameters. It's all really exciting stuff.
Before we start talking Parallel XP 2.0 with Rory, anything else you would like our fans to know, whether it's World Baseball Classic or mini-seasons, Kayla?
Just take your Diamond Dynasty team, go into the World Baseball Classic tournament, and, hopefully you can lift that trophy.
Thank you so much for joining us, Kayla. Now it's time to talk about PXP 2.0 with our own Rory. All right, we are here with Senior Live Designer Rory. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well. It's good to be back on camera. Been a while. How are you?
I'm good. It's good to have you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ashley, how are you?
Doing well. How long have you not been with the studio?
Since the summer of 2018. So this is about 8 years now.
Wow. And you guys all know him from the streams, the live content shows we've had over the years. Now you're dipping your toes into Diamond Dynasty design, and it all starts with PXP 2.0.
Yeah. This is it's been my baby project this year, PXP 2.0. Kyle Blake did the first iteration of Parallels that we put back in 21.
21, yeah.
Yeah. And it was loved, great feature, and this time around we wanted to build on that and really, build on that experience.
But remind our fans, what does PXP Parallel XP mean?
Yeah, so Parallel XP, as you're playing with any card throughout Diamond Dynasty, whether it's play versus CPU, mini seasons, ranked, using your cards, you're going to be earning Parallel XP on all of those cards, and it's individual to that card. And as you use them more, you'll be leveling them up to Parallel Level 1, Parallel Level 2, so on up to Parallel Level 5 or P5, as we've called it before.
Right.
And as you hit each next parallel level, the system people have known in the past is you get, Parallel 1, you get +1s across the board to all attribute, Parallel Level 2, +2s, and so on. But we might be shaking up the game this year.
Yeah, before we dive too much into what the shakeup is, let's just talk through what the multipliers mean, right? Like we talk about online versus offline Parallel XP progress, and then it's even going into the difficulty level now too, right?
Yeah, that's a great question. So this year for 26, there's going to be some big boosts to multipliers. So whether you're playing offline or online, the difficulty is going to matter. So you play on, say, all-star difficulty, you're going to be earning it at roughly 80% faster rate than what you would just playing on rookie. Now, when you play online, then it adds an additional 50% multiplier. So if you play all-star ranked, you're earning it at almost like 3 times the rate of what you would just playing rookie versus CPU. So big incentive to play online, big incentive to challenge yourself wherever you're playing in Diamond Dynasty.
Yeah, this is incredible. It gives an extra layer, an extra incentive of if you are challenging yourself, you've made it to the higher ranks, or you're just playing online all-star, you will be progressing, gaining Parallel XP much faster than somebody who's just, going after it, rookie play versus CPU.
100%. There's been lots of play testing going on, and everyone said the same thing of like play versus CPU to just beat up on any CPU team is not the way on rookie. Like, I'd rather just spend my time playing ranked, playing events, playing, BR anywhere online, really. And that's one of, the big motivators that we want people to have is you can play anywhere and feel like it's worth the time to play there.
Yeah, that's a really good call out. And don't worry, fans. Everyone knows I'm kind of your average player. I'm still playing this internally, and I'm racking up that PXP even faster than in 25, which is really nice.
Yeah, we had a lot of double PXP weekends in 25. There have been also additional boosts to just some of the stat value PXP values that you'll get on position players in particular. So hitting stats have been boosted. And right now, I'd say you basically are progressing at the same rate with position players as you do with pitchers, which is first time really ever that we've seen in Diamond Dynasty.
That's incredible. I remember last year we raised the value per plate appearance. So additionally, with all the mods that we're about to get into, with these PXP rates, something our fans have been wanting forever is to have position players at least go in tandem with pitchers with how quickly you're earning PXP.
Yeah, there are going to be some games, like say you have just a great game with a hitter you will earn more PXP with the hitter than with a pitcher if he has, say, just an average, below average kind of start, which has never
been able to say, yeah.
Yeah. So it's going to be a lot of fun. The race for parallel level 5s has never been more intense, I'd say.
Wow, you heard it here first from Rory, our designer for PXP 2.0. The fans have been patient, though, and we need to start talking about what the actual feature is going to entail. It's going to be full of mods, and you can kind of just make these players alter their attributes to what you want. So, Rory, tell me, what are these parallel mods?
So parallel mods, you're able to take those flat +1s for parallel level 1, +2, +3, so on as you go up, and actually change up the boost to attributes to the archetype that you want for a specific card. So for example, say you have a great hitter with no speed. You can put on a speed mod on that card, so he'll gain more stats to his speed, but at the cost of, say, contact and power. So you could get, +5 speed on the guy, and you would get +0s to contact and power. And they can be leveled up to gold tier and diamond tier. As you go up higher, obviously, the boost gets stronger, and you're allowed to kind of mix and match on any player. So you can boost the strengths of a guy to be even stronger or go after the weaknesses. It all just depends on what you want.
If we can rewind for a second, this is incredibly exciting. You mentioned there's these silver tier mods, these gold tier or diamond tier mods as well. How many total mods, and then what are the different categories differentiating them?
Yeah, that's a great question. So for position players, there are 4 silver mods. They're contact, speed, fielding, and power. And then you can go up into the gold tier where there's 16 mods. And it kind of gets more granular if you'll have like a contact focus with power secondary focus, and kind of goes into that way of contact speed, contact fielding, or just pure contact. It's really up to you. And the same thing for diamond. There's 16 mods on the position player side. And then when we look at pitchers, there are 3 silver mods, which it's more focused towards hit per 9, K per 9, and control. And then at the gold tier, there's 9 mods where, similar to the hitting mods, is, you have 1 focus with a secondary focus. And then same thing at diamond level, there's 9 mods there. So total, there are 57 mods that you can mix and match all throughout DD with any of your cards. And it will just depend what you want on the card. So lots of customization out there.
So the options there's so many to go through, so many choices for each player to decide. But it's not just Parallel XP that's going to tie these mods, right? There's going to be missions within each mod to unlock.
Exactly, yeah. When you get to Parallel Level 1, you'll unlock all of the silver mods. And then once you get to Parallel Level 3, then the gold mods can start getting unlocked. But there will be additional mission criteria that kind of goes into the archetype of the mod. So let's say it's gold contact. You're going to have to get a certain number of hits. Or if it's gold power, you got to hit, let's say, 5 home runs along with getting to Parallel Level 3. So once you've reached Parallel Level 3, done all of the missions that are attached to each mod, then you'll unlock it. And then it's similar for Diamond Tier. Once you get to Parallel Level 5, you can start unlocking Diamond mods, but you have to also do those stat boosts or stat requirement missions.
Something I've enjoyed as I've been playtesting and experiencing this is the Parallel XP thresholds as well as the mission values. They kind of work in tandem, where the mission that's correlated to that gold Parallel 3 mod, you almost are always going to get that done along your parallel journey. And if you haven't, you probably will just have a handful of stats left to complete.
Yeah, that's kind of the hope with how it'll be. As you are progressing, you're playing, getting to Parallel Level 3, doing all of the things you'll do, whether, it's getting hits with players, hitting home runs. It should progress you around a similar rate to when you'd actually get to that point. And I guess.
Now I'm putting on my fan hat, and I know a lot of people are probably wondering, is it kind of a one and done when I pick a mod for a player? Or can you switch it out as you see fit as long as they're unlocked?
That's a good question. So you can actually change your mod equipped on a guy limitless. If you go into one game with a contact mod on, you can go into the next game with a power mod on. You can be looking through all the mods, and when we get to the live portion, I'm sure we'll be doing it, where you can just be selecting, unselecting, all different kinds of mods. Yeah,
I love it.
and you can just kind of see what all the boosts are doing, whether, it's boosting contact, power, speed, whatever. So you're not locked into any decision. You just have to have the mod equipped or unlocked in order to equip it.
That kind of leads me to my next question. Are there any limitations to mods in terms of which players have mods, or can every player have all 57 total mods between hitters and pitchers combined?
Yeah, so if you're a primary position player, you only play in, a primary position in the field, shortstop, for example. You will only then unlock hitting or fielding, any position player focused mods. Similarly, pitchers will only unlock the pitcher mods. But if you have two-way players like Shohei Ohtani, you can unlock both hitting and pitching mods. And what's really cool is that while you're using Shohei, you can be basically getting him to P5 at a super fast rate if you have him starting pitching and hitting in the same game. Now, the one caveat with him is you can only have one of the mods equipped on him. So you can't have a pitching mod and a hitting mod. You have to choose whether you're going pitching mod or hitting mod for him.
So that'll be really important for anyone that's using a two-way player. You can select a pitching mod when you know he's going to pitch. You can switch it out with a hitting mod and there'll be no penalty if you know he's going to hit. So it's going to be really important for players to tinker and make those decisions.
Yeah, it's up to you. You can mix, match, do however you want. I love what you said of, when I have Shohei pitching, I'll keep a pitching mod on him. But then when he's not going to pitch my next game, put a hitting mod on him and now really boost him up there.
And then to kind of put a bow on this conversation, we'll be able to see it soon with the game pulled up in just a matter of moments. If I don't select a mod, maybe I'm late to a party, I'm finishing a program, I have 10 different cards I've unlocked, for example, will I get a baseline like +1, +2s? What's going on if I don't interact with the mod system?
That's a great question. Yeah, when you don't equip any mods, it will use that old system where parallel 1 +1s across the board, parallel 2 +2s, and so on. So that system still lives on. And then you can have these mods here if you really want to mix and match, play the strengths, the weaknesses, all of that.
So the mods will be optional. Don't worry. If you want to just boost every attribute by 1 or 2 or 3, you can do that as well. And just another thing to note, there is new UI that will make this very easy to look at. We'll go through it in the live portion, which I'm excited to get into.
Right. There's going to be a whole new filtering system that our fans have been wanting ever since we introduced Parallels.
Yeah, you'll be able to manage through your whole inventory, see all the cards you have at parallel 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it's, just dedicated screen for it, which is something people have wanted for a while. So you'll be able to also manage your mod equipping, unequipping in that area. You can also do that any place where you view the player card. You can update the mods, equip them, unequip them, just looking at the player card as well.
It's awesome. And then I know it wouldn't be a Diamond Dynasty feature premiere if we didn't sprinkle a little bit of live content into it. So I know some people saw in the fielding feedback that there is a new red diamond rarity tier between overalls of 95 and 99. They got to see a very special card show up that will be in live content. So let's show them what they can expect. Albert Pujols is here. Look at that red diamond. I think it's time we show our fans the first attributes for a 99 in MLB The Show 26. Colin, let's hit it.
Take a look.
Bang. Get your screenshots ready. 5 tools. I love it. Let's dive back to the main cam and welcome back everyone to the Diamond Dynasty feature premiere. I'm Carson. We are 1 week away from early access. I'm excited.
And I'm Ashley, and you just heard about the World Baseball Classic and mini seasons. We're going to have World Baseball Classic live content all throughout Diamond Dynasty. Stay tuned next week to find out more. You also saw the Red Diamond Rarity tier, as well as an insight to the new Parallel XP system.
Yeah, before we go live and talk more about all the mods and everything else in Diamond Dynasty, don't forget to watch the gameplay, Road to the Show, presentation, and franchise feature premieres on YouTube.
And And then from here on out, you're going to have a first look with MLB The Show 26. We're going to be diving even deeper into those mods. We've been gathering all of your questions in the Twitch chat, the YouTube chat. We're going to try to answer as many of them as we can while going through all of the player screens.
Do not forget that Twitch drops are live. Colin's looking at something here. Twitch drops are live. Make sure your accounts are linked, and make sure you get those packs for MLB The Show 26. I think we'll have 3 up for grabs today.
And reminder, live content is next week, but we're talking modes and systems in Diamond Dynasty today.
Yes, so we are sitting here with Rory, senior live designer, and of course, Kevman is back.
Kev!
So let's get the game going.
Right. How we doing, Rory? Welcome back.
I'm doing well, thank you. It's good to be back. I'm ready to have some fun today.
There we go. So to tie a bow on the Red Diamond rarity before we move on a little bit to the WBC, before we kick it off to PXP 2.0, can you remind our fans, what does the Red Diamond mean for this year in the Show 26?
Yeah, so Red Diamond, it's to distinguish the, lower overall diamond, so starting 85, and that is going to go up to 94 overall. That'll be just diamond, what people have come to know. Red Diamond starts at 95 overall, kind of the threshold we felt like the diamonds take a step up. So they're going to be our red diamonds up until 99 overall.
Yeah, so it's a new rarity tier for our fans that were trying to speculate what it could be. We just want to celebrate those top tier players in MLB The Show, so this is how we're going to do it.
Yep, and it looks absolutely perfect on that Pujols card.
I love the color match. It's a great touch.
It does look good, yeah.
Shout out Art Live Team for just that Pujols card art. It's amazing.
For sure. Yeah, and don't forget, World Baseball Classic, you guys got to see some of it in the pre-record. We have so much more that we're excited for you guys to get your hands on. And we have all the live content we'll talk about next week, Ashley.
Right, yeah. So there's a lot going on. We want you to be able to experience playing through the mini-season firsthand when you get the game with early access next week. But we also know the World Baseball Classic just started last night. For those of you who tuned in for the Team Australia versus Team Chinese Taipei's game, we did see that Team Australia took the first dub of the World Baseball Classic.
They did.
We will have a lot of WBC live content to discuss next week. But this would not be a Diamond Dynasty feature premiere if we didn't at least reveal some WBC live content. So Colin, let's hit them with the first ever WBC card of Mr. Travis Bazana.
Wow.
Very hype.
Yeah.
That home run he hit last night, crushed it.
Incredible. Former #1 pick, doing his thing for Australia. And yeah, you're going to see it celebrated in WBC, in MLB The Show 26.
And I can tell you, just play testing with this card, he is very good. I hope we see him in the major leagues at some point this season.
It feels good hearing you say he's very good again. Takes me back to some of the other live content shows we've done.
Is that the only descriptor I have? Oh, he's very good.
When you say he's very good, that means he's going to play. So our fans are going to be excited for sure.
Yeah. Kev, how are we feeling about Bazana?
Really excited now that he's saying really good, so.
Resident Guardians fan, he's excited. We're all excited. I think it's time we dive in and start talking about Parallel XP 2.0.
2.0, yes. Kyle Blake implemented Parallel XP back in 21, I believe it was, and this year we just want to build on that system, make it even more abundant, and allow for a lot of customization for users. So, first screen that we see here, lots of updates to the stat criteria. So once you're playing with a card in most Diamond Dynasty modes, you're going to be earning Parallel XP for those player items. So every stat that you see here, you do that, you get 40 points for plate appearance, 10 for singles, and so on. I could keep going through all of them, but I'll let chat do the reading for me.
Right, I was going to say a question, as we were talking about this in the pre-record section of this feature premiere, a question kind of came up from chat between the differences of how quickly you're progressing depending on what difficulty you're playing on, whether you have the online multiplier, if you're playing in a multiplayer mode. So can you kind of just summarize whether if it's online versus offline, higher difficulties, how are some rates maybe a little bit more faster than others, but overall you're still progressing quickly?
Yeah, so if you're playing offline, difficulty will be the influencer of your multiplier. So you could be playing on rookie and that's just base values. What you play, that's what you get. But as you go up in difficulty, you take steps up. So you can see veteran 1.3 times what your base earn rate is. 1.8 for All-Star, all the way up. If you play GOAT offline, you get 3.5 times. And let me tell you, you get a lot of PXP for that. And then if you play in any of those online modes, ranked, events, BR, ranked co-op, it gets an additional 1.5 time multiplier. So say you play ranked, you're a 500 rated player, you get that 1.8 times multiplier for All-Star. And then in addition, you get a 1.5 time bonus for playing in an online mode.
Yeah, so that's important. There's a ton of multipliers here. Like our offline fans, you're going to get the multipliers based on what you see with your difficulty, and then ranked and our other head-to-head modes, you're going to just get that extra 1.5 boost on top of the difficulty multiplier.
Yeah, and these multipliers, they make a big difference where you are incentivized to play on a higher difficulty, challenge yourself, no matter where you're playing, whether you choose offline or online, you want to play at the difficulty that kind of matches your skill level. You will then earn PXP probably at a faster rate than what you would if you were just playing on rookie, winning 20-0.
Yeah.
And I can confirm because I tested it myself. It was way faster playing, just on All-Star.
For sure, because those multipliers will help.
Yeah.
I've noticed the same thing playing internally.
Yeah, I was going to bring up as well, like, these multipliers aren't something that is new. They were introduced with the original PXP system in MLB The Show 21. What's new this year is how those multipliers are greater, especially when you increase difficulties. A lot of them were just bucketed in very similar categories, and then you're still going to get that extra multiplier if you choose to play online.
Exactly, yeah. They were in the game last year, just much less than what they are now. And the main reason, we just want to incentivize people to play, challenge themselves, go higher difficulties, try playing online, be able to parallel their cards, feel better about it, feel like it's worth their time.
There we go. But this isn't all that's new with Parallels. We've been talking a lot about mods. Our fans got a first look at the mod system in the pre-record. Why don't we just scan a little over here, Kev, and Rory, walk us through the whole mod screen and what it looks like. I think right now we don't have mods currently equipped, so walk us through how we could equip them.
Right, so what you saw up above was the base attributes. So what people have come to know, you still will get +1, +2, +3 to all attributes if you parallel cards and don't have a mod equipped. What the mods do is you apply them on, and it's basically taking those plus bonuses and distributing them to the archetype that you want for the card. So, for example, right here, we're on Contact Silver mod. And if you right stick over, so you'll see right now you've got potentially Contact versus left going up to 110, Contact versus right going up to 52, but you're not getting any boost to Power versus left or Power versus right. You get some clutch, you get some vision. So basically you're just making trade-offs of, I'm not getting my +1 to power, I'm not getting fielding, but I'm getting an additional point to contact.
Right, and there's a reason for that, right? Like, you only need 500 PXP to be able to get the silver mod. So think about, like, when you just get to level 1 of your parallel XP, you have less points to play with than if you were in P3, P5, etc.
Exactly, yeah. And so if we go up to just the gold tier mods, so you can see you've got a contact primary focus, contact secondary focus. Now we have our 14, there we go, back up to the, just stay there for me, please. So we've got our 14 of 10 hits needed to unlock it, but we haven't gotten to 3,000 PXP. We're not parallel 3. So once we get to 3,000 PXP, get parallel 3, this gold mod will unlock. And as you can see, just going through these, even if you don't have it unlocked, you can see what those boosts are going to be once you have them unlocked.
Yeah. I was going to say, question with that, we see here, to your point, we have yet to unlock these gold parallel mods because we haven't reached the 3,000 PXP requirement. However, we have reached those mission requirements. So my question to you is, it seems like the missions are always tracking from day one that you get that card.
That's correct, yeah. So right now you're even earning progress on diamond level mods, even though you don't have gold unlocked. So it'll just be tracking for all of them right up front. And another thing, you don't have to have any of the mods equipped to earn a higher tier of them. It'll still just be tracking. It's all about just playing with the card, and you'll be unlocking the mods as long as you get those parallel levels and complete the stat missions that go along with it.
Yeah, so that's important. even if you're not committed to a mod, you're still gaining missions and parallel XP to unlock these things. Kev, I'm seeing people say it should be 10 out of 10 or 8 out of 8 hits. But if we go up to the diamond tier, you're going to see that those missions are going to expand as we work our way to P5 and get even more boosts, right, Rory?
Yeah, that's correct. And even once you get the, diamond level mods, you still would like to be seeing like, oh, hey, I'm up to 60. I'm now at, 100 home runs even if you've been using the card so much. So it'll just be tracking your progress, letting you know how many hits, home runs, really just all of that.
Yeah, for sure.
There we go. So I'm seeing that we have the silver tier unlocked. We've yet to reach the gold tier, but Kev, I know we have a couple cards to show that have reached that gold tier if we want to swipe on over to them.
Oh, wait. Jolt Series?
Jolt Series?
Back? Jim Thome?
Let's go. Jim Thome. Jolt Series is coming back. A whole fresh look. This is a inside look at some of your Team Affinity Cleveland Guardians players. You know we're always trying to sneak in some live content.
So, yeah, we'll work our way down to this. You see he's parallel level 3. And as we slide over, go ahead, Rory.
One thing to call out here, I'm not sure if Twitch chats noticed it or not, but right here, you'll see if you are the first person to any of these parallel levels, your username will show. It'll be surfaced for everyone to see. Also the date in which you got it done. So just a cool little, shout out to the first person at all of these parallel levels, not just parallel 5.
It'll do it at each level, right?
Yeah, each level, even on like base parallel too, like just the first person to unlock a card, you'll get the recognition right here.
That's really nice. I know myself included, a lot of my friends, they might get the P1, the P2, the P3 101, but somebody beats them to that P4, the P5. So it's nice that each of those people who reach those 101 milestones are getting a little bit of recognition in the player card.
Yeah. And I guess another thing wanted to just call out here, not sure if we did touch it on it already, but we do have new values just for, parallel levels this year. And we're back up to 10,000 being parallel 5. Now, I don't want to scare anyone of like, oh no, they've increased it again. Because you will still get to parallel 5 faster than you have in years past, just with the boost to the stat mission stat criteria that is, and then also with those multiplier bonuses. If you're playing on, All-Star, you will get to P5 faster than in years past.
Okay, so yeah, this is all balanced. This is all taken into account. Although it is 10,000 PXP to get to P5, we have it confirmed from a senior designer. You'll be cruising faster.
But that's not all. We just see here some of the gold mods are unlocked for Mr. Jim Thome with Kevman. So you're able to then see it did a nice little animation as each of them were unlocked as you build your way up to those diamond levels.
Yeah, and just as we're scrolling through the mods, you can just be looking at, okay, this is boosting up my contact versus right to here, my power here, all those different things. And I think just R1'd over to power, if you R1, L1, you're able to see, contact, power, fielding, speed. And on that bar, it's basically saying this is the primary boost that the mod is focused on. And then within each boost, or within each mod, it has a secondary focus. So we have fielding power, fielding contact. So it's like you'll primarily get fielding as the base, but then you can also be having a secondary boost on contact.
Very cool. Yeah. The options are really endless. I think we mentioned it in the pre-record, but how many different mods are there?
I think I said 57.
I think you're right.
From what I remember, yeah.
per player, right? So, everyone's attributes are different. There's so many different types of players in real life and in the game, and being able to, have 57 options on how you want to tinker is pretty sweet.
Right. Yeah, there's a great question that just came up in the Twitch chat of, can I choose both power and contact? And the way that we're trying to make it is you can only choose one mod at a time per person, but there's a primary and a secondary relationship here.
Right, yeah. Only one mod can be equipped at a time, and that even goes for two-way players. So if they also hit and pitch, you have to choose between the two. But yeah, only one mod can be equipped at a time. But in between games, you can change mod. You're not locked into any decision. If one day you want to use power and the next you want to use contact, that's totally fine. You can swap them just as long as you have them unlocked.
Right. Now, Rory, I have to ask, because I don't know if you experience this. People like to cheese me sometimes in online play. So are people able to change their mods mid-game, or they can only change them once they're out of a game?
Only out of the game, yeah.
All right.
You can't change them in-game. That would be kind of crazy,
Right?
the things you could do.
Be
but no.
diabolical.
Yeah.
Put the speed on first.
Yeah, once you get the guy on, put a speed, yeah. You cannot change in the middle of a game, only outside of games.
There we go. Colin, got some questions?
Seeing some people ask, where can I see the attribute change when the mod's applied? So in the bottom corner, correct?
Yeah, in the bottom corner, if you just select that mod right there, you'll see it actually goes all bright green on the attribute. It won't be blinking at you.
In.
That's like, hey, you're locked in. This is your, locked in attributes. And then if you go to another mod without equipping it, you'll then go over and you can see it starts blinking again, gets to show you all that is updated. When a number is not blinking or bright green, it is not receiving a boost.
Right. It's just unaffected.
Right. Just unaffected.
And then remember, like any of our original PXP fans that want just that 1, 2, 3, up to 5 boost, if you don't select a mod, you're still going to get that type of boost. You
That's
can
correct.
choose to opt into the mod or keep it the way it's been for the last couple of years.
Yeah, you don't have to use a mod if you don't want to. Like if it somehow works out for your play style and the type of card, just taking the flat boost, by all means you can go for that.
Yeah, I'm curious. You've obviously, been playing this a lot as we get ready for early access in a week. How do you like to use your mods?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked me that.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So the way that I like to go after it is applying a mod that goes after the weakness of a player. I'm not one to double down on strengths. I'm going after the weakness. So one of the things I've liked the most is having a contact-oriented player. So, let's say they have 80 contacts both sides, but only 50 powers. I'm going with a power mod on them.
And you boost it up.
Yeah, and then vice versa. If they're already a power hitter, I'm going to go with contact mod. If they're already just great across the board, I'm going speed.
Okay.
Ooh, there you go. I'll tell you what, as I've been play testing this, one of my favorite things to do is to boost the categories of maybe some legends or flashbacks that isn't necessarily their strong suit. So like, no disrespect, but speed for Big Poppy, for instance. It's fun to have a somewhat fast Big Poppy on the base paths.
I wouldn't say it gets you anywhere crazy if
Right.
like you've got, say, 70 speed, but you could get like plus 20s kind of speed with the diamond level speed mod on them. And, you might be able to turn a single into a double. If you're getting real crazy, you can steal some bases, It allows for some fun stuff, especially if they're not holding you on first base. I don't want to throw Lane out there, but we've been doing a lot of play testing, and I'm just running wild on him when I'm like, I don't think he's paying attention. I don't think he knows I'm going to steal. Maybe he does, but I'm just going for it anyways. And I've been successful most of the time.
There you go. Yeah, I'm excited to see what our community ends up doing, right? Like, they're going to be playing around with this mod stuff in a week and see what they think's the best. I'm going to be tinkering like crazy. So it'll be fun.
Yeah, another quick question I've been seeing in the Twitch chat. If we're getting mods on, say, a sellable card, and I choose to sell that card, but I later reacquire that card, will all my PXP status stay the same, the mods I have unlocked, or does that start from 0?
You will still keep all of that progress. Similarly, if you don't own a card but play in Battle Royale, where you draft cards that you might not own, and you're unlocking, different parallel levels, unlocking mods, you will be able to equip them on your cards, be able to have them. And then if you end up owning the card, it'll still have those mods and everything unlocked.
Very cool. Well, before we dive into the pitcher side, we still have some other live content things to show.
I think we do. So why not show another World Baseball Classic card in Mr. Munetaka Murakami? Had to show some White Sox love. We all know Murakami raked in the 23 World Baseball Classic. I am beyond pumped to figure out what he's going to do for the 26 World Baseball Classic. But a fan favorite, Munetaka Murakami, is returning to MLB The Show 26.
He's crazy back. I'm excited. I loved his card in 23.
Right? And stay tuned. I know you're seeing, an influx of different overalls from different cards that we've been showing you. All will be revealed on where these cards are living throughout Diamond Dynasty within live content next week.
Yeah, we just got to give you, a couple tasteful, live content.
There you go.
Spoils.
But they're all across the game. But let's move on to pitcher mods, Rory, and talk us through what some of those are going to look like.
Yeah, so with pitcher mods, there's not as many as hitters. I think it's 36 for hitters, 21 for pitchers. But there's 3 categories, similar kind of style where you have primary focus and secondary focus on those gold and diamond tier mods. But the categories are hit per 9, K per 9, and control. And for those who have not seen, walk per 9, it is just known as control now.
And why is that?
Well, that is going to be the main driver for the par region when pitching.
Okay.
I'm glad you kind of mentioned it. We teased it when we talked the gameplay feature premiere. A lot of fans now know whatever mode they're playing, they're only going to be shown the attributes that matter within that mode, as well as the walks per 9 to control a differential. Can you talk us through, just briefly, how that now impacts the calculation of overalls, for instance?
Yeah, so we took a pretty good look and did a big update to overalls in Diamond Dynasty specifically, where pretty much we are trying to get the overall to reflect how us and how the community views the way a card plays in gameplay. One of the big changes is handedness splits are pretty on par with each other right now. So verse right, verse left is weighted pretty similarly, because when you're playing in Diamond Dynasty, there's no saying of, oh, you'll face a right-handed pitcher this often, left-handed pitcher this often. You could face a lefty all the time, and that matters when making a decision on, am I going to have this player in my lineup who isn't so great against lefties with the chance I might always face a lefty. So we did a big overhaul on overalls. Overhaul on overalls.
Notice that.
Yeah.
The overall overhaul.
And what you'll basically be seeing this year, in the past, I guess we've had cards that we've made where the community has said, oh, he plays above his overall, or his attributes are above his overall. You'll likely be seeing a lot more balance across the board where, a player at 89 overall is going to be much more on par with all other players at that same overall, no matter the archetype of them, whether they're a great hitter, they're going to have weaknesses of, fielding, speed. A great fielder, they're going to be great there, great speed, might not have the hitting, but there's that choice that you have to make, and it should create for a lot better game balance.
Interesting. So yeah, you heard it here first. There should be some changes to game balance. We're super excited to share that with you guys in 1 week as we work our way to early access.
1 week from today, but here are the pitching mods. Should we try to equip some mods and maybe check out another screen on how that might be organized now?
Yeah, we should. So right now we've got hit per 9 and hit per 9, the primary hit per 9 focus. If you go over to his hit per 9 attributes. Oh, there we go. There we go. So you'll see right now you're not getting any K per 9, you're not getting any control boost, but you are getting a bigger hit per 9 bonus. So, and also with, stamina and pitching clutch. And if you just go over to the right, you'll get hit per 9, K per 9. So you'll get a little less for hit per 9, you'll get more K per 9, but it really just allows you to fit whatever attribute boosts that you want. And there's trade-offs. You either have to go for, I'm going to get more boost to hit per 9, and I'm not going to get any K per 9, not going to get any control. Or you could go, hey, my pitcher has 58 control. I need to boost that up big time. And then you're going to be giving up the boost to hit per 9, maybe K per 9.
Yeah, I think there'll be a lot of tinkering early on to figure out what makes sense for each player. And then, whatever player card they're using too. Because you can just unequip and switch these things out between games.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things that I think the takeaway is giving more usability to cards that people may not have thought highly of in the past, where it's like, oh, I only like guys with power, so any card that's more contact focused, it turns them away. You can now put a mod on boost the power, or for pitchers like, oh, he has great K per 9, he has great hit per 9, but control isn't great.
Can't throw a strike.
You can, I can't throw a strike. He's never getting it in the zone. Then, hey, I'm going to put the control mod on. And it just creates a lot of decisions there. You get to choose, do you buff weaknesses or buff strengths?
There we go. And this is a great illustration to show you have a primary focus, you have a secondary focus, you can double down on that primary, or you can have a couple attributes being impacted at the same time. But if we want to go full camera here, we saw it in the pre-record. Y'all got very excited. It's something you've been asking for ever since parallels were first introduced, and that's a new screen of organizing your parallels by category. So we're going to pull it up soon here. One moment. There we go. Back to the game. So you can see we have a brand new UI. Shout out the UI UX team. Under the Progress tab, under Player Upgrades, you're going to see 5 of your most recent parallel cards as we start scrolling over. But then Rory, when we click into View All Cards, can you kind of walk us through what we're looking at?
Yeah, so when you go into this screen, it'll pull up your current squad, and it'll show players who have accrued PXP, some progress on them. If you haven't accrued any PXP on cards, they're not going to show up here just because there's not much to manage really there. But if you go and R2, you can then look at, oh, here are all my cards at base parallel and how close I am to that next, or to parallel level 1. And then R2 again, you'll be able to just filter like, hey, here are all my cards at level 1 and level 2, level 3, so on. And what you can do here is manage all of that mod equipping, unequipping, changing around through this screen. As you can see on the right side, when you have a mod equipped, it will show up like, hey, it's, your primary boost contact with fielding here, and it's the gold tier.
Yeah, this is something fans have asked for a long time. They also were able to see another Jolt Series player. Our Guardians fans stand up. Corey Kluber's back in as a Jolt player.
He is. He is a very good card.
Very good.
Very good. Yeah.
Noted.
Fan favorite. Yeah. Fan favorite card. And yeah, if you want to just click X, see details, you'll just be taken straight to this area where you get to see parallel details, and you can do all your mod equipping, unequipping, all of that management in this area. So just giving you a home in Diamond Dynasty to manage all of this stuff.
Super clean. Makes it really easy.
Super clean. And then I wanted, if I can, jump back a little to the 2 Jolt cards within Team Affinity. Seeing some shatter. 2 player cards in Launch Team Affinity. But there's going to be 4 total cards in every single Team Affinity program. You're going to have 120 total cards. 2 of those cards will be dedicated to the Jolt series. 2 of them, maybe you noticed that gold Carlos Santana will also be included in those Team Affinity programs, which we will talk more about next week. But want to let you all know in a little bit of insight today.
Am I able to leak something?
Absolutely.
Okay? There's 1 hitter and 1 pitcher Jolt card in each TA, and they both have captain abilities. So you will have a
breaking
captain
news today.
Yeah. Hitting captain and pitching captain for your team will be available in Team Affinity Day 1.
In Team Affinity Day 1, all 30 teams will have
shout out Brian.
2 Jolt Series players, and then of course, like you mentioned, 2 more that'll be in like that gold rarity tier.
Exactly. So that we shouldn't stop there with some live content reveals. We have another World Baseball Classic card to show you. Let's pop up Kazuma Okamoto, new Blue Jay member, Team Japan WBC player. You can expect to see his card come early access 1 week from today.
Yeah, we're making it rain, WBC. We're so excited for the World Baseball Classic. Kicked off last night. And it's going to run through the next couple of weeks. I'm excited.
Carson, what do I have to say about him? His swing?
I have insider information that he's very good.
He is very good. We've been doing lots of play testing. His card is... It's very good. Yeah. There have been, someone said it, I think Lane said, shades of Trey Turner type swing.
Ooh, Trey Bay.
So
you know
if
how
you
I feel
like
about
Trey
him.
Turner
If you like that, I think that'll get a lot of people excited in the chat.
There we go. And we have one more WBC reveal. I'll be honest, this is a purely selfish reveal, but Team Italy's Kyle Teal. Gotta show some love here.
Yeah, show him off. Look at that. Your guy, Kyle Teal.
My guy, Kyle Teal. But we want to go back to the main cam. Y'all heard a lot about the new Parallel XP system. We wanted to make sure we took the time. There's a lot new to focus on. We wanted to hopefully explain everything the best we can so that you are fully ready to tackle your mods 1 week from today. But before we let you go, anything else you'd like to tell the people, Rory?
Yeah, there's a few things. One thing forgot to mention, mod buffs, there will be buffs or nerfs potentially, just depending on how it plays out.
New feature.
If we see as the year goes on, some mods seem a little OP, a little meta, we could see a nerf to them. Could see buffs if some seem to just not be as prevalent as good. So just wanted to put that disclaimer out there. I also wanted to just give shout outs to the PXP team. Kyle Blake, first and foremost, just for first design of PXP. JP, Lucas, Otis, Ashley Lunam, Annie, Cordelia, Jax, Lance, Luis, Clayton, the whole live team for all their testing. It's been a great year, and just huge shout out to all the people who worked on PXP. I hope I got everybody because it was a big team, huge work, but very happy.
Yeah, for sure. I'm excited for our fans to get their hands on it. Thanks so much for sitting down with us. But before we go, we do have a short clip we want to play. We were able to sit down with gameplay director Chris Gill to talk more about some updates in gameplay before the game comes out next week. All right, we are sitting here with gameplay director Chris Gill. It's good to see you.
Good to see you guys. Thanks for having me.
Welcome back, Chris. I know we have 2 gameplay-related updates for our fans. Let's start with the first one with pitching from the windup versus the stretch in online gameplay.
Yeah, so if you remember in the first stream, we talked about pitching out of the stretch only in online gameplay competitive style, right? So we removed that, and we're going back to pitching out of the stretch and the windup, just like we have in all the years past.
So we're reverting to change to something our fans are already familiar with, but now we have a second update regarding PCI shrinkage.
Yeah, so we decided that we're going to remove the shrinkage on pitches down and away for online competitive gameplay, and that's for all difficulties. We're going to try it out for a while and just see how it works. We're just going to continue to monitor the results and watch you guys play and listen to feedback and see what happens.
That's great. Yeah, thanks again for joining us. Appreciate, sharing these 2 big updates for our fans, and, thanks for the time.
You got it.
Once again, a huge thank you to Chris Gill, our gameplay director, for sitting down with us. 2 major updates ahead of early access. Just a quick reminder to kind of summarize that video. That toggle for either pitching out of the stretch or the windup is available offline. We're going back to what it used to be in head-to-head.
Yeah, good call out there, Ashley. And yeah, I think thank you, Rory and Kevman, for sitting with us. It's been a great feature premiere. I'm excited for next week.
Yeah, thank you, MLB The Show fans, for sticking with us and watching through. This is our 5th feature premiere of the season.
Yeah, pre-orders are open right now. Don't forget there's that 10% loyalty discount if you've gotten the Digital Deluxe Edition going back to 21. That will expire before early access starts. So if you want the 10% off, make sure you get it before early access starts.
Right, and World Baseball Classic kicked off last night. It's in full steam ahead going, so make sure you're with us next Thursday, 9 p.m. Pacific time, if not next Friday, midnight Eastern time, as we'll be watching the World Baseball Classic alongside all of you.
Don't forget, full launch will be March 17th. We can't wait. So much good work has gone into this. We're excited for you guys to play.
I just have to give another shout out to Abby. Thank you for everything that you've just been there for and helping me through the PXP stuff too.
Shout out Abby.
Shout out Abby. Remember, standard launch is Tuesday, March 17th, and then make sure you're following us on the Scanner Report and socials as well.
Yes, the live content reveals will begin next Monday morning. So make sure you check out our socials. That's where you're going to see it. Make sure you sign up. And then, of course, one last thing.
Always one last thing.
The Easter eggs never stop. I know you guys saw an interesting tidbit in our fielding feedback yesterday. So we have one more thing to end with. Thanks so much. We'll see you next week.
Every legend starts somewhere. Not in the spotlight, but in the work. One swing, one pitch, one moment at a time. It starts here. Bus rides, long days, late nights. Dialing in your swing, leveling up your look. Chasing your first, hey, that kid's special. Then, it clicks. You're locked in. Every swing smoother, every pitch nastier, every moment straight heat.
Big moment for the closer. He delivers. Got him swinging.
Okay, now you're repping your country. Different pressure, different pride. This is the world stage. Or maybe your journey takes you upstairs, flipping prospects, stacking lineups, building a ball club your way. Getting to the majors? That's just the beginning. Cooperstown is the goal. But you gotta earn it. It's your journey, your moment, your show. Make your mark. Become a legend.
Hey everyone, Chris Gill here, Gameplay Director at San Diego Studio, and welcome to another season of Fielding Feedback, the series that highlights upgrades inspired by you, the players. Let's get into some of the awesome new features that make MLB The Show 26 our most immersive and realistic gameplay experience yet. This year is all about putting more power into your hands, and our new automated ball strike challenge system is a great example. If you think the ump missed a strike, challenge the call. Each team is allowed 2 challenges per game. If a challenge is successful, the team retains the right to use it again, but unsuccessful challenges are lost for the rest of the game. So don't burn all your challenges too early, or you could get squeezed in the clutch. Speaking of clutch, this year we're making sure that clutch matchups between pitchers and hitters are as realistic as possible by incorporating accurate pitch usage rates for every MLB pitcher based on real-world MLB stats. The lower the usage rate for a given pitch type, the harder it is to locate, giving hitters the ability to punish lazy pitchers who spam the zone with seldom thrown pitches. Good pitchers don't need spam when they're cooking. You know, it's been said that the best pitchers in baseball have a clutch gene that allows them to block out the noise and throw their best pitches in the biggest moments. This year, we're giving you a taste of how that feels with bear down pitching. The bear down feature lets you throw pitches with a little extra accuracy and velocity in key moments. How fast you gain bear down momentum and how many pitches you can save up are based on your pitcher's clutch attribute. But when you use your bear down pitches is up to you. Will you go after a big bat early or save your bear down pitches for more strategic, high leverage situations? Choose your moments wisely because even high rated clutch aces are only allowed to store a few bear down pitches at a time. Meanwhile, strategic hitters can also gain an edge in the clutch by taking advantage of expanded pitch history customization options for in-game scouting. You can now filter pitch history by specific counts, performance against lefties versus righties, and you can even track a pitcher's tendencies against specific hitters. And because our CPU pitchers mimic MLB pitchers by mixing speeds, working both sides of the plate, and leaning on their go-to pitches, these tools are just as valuable in offline modes as they are in online. This year, we're super excited to debut 2 new zone hitting options to help you lock in at the plate and put the barrel on the ball. First, we've added a new hitting mechanic called Big Zone Hitting. Instead of having to line up your PCI directly on the ball like zone hitting, you simply choose the zone where you think the ball will cross the plate. If you choose correctly and time up your swing, you'll make solid contact. The higher your contact attribute, the more solid coverage you will have within that zone. Next up is Fixed Zone Hitting, a new feature that lets you focus on a specific part of the plate and keep your PCI there for the whole at-bat. Couple that with our brand new PCI sensitivity feature in ambush hitting, which was introduced last year, and you now have more opportunities than ever to define and refine your personalized approach at the dish. On the defensive side of the diamond, we've worked hard this year to differentiate between the good fielders and the gold glovers. As a result, we've created reaction attributes for breaking on the ball in every direction, forwards, backwards, left, and right. We've also added new attributes for pitchers and given catchers a pop time attribute. We are constantly integrating real-life player data to add value to these attributes, as well as enhance card variety and heighten realism throughout the game. Because gameplay is so important to us, we've once again added close to 500 new gameplay animations to the show, emphasizing the visual quality of plays on the field. Wait until you see all the new throws you can make in the infield, the arm angles, the off-balance throws. Turning double plays has never been more fun. We also gave our catchers a complete overhaul. With most catchers now setting up with one knee down, we made sure that making throwbacks, back picks, steal throws, and blocks are more realistic than ever. Infielders have new ways to rob hits. Outfielders have new ways to rob home runs. There are basically new animations all over the diamond. At the end of the day, we make this game for you, the community. And that's why gameplay this year is more realistic than ever in MLB The Show 26. Stay tuned for the next episode of Fielding Feedback, where we'll break down everything that's new in Road to the Show. For MLB The Show 26, this is Chris Gill, Gameplay Director at San Diego Studio. See you next time.
Press the button.